Chapter 1, Father and Son. Anping Calendar, Year 350. Su Clan. The moment Suyu entered, he could smell the fragrance of cooked dishes. Hence, after throwing his school bag down, he walked to the dining table and picked up a piece of braised meat with his hand, tossing it into his mouth. As he chewed, Suyu glanced at the kitchen and murmured, "Father, cook another type of soup tomorrow, so we won't get weary of eating meat. It's already very good that we have some things to eat. Stop being so picky." Su Long's grumbling voice rang out from the kitchen. "Say, you are already 18. When can you learn to take care of yourself? I, your father, acted as a father and mother and have taken care of you for so many years. I ought to be free now." Suyu continued chewing the braised meat as he laughed. "Father, your culinary skills are great, almost at the level of a master chef. I really want to cook for you too, but the thing is the meat will be so burnt that it's impossible to eat." "Ha!" Su Long chortled. "This fellow only knows how to talk. Why doesn't he enter the kitchen and try?" Very soon, Su Long, who had an apron on, walked out while carrying a dish. His figure was close to 1.9 meters tall, and his body was sturdy, filled with power. Because of that, the apron was a complete mismatch with him, and he looked exceptionally comical. Suyu nagged him about it every time, and today was no exception either. Suyu shook his head and said, "Father, can you change to a larger apron? Our family doesn't lack the money to purchase one more apron." "What do you know?" Su Long couldn't be bothered. He then placed the dish on the table and didn't bother to take the apron off as he sat down. "Start eating. Every penny saved is a penny earned. In addition, this apron is new. You have been saying this for 3 years. Suyu rolled his eyes. "It's one thing if you told me this was new 3 years ago. But you are still saying that now?" This father of his was really capable of spewing bullshit. However, Su Long didn't mind it. He immediately started eating after he sat down, and his eating speed was as ravenous as wolves and tigers. Suyu was used to it, and he also didn't care about this. He then sat down as well and sighed while he ate. "Father, war is happening on the front lines again, right? I saw a soldier recruitment vehicle below when I returned earlier. Why did they come to a small district like ours to recruit soldiers? I wonder which military unit they are from." Upon hearing this, Su Long's eating movements turned slightly sluggish. He soon put his bowl and chopsticks down and spoke with a straight face. "Protecting the country is the responsibility of everyone. From the tone of your voice, you feel that being a soldier isn't good, huh?" "Nope." Suyu hurriedly made things clear. His father was a retired soldier, so he couldn't speak randomly. The palm of his father that resembled a bear's paw wasn't a joke. Hearing this, Su Long snorted lightly. Only then did he pick his bowl and chopsticks up to continue eating. As he ate, Su Long's mood also changed. He then spoke in a slightly lower voice. "Au, the front lines are in turbulence, and the various major armies have issued recruitment orders again and again. They want to recruit new soldiers and summon old soldiers back." Suyu's chopsticks that were in the midst of lifting a piece of food slowed. He then lifted his head and looked at his father. His expression was no longer as normal as before, and he frowned. "Father, this has nothing to do with us, right? You have been discharged from the military 18 years ago. Also, I've just become an adult and still have to take the college examination. Even if the military wants to recruit soldiers, they won't target our family." 18 years. Su Long sighed. "Yes, it has been 18 years. I've been gone for 18 years. In addition to now, the number of times the Devil Suppression Army has recalled the old soldiers reached 5 times. And after one becomes 50 years old, they will never be recalled again. For the first 4 times, I was worried about you because you were still young. I was afraid you couldn't take good care of yourself, so I, your father, didn't answer the summons." Suyu's expression changed. Father, no one in our family needs to go. This is something approved by the government policy. Yup, it's allowed by the government policy. Su Long grinned. He then looked up and stared at his son. That's why I didn't go. I've been recalled 4 times in the past 18 years, but I didn't go. However, today, my son has become an adult. He's 18 years old. Father. Suyu's expression completely changed. What do you want to say? You know what father wants to say. Su Long looked at his son and felt gratified and unrestrained. He smiled. 18 years ago, although your father was useless, I was still the captain of a small team in the Devil Suppression Army, and 30 men were under my command. At that time, your mother wanted to give birth, so I took leave to come back. Who would have known that your mother would leave us just like this? You were just born and there were no other adults in the family who could take care of you, so I truly couldn't walk away. There's no solution. I've already quitted the army. Su Long gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. When I left the Devil Suppression Army, not a single one from my team of brothers came to send me away. It wasn't that they hated me so much and wanted nothing more than for me to leave. Rather, they were afraid I wouldn't be able to endure it and wanted to be with them. For 18 years, no one contacted me for fear that I wanted to join them again. Even in my dreams, I could hear them shouting at me to go home and take care of my baby. My team of 30 men, during the first year I left, 9 of them died. Not a single one of them chose to leave after all these years. Do you know how many of the remaining 21 are left? All of them are still on the battlefield. Su Long's eyes grew red. I was selfish, so I didn't dare to ask them or check information related to them. For the previous 4 recalls, I didn't answer the summons. But this time, father is thinking that even if I die, I have to die fighting on the battlefield. Your father doesn't want to die cowering behind the protection of others. Suyu fell silent. He knew that his father always wanted to be on the front lines. He always had his old band of brothers in his mind. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that his mother passed away due to a difficult childbirth, his father wouldn't have left the Devil Suppression Army. However, Suyu felt that since it had been 18 years, his father ought to have forgotten all these and let things go. But today, his father told him no. He couldn't let things go. Father. Suyu's expression was unsightly and his countenance was a little pale. The turbulence in the front lines has intensified, and the number of deceased soldiers kept on increasing. In just 18 years, the military has sent 5 recall orders for old soldiers, doing so once every 3 to 4 years. You have been a soldier before and should know what this means. I have yet to get married, I have yet to enter a university, I have yet to give you a grandchild. Su Long gritted his teeth and smiled. No problem, father will wait. Don't tell me you think that I will send myself to death if I return? No, this daddy will return there for the sake of winning the war. Father. Brat, stop talking crap and eat. Su Long interrupted his son. As he ate, he mumbled, after finishing this meal, you will have to cook for yourself in the future. If you have no food ingredients, go out to eat at food shops. There's some money in the card, you know the password, right? The vehicle below is still waiting for me, I cannot delay things for too long. After you enter a high-grade academy, remember to write a letter to me. I will be able to receive it if there's time. Why don't you choose the Great Xia Civilization Academy? If you manage to enter, you will really make me proud. You should have a 90% chance of success. Your teachers have spoken to me before, and as long as there are no unexpected incidents, you will definitely be able to enter. A genius has finally appeared in our Su clan. How did you have such brains? You are just too smart to the point where I'm suspecting that you are not my true son, but fortunately, your appearance is very similar to mine when I was young. Suyu's face was somewhat pale. But when he heard this, he involuntarily mocked, Father, are you sure you look similar to me when you were young? Of course, how can this be fake? Su Long lifted his head and showed his boorish face as he grinned. You can check with our neighbors to see if we look similar or not. Su Yu was helpless, knowing his father was changing the topic. He then shifted the conversation back in the original direction. Father, it isn't that I'm looking down on you, but you are an old man who has stopped fighting on the battlefield for 18 years and you no longer cultivate. At your age, you are merely at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm. Would you be of any use even if you went? Who are you looking down on? Su Long angrily spoke, so what if I'm at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm? On the battlefield, one doesn't solely depend on martial strength. If one really wanted to only look at martial strength, there wouldn't be a need to fight a war ever. A battlefield contains all sorts of possibilities. Back then, this daddy was only at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm, but I've killed an expert at the 10,000 stone realm before. Su Yu was vexed, not knowing whether these words were true or not. However, his father had been saying this for many years, so the possibility of this being a lie was very low. The main point was that he didn't want his father to go to the front lines. The chaos on the front lines caused large casualties every year, and the situation was growing increasingly dangerous. Moreover, his father was someone close to 50 years old. If he returned to the battlefield now, Su Yu didn't dare to think any further. Father! Shut up! Su Long interrupted. He then stood up and washed his bowl and chopsticks before speaking seriously. I've registered myself. If I don't return, I will be treated as an army deserter. It's fine if I haven't registered, but you should know the consequences of not returning after registration. Deserters are punished by death. Father, couldn't you have waited for me to return to discuss a little? Su Yu was annoyed. He knew that there was already no way for him to change anything. Just like what his father said, it was fine if one didn't register. To these old soldiers, the military wouldn't recall them forcefully. Since these old soldiers could retire alive back then, it meant that they had some contributions on the battlefield. But once they registered, this meant that they had rejoined the army and were part of the military. So, if they didn't return, they would be treated as deserters. Discuss what? Su Long spoke in a disapproving tone. Don't worry, I won't die. Even if I really die, the compensation payment won't be little as well. You should remember to collect it yourself. It should be enough for you to marry and raise a kid. Your father has already considered everything for you. After speaking, Su Long carried his luggage that had long since been packed. He then removed the apron and carried his backpack. Do well in your exams. It's the same even if you support the human race from behind. When you join one of the civilization academies, remember to make the Su clan proud. Civilization academies, when this daddy returns to the army, I must make sure to brag that my son can enter it. You are much stronger compared to the descendants of those fellows. It's just that I won't be able to see the written notice. Next time, take a photo and send it to me with the letter. If not, those fellows will surely think that I am making an empty boast. Father! Su Yu hurriedly stood up and chased after his father, feeling a little panicked and at a loss. His father was truly going to leave. In these 18 years, both he and his father were used to relying on each other. Today, his father suddenly wanted to leave, so he wasn't mentally prepared at all. You are an adult now and no longer a child. Stop acting childishly. Su Long chortled, if you haven't become an adult yet, father won't leave. But now, I have to go. 18 years ago, a few comrades in that team of mine were the same age as you now. You, do you know? I dreamt of them. I dreamt that they cried and said that it was very painful, and that they wanted to kill those bunch of bastards. Your father truly feels some regrets. Back then, those years ago, I should have sent you to the military center for the families of military personnel. In any case, there will be someone raising you. Su Long's eyes reddened. This is the 5th recall. In the previous 4 recalls, I've packed my luggage, but every time I looked at you, I became selfish. I felt reluctant to leave. This is the 5th time. Will there still be a next time? When I'm over 50, the Devil Suppression Army will no longer accept me. I'm leaving. This daddy is heading back to the All Skies battlefield. This time around, your father will kill a few experts at the 10,000 Stone Realm for you to see. I will definitely keep the evidence so that you cannot rebut it. Su Long waved his hands in farewell and continued on his way. In the past 18 years, this was the first time Suyu saw his father being so carefree and imposing. But this was not what he wanted to see. Father! Don't talk nonsense anymore. Suyu stood in front of the door and bit his lips. He suddenly howled, "If you don't come back, I will become someone that marries into the clan of a female and change my surname, breaking the flow of incense to our Su clan's ancestors. If you don't mind it, I won't mind either." Su Long staggered and almost turned his head back to curse at his son. Now, he suddenly didn't feel like leaving anymore. He felt like returning home to beat this little brat up. This brat could truly keep his words and do what he said. It was tough for his Su clan to finally have a genius. If his son married into another clan and changed his surname, Su Long would definitely feel reluctant even if he died. Chapter 2, for Academy System. Su Long eventually left, in a carefree manner at that. Yet, Suyu felt empty within. His father left just like that, leaving no time for him to prepare. In one aspect, he was worried about his father's safety. But he was also worried about his life in the future. He was used to having his father's care, his father's company. Now that he was abruptly thrust into a world of his own, he truly couldn't get used to it. "Father, you forgot to wash the bowls before you left." Suyu nagged, trying to find joy in bitterness. He then sighed. There were things he truly didn't want to think about because he would involuntarily feel nervous if he thought about them. The All Skies battlefield was incomparably dangerous. He was worried that if he continued thinking, he would chase after his father and drag him home. Civilization Academies. Suyu also couldn't be bothered to wash the dishes. He sat on the sofa and fell into a daze. Before his father left, he nagged and told Suyu to join the Great Xia Civilization Academy. In the past, Suyu had indeed wanted to take the college examination for the Civilization Academies. However, now, "If you didn't go to the All Skies battlefield, I would join one of the Civilization Academies. But since you are so adamant about going to the All Skies battlefield, how can I not worry about you? You might not be able to return even if you spend a few years there. Now, you want me to worry about you every day from the backlands? How old are you now? Don't you know how to think?" Suyu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming. "This is what you force me to do. In any case, you are no longer at home. I will not join the Civilization Academies, and I have to get into one of the War Academies no matter what." Suyu gritted his teeth. Those from the Civilization Academies had it good. Their jobs were to decipher the culture of the myriad races, analyze the cultivation arts of the other races, and research their civilization. Any civilization researcher could safely stay in the backlands. There was no need for them to participate in the slaughter at the front lines. As for the War Academies, the students there were being prepared and nurtured for the front lines. In the past, he had worked so hard to study the all races languages. Wasn't it to be able to safely stay in the backlands so he could accompany his father? But now, his aged father had actually run off to the dangerous All Skies battlefield. If he really entered the Civilization Academies, there would be almost no chance for him to head to the front lines. Things were different for War Academies. It was said that they would go to the All Skies battlefield very often for their practical lessons. War Academies, I need strength to pass their exams. It was one thing for Suyu to think about it, but he still felt a little vexed. One couldn't simply join the War Academies just because they wanted to. Strictly speaking, at the very least, it was more difficult compared to joining the civilization academies for him. The criteria for martial strength in the civilization academies wasn't high. However, it was different for the war academies. After all, the war academies were responsible for delivering experts to the front lines. Origin opening, 1,000 pound, 10,000 stone, this was the cultivation system of the human race. The bodies of humans were innately unsuitable for cultivation. Hence, one had to activate their origin opening 9 apertures before they could connect their meridians and energy channels, which would allow them to come in contact with origin chi and officially step on the path of cultivation. In origin opening, there were 9 apertures. The mouth, nose, eyes, and ears made up 7 apertures. The remaining 2 were the Baihui and Shinkei, which corresponded to the acupoint at the crown of one's head and the acupoint at their navel. After opening the 9 apertures, one could then absorb origin chi to refine their bodies, strengthen their bones, and achieve a complete transformation, officially becoming a cultivator that had immense combat strength. I've just opened 3 apertures, which are my mouth and nose. There are no signs of my ears opening yet, so I'm still not at the 4th level. Like this, it isn't going to be so simple to join the war academies. Suyu mumbled. The war academies were established for the sake of nurturing experts. As their consumption was great, they definitely wouldn't waste resources on the weak. If one wanted to join, it was for the best if they had opened their ear apertures, which enabled them to reach the 5th level of the origin opening realm. Their chances of successfully joining would then be more assured. Naturally, if they had opened the apertures of their eyes and reached the 6th or 7th level, it was almost guaranteed that they would be able to join. For those with higher talent that had activated their Shinkei and Baihui, the war academies would issue a direct invitation. For those people below 20 who had activated all 9 apertures, they could apply to join the war academies any time, and they would be accepted immediately. I've only opened 3 apertures. Suyu sighed. Opening 3 apertures weren't considered too bad. Naturally, it definitely couldn't be counted as very good either. In the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy he was in, there were a total of 9 preparatory classes with 750 students. Of all of them, over 100 people were at the 3rd level of origin opening, and tens of them were above the 3rd level. According to the recruitment ratio of the war academies in this school, they would at most select not more than 20 people. This also meant that those in the 4th level would have a very high probability of being selected, while those in the 3rd level were a dime a dozen. Only one of them would be selected out of every 100. Moreover, war academies could be divided into the strong and weak ones, and the war academies that selected students at the 3rd level of origin opening wouldn't be that strong. If that was the case, he might as well choose a civilization academy to join. There are still 3 more months. War academies, let's see again at that time. Suyu gritted his teeth. Since his father was so unreliable, he naturally had to rely on himself more. Who would want to run to the all-skies battlefield no matter what at such an old age? Who? Suyu was once again shocked awake in the middle of the night. His head was drenched in sweat. It's that damnable dream again, father. Suyu subconsciously called out. In the past, when he woke up from a nightmare, his father would rapidly rush over. But when he called out today, there were no signs or noises from outside his room. Hence, Suyu's expression turned sluggish. Only now did he recall that his father had left in the afternoon. AI. Suyu sighed. He then turned the lights on and glanced at a communicator. It was only 3 a.m., still very early. It has been over 10 years, but it has never stopped. He had the same dream for over 10 years, no matter who it was, no one could stand it. Hence, he could only get used to it. When he was younger, he almost died because he didn't dare to fall asleep. What sort of situation is this exactly? Suyu leaned against his bedhead and pondered over this question. He had been thinking about this question for many years. He had mentioned it to his father before, but his father was also helpless. If he went to the hospital to see a doctor, the doctor would say that a psychological shadow might have formed in his heart due to fear. The main point was that Suyu couldn't remember what he had been frightened by. It's the same thing every time. At the end of the dream, I was hunted to death by humans, by demons, by monsters. Suyu was vexed. He had the same dream every night, but it was not accurate to say that the details were exactly the same. He was being hunted down in his dreams every day, but the people hunting him were different. Or to put it even more accurately, some of the people basically weren't humans. There were all sorts of monsters, and although they seemed illusory, he could tell that they weren't the same type of life forms from their characteristics. Who had he antagonized exactly? He had been hunted down continuously in his dreams for over 10 years. There was definitely no one else like him. Back then, his father had guessed whether this was something done by the dream demon race's spells. However, this place was the human realm. If the dream demons had really cast a spell that lasted over 10 years here, they would have been killed by the experts in the human realm long ago. Moreover, if there really was a dream demon who barged into the human realm, its purpose would only be to target an expert. Wasting over 10 years on an ordinary human? If that other party wasn't an idiot, it would surely be a super idiot. It's endless, so annoying. Suyu mocked. He also didn't know when this unending cycle of dreams would end. Now, he was already somewhat used to it. If he couldn't get used to it, there was no need for him to think about living peacefully. Father said that after opening the 9 apertures and entering the 1,000-pound realm, one would be invulnerable to all illnesses and become untainted by all things insidious and evil, with origin chi refining one's body. At that time, I should be fine then? At this moment, Suyu could only place his hopes that his nightmares would end when he entered the 1,000-pound realm. As he contemplated, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, there was already bright light outside the windows. Dawn had arrived. Su Long had left, but Suyu's life had to continue. Today wasn't a holiday, so he still had to go to the academy. After washing up and eating a simple breakfast, Suyu lifted his bag and walked out of his home. Downstairs. A youth that sported a flat top was waiting downstairs. When he saw Suyu coming down, he hurriedly shouted, "Hey you, I heard my father saying that yesterday, Uncle Su." "Amen." Suyu grunted even without waiting for him to finish. The flat top grew anxious. What's Uncle Su doing? How old is he already? By going to the all-skies battlefield, isn't he simply courting D? At this moment, he suddenly halted. He wanted to say that Su Long was courting death, but he couldn't say this to Suyu's face despite feeling it was true. He went of his own will. I also couldn't stop him. Suyu forcibly smiled. In addition, there are several millions of soldiers in the all-skies battlefield, along with many invincible experts of the human races guarding there. He won't get into trouble so easily. I know, but Uncle Su is merely at the 1,000-pound realm. The flat top was even more anxious than Suyu. Experts of the 1,000-pound realm are very powerful to us, but they are considered the weakest life forms in the all-skies battlefield. The starting path of the soldiers from the various races, there is already the 1,000-pound realm. I know. Ayu, why are you not anxious at all? The flat top felt very panicked for Suyu's sake. If he was in Suyu's shoes, he would have been crying and making a huge deal of noise. Is there any use if I'm nervous? Suyu was helpless. His father had already left. At such a time, it would be useless no matter how anxious he felt. Go to school first, talk less nonsense. Go to school? The flat top spoke in shock. You still want to go to school? Suyu glared at him until he felt somewhat embarrassed. You don't say? If I don't go to school, don't tell me I'm supposed to mope around at home and wipe my tears dry every day, waiting for bad news from the front line? Suyu rolled his eyes. What nonsense was this fellow talking about? Go, let's go to school. A few days later, the school will have the examination name list for recommended universities. I want to go and register myself. I thought you have registered? Chunhao looked at him strangely and said, have you forgotten that you went with me to register together last week? I know, but I registered for the Civilization Academies back then. This time, I want to register for the War Academies. Chunhao started. The War Academies? I'm leaving. Suyu no longer gave him any chances to speak nonsense. Yesterday, he had made his decision, so he still had to register and put his name on the list for the War Academy's examination. Whether he passed or not, that was another matter. Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. At the registration venue. The teacher responsible for registration checked his information and spoke in a strange manner. Suyu, didn't you already register to take the Civilization Academy's examination? You grasp 18 types of all races languages and can be considered among the top in our Nanyuan Academy. Even if you want to join the Great Xia Civilization Academy, you should have a 90% chance of passing. Why do you still want to choose a War Academy? Usually, students who registered for two systems were unconfident in getting the choice they wanted. Hence, they had to have a fallback plan. Suyu was intelligent and was willing to put in the effort, having managed to grasp 18 types of all races languages in these few years. With this result, even the most famous Great Xia Civilization Academy in Great Xia would open its doors for him. If it wasn't for this, Su Long wouldn't have been so sure that his son could join it before he left so suddenly. He had even specially reminded Suyu to send him letters. Suyu didn't explain too much. He smiled. Teacher, it's best to have a backup plan for the sake of cautiousness. I thought everyone can register for two systems? It would be good to have something to fall back to. That's true, but you truly don't have to do this. You just have to perform well in the exam. The teacher in charge of registration smiled. Our school has long since sent the name list of top students like you guys to the universities. Although we still need you to pass the exams, in truth, all of you guys already have files in the high-grade academies of Great Xia. Even if you flunk the exam, the other party might still give you a second chance. Upon hearing this, Chunhao, who was at the side, exclaimed in envy. He couldn't help but speak. Teacher, is my name on the list? The teacher in charge of registration glanced at him and chortled. Yup, I've sent your file to the Internal Affairs Academies. Chunhao's face crumbled. Internal Affairs Academies. The four academic systems were War, Civilization, Scientific Research, and Internal Affairs. Internal Affairs delved into life skills such as mechanical repairers, chefs, chauffeurs, executives, entertainment. All these were considered branches of Internal Affairs. Meanwhile, the War Academies nurtured experts, the Civilization Academies deciphered the civilization of the various races, and the Scientific Research Academies studied and developed weapons and pills. These three systems weren't bad. To these youths, they would only choose the Internal Affair Academies if they couldn't get into any of the other three. The teacher in charge of registration then ignored him and helped Suyu with his registration. He then laughed. Mainly, you still have to focus on the civilization system. During this period, it would be good if you could grasp one or two more languages. They would be helpful to you in the future. As for cultivation, don't be in a hurry. It's enough for those in the Civilization Academies to cultivate to the 1,000-pound realm in the future, being invulnerable to all illnesses. The Civilization Academies didn't require one to have strong combat strength. This teacher was also worried that Suyu might walk on the wrong path currently. Suyu smiled and nodded, not rejecting the suggestion. After all, his teacher reminded him out of goodwill. However, during this period, he was going to place more focus on his cultivation. Chapter 3, All Races Atlas. Outside the registration venue. Suyu walked a few steps but suddenly turned his head and spoke with astonishment. Why are you following me? Chunhao was at a loss. Are we not going to school? I'm not going. Not going, then what are you going to do? Chen Hao felt very wronged. Earlier, you were the one who said you wanted to go to school, why are you changing your tone now? Library. Suyu calmly said, I don't need to attend the other classes. The teachers have agreed that it doesn't matter if I don't attend classes, but as for you, if you don't go, you best prepare for your parents to be invited to a school meeting with them. Too heartrending. Chen Hao covered his face and ran away. That was right. Suyu no longer needed to attend classes as the teachers permitted him to do so. But it was different for him. As for cultivation classes, it was already sufficient for Suyu to open 3 apertures, and the teachers didn't expect him to register for the war academies either. Naturally, no one would urge him to go and cultivate. Staring at Chen Hao leaving, Suyu shook his head and smiled. Chen Hao's father was an old friend of his father, and this fellow was also classmates with him. They could be considered good buddies. However, this fellow was raucous and boring. If this guy followed him, he would definitely have a headache. In the library, the administrator was very familiar with Suyu. Suyu would come here often to read, and the duration of his stay would often be half a day. After a few years, it was impossible even if he didn't want to become familiar with Suyu. Suyu, you have grasped over 10 all races languages. Why are you not relaxing but still studying so hard? The administrator teased. Suyu was considered a person of some fame in the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. Many students, other than having to grasp the necessary immortal devil language, demon language, and common language, wouldn't have the spare energy to study other languages. However, Suyu had mastered several languages. Suyu smiled in response but didn't say anything. After he entered the library, Suyu directly headed to the 3rd level. Right now, it was class time, so the library was almost empty. Other than a few teachers who were checking information, there were basically no other students. Many of the students would rather cultivate assiduously than face all these undecipherable scribblings. If the problems could be solved by martial strength, these youths naturally wouldn't be bothered to use their brains. The few teachers here saw Suyu, but no one greeted him. Everyone was used to the quietness here and was immersed in their own worlds. Suyu also didn't greet anyone. He walked with great familiarity toward a bookshelf that he visited the most. He scanned through the books and soon took one out. Lu Fish. This was an all-races atlas. The human race gathered the information of different races that had appeared and made them into an illustrated book, providing them to all of humanity to learn and understand. Naturally, this was merely one of the many books. The All Races Atlas wasn't just a single book but a series of books. As for how many there were exactly, Suyu had no idea. Some of them were specially concealed and only provided to a certain group of people with special privileges. The Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy only had 39 of those books, speaking about 39 races. The atlases contained many things. For example, the appearance, habits, customs, languages, even some unique cultivation arts of the different races, their combat method, and how they kill, everything was described. At this moment, what Suyu wanted to understand wasn't this. He flipped to the title page because the title page would contain an illustration of the race that the particular atlas was written for. Lu Fish sounded like part of the fish species but was actually not in reality. He had opened the atlas and stared at the picture. It was a species that resembled an ox. But not completely. The Lu Fish's tail looked like the tail of a snake, and it also had a pair of wings. Why was it called Lu Fish? It was said that Lu Fish was an amphibian-type lifeform, so it could live in water or the sea as well. In water, its combat strength was even stronger compared to when it was on land. As for its wings, it didn't represent that it could fly. The wings resembled chicken wings and could only aid it to glide slightly, unable to grant it true flight. The flesh of Lu Fish can be eaten to dispel poison. It's a holy treasure for detoxifying poison. It dwells in the D mountain realm, which is filled with hills and water. The Lu fish hibernates in winter and wakes in summer, and it would roam the D mountain realm when it's awake. We have to be extremely cautious because the degree of danger is very high. The stance of the all-skies battlefield is neutral. It is forbidden to kill them for no reason. So you simply read through. Actually, he had read this information before. However, he had never learned the Lu fish language. The language of this race was very difficult because it was too niche. Also, the Lu fishes weren't the kings of the D mountain realm. What he wanted to see wasn't this information but the illustrated picture instead. Lu fish. Suyu mumbled as he recalled last night's nightmare. The thing that hunted him last night, was it a Lu fish? When he dreamt while he was younger, he actually wouldn't think too much about it. But after so many dreams, in addition to him becoming more mature, he would attempt to analyze the dream realm to see if there was any information worth checking. What were those monsters who were hunting him exactly? Did they exist in reality? During these years, others thought he was a genius and was willing to put in the effort to study the all races' languages, mastering 18 of them. His hard work caused people to sweat when they heard of it. But the reality wasn't so. Suyu only worked so hard because of his dreams. Hence, he paid more attention to the various races in the world. He would often check all sorts of information for the sake of understanding more. This was why he would put in so much effort to learn the languages and texts of the various races. The dream realm is too blurry, so I cannot be sure if that was a Lu fish. However, I think I saw a similar pair of wings on the monster in my dream, and its cry sounded like an ox as well. Suyu silently mumbled. Because the dream realm was very blurry, he couldn't be sure as well. However, during these few years, he had found some information. Sometimes, he would discover some special characteristics of the monsters in the dream realm, and they did match the 10,000 races of all skies. By this conjecture, Suyu felt that he hadn't guessed wrongly. The monsters hunting him in his dream were the myriad races of all skies. Over 10 years, 4,500 nights. At the very least, he had dreamt of several thousand monsters before. If they weren't monsters from the various races, could it be that there were still unknown life forms in this world? You guys truly give me a lot of face, all of the races are hunting me in my dreams. Suyu bitterly smiled in his heart. They were really giving him too much face. I'm just a minor character, what did I do to make all races hunt me in my dreams? Very soon, Suyu gritted his teeth. I'm not acquainted with you all and have never seen you guys before. Do you guys have to kill me so badly? Is it very fun to torment an ordinary person like me? But, why would such a dream realm appear exactly? Suyu still didn't understand. If he had seen such races or interacted with them before, he could still accept it. But he had never left Nanyuan City in his life and had at most read the information about some races in books. Why would he have a connection with these monsters? After roughly ascertaining the race of the monster in his dream last night, Suyu returned the book to its original location. For some things, he couldn't get to the bottom of them currently. Very soon, Suyu left this bookshelf. This time, he came to the library not only to confirm the matter about the Lu fish. There was another matter. A moment later, Suyu went to another area in the library, the origin opening area. Books in this area were all about questions regarding cultivation in the origin opening realm. The start of the human race's cultivation mainly focused on origin opening art. Although one couldn't feel origin chi if they didn't open their 9 apertures, origin chi still existed. They could absorb a small trace of origin chi to refine their bodies and gradually open their 9 apertures before stepping into the 1,000-pound realm to train their bodies. The process of opening the 9 apertures was a long one. Humans would start training in the origin opening art at a very young age, and it was a process where one made steady progress incrementally. It was also the survival of the fittest. Geniuses would be able to advance swiftly at this time. With a strong cultivation aptitude, they would naturally be faster compared to others. Suyu wasn't a cultivation idiot. He had read many such books and also knew that the main point of the origin opening realm was to allow nature to take its course. One wouldn't be able to swiftly break through just by assiduously cultivating. However, Suyu still wanted to do a check today to see if there were any methods that could allow one to cultivate faster. He did a search but didn't manage to find the books he wanted. He then frowned slightly. Could it be that there was no information pertaining to this? If this was so, his chance of breaking through to the fourth level of the origin opening realm before the examination wouldn't be great. Suyu, what are you looking for? At this moment, a short-haired girl who was reading at the side couldn't help but ask. She had been here for a very long time and had been reading throughout. She was also acquainted with Suyu. Although they weren't from the same class, these people who were fond of visiting the library would know each other somewhat after a long time. Suyu revealed an apologetic look. He had disturbed her from her reading. I wish to find some cultivation records about how to increase cultivation speed for the origin opening realm, but I failed to find any. Increase cultivation speed? The short-haired girl mumbled softly. She then spoke. There are some methods to increase cultivation speed, but the human race isn't suggested to use these external methods in the origin opening realm. The origin opening realm is the foundation, and the opening of the 9 apertures is the process of laying your foundation. Stability is everything. After all, origin opening, this is the realm where you open the path of cultivation. Suyu, did you not register for civilization academies? They won't test you on these things. By looking for such records, are you planning to increase your cultivation speed? The girl then continued with some worry in her tone. You cannot rush your foundation building or mishaps might happen easily. Even if you smoothly open your apertures, rushing hastily will surely impact you negatively in the future. Suyu smiled. I know. I'm not stupid. I only want to see if there are some safer methods. If there are none, I will forget about it. Oh. The girl pondered before pointing to the lowest level of books at a certain corner. There are a few books regarding the information you are looking for over there. However, some of the methods they described are very extreme. Suyu, it's best that you don't try them out, or things might be very troublesome. You might even die. At the start of the Anping dynasty, some humans tried these methods before. But since time and tides waited for no man back then, they could only do it blindly. Sadly, none of those seniors managed to step onto a path of invincibility. Instead, because they rushed the process of origin opening when they were young, they all died at an early age. Thanks, I understand. Suyu smiled and nodded. This female student was named Luyu, a student in the top preparatory class. Suyu wasn't that familiar with her, but he knew that she would often come to the library to read. It was said that she had also grasped many all races languages. But as to how many exactly, Suyu wasn't clear on that. He didn't like to ask about such matters. If there were no accidents, Luyu should have registered for civilization academies as well. Hence, she wouldn't care about raising her cultivation base. After that, Suyu didn't continue chatting with Luyu. He soon found those books in the corner that Luyu had pointed at. Methods to speed up the origin opening realm, insights in origin opening, importance of foundation building. Chapter 4, Methods to speed up origin opening. Suyu quickly flipped the Methods to speed up the origin opening realm open. In the end, the title page immediately caused him to be speechless. A row of large words written in red could be seen there. The methods of speeding up cultivation do indeed work but don't take into account life and death. The vast majority of those who tried it died. Suyu bitterly smiled. He found it unreliable the moment he looked at it. No wonder, the teachers would all urge them not to be hasty during the origin opening realm and walk on the wrong road. Method 1. Bathes in the blood of powerful gods or devils. Gods and devils will innately have 9 apertures open since their birth, and their bodies are filled in abundance in origin chi. Their blood contains large amounts of origin energy. Consequences: body explosion. Case study: during the 9th year of Anping, the son of Great Ming Prefecture Lord bathed in the blood of gods and devils, wanting to rapidly open his 9 apertures. During that day, he succeeded in opening 9 apertures instantly, but on the same day, he died from a body explosion. He was only 9 years old when he died, but he had successfully entered the 1,000-pound realm. Suyu gritted his teeth. There were even case studies. It seemed that this book was not talking nonsense. The son of a prefecture lord during the 9th year of Anping dynasty. This meant that this was the direct son of the great Ming king, who had founded the Great Ming Prefecture. If even someone like him died, this was simply too dangerous. Moreover, how could it be so easy to obtain the blood of gods and devils? In the All-Skies battlefield, gods and devils were 2 of the strongest major races. It was said that the weakest among them at the All-Skies battlefield was at the 10,000 stone realm. It was almost definite that the great Ming king's son could only obtain this blood due to his father killing some gods and devils. Let alone the fact that this idea was not feasible. Even if it was, it had nothing to do with Suyu. My father is not the great Ming king, Suyu murmured. If my father is the great Ming king, do I still need to cultivate? Who was the great Ming king? He was an invincible expert that founded the Great Ming Prefecture and was one of the pillars of humanity. As for how powerful he was, Suyu couldn't tell. In any case, he was so strong to the extent that Suyu didn't need to think about it. He discarded the first method and continued reading. However, his frown deepened as he read. Method 2: devour the demon race's flesh. A portion of the demon race's flesh and blood can aid one in opening apertures. Consequences: body explosion. Case study: in the initial years of Anping dynasty, the human race established their dominance, and their experts hunted the demons, returning with the demon corpses. A great number of humans then feasted on their flesh and blood. Some of them exploded, but a minor portion of humans managed to rapidly open their 9 apertures. Note, these people are extremely few in number, and according to the statistics, the flesh and blood of the demons that aid in aperture opening consist of the Golden Rock race, Barbaric Ox race, Sky Tiger race. Discarded. Suyu rapidly gave this idea up. Stop joking, the listed demon races were all incomparably powerful ones among the myriad races. Although they weren't as powerful as the god race and devil race, they weren't races he could come in contact with. Method 3: Sky Origin Fruit, a heavenly ingredient. The Sky Origin Fruit accumulates Sky Origin chi from the beginning of the myriad worlds. It's hugely beneficial to open the 9 apertures. Location: Divine Realm, Devil Realm, Demon Realm. These powerful worlds can produce them, but they are very limited in number. Case study: during the 25th year of Anping, the son of the great Zhou king consumed a Sky Origin fruit and opened 9 apertures 3 days later. There are temporarily no side effects. Suyu gritted his teeth. The son of the great Zhou king, it seems that the great Zhou king only has a single son. Could he be Zhou Padian, the current great Zhou prefecture lord? I can only give up. He had never heard of this treasure before. Clearly, it was a heavenly ingredient of the highest order. Zhou Padian was still alive now and had also become the great Zhou prefecture lord. Evidently, he was incomparably mighty. Even if the human race had Sky Origin fruits in their possession, it would never be Suyu's turn to consume one. This was one of the top-grade strategic resources. Method 4. Suyu continued reading, but the more he read, the more alarmed he felt. As expected, cultivation at the origin opening realm didn't have many external methods that could aid it. No wonder the teachers had never mentioned methods of speeding up cultivation at all. These methods either required one to use the powerful gods and devils' blood or consume heavenly ingredients. In addition, most of them had side effects. Method 9. Find a place where origin chi is in abundance. The distribution of origin chi in the myriad realms is uneven. There are places with sparse origin chi and places with an abundance of origin chi. In the origin opening realm, one will passively refine the 9 apertures, and the speed of passive refinement depends on the density of origin chi. Note, Holy Land with abundant origin chi includes the All Skies battlefield, secret realms and academies, Holy Lands in the human realm. After seeing this method, Suyu snapped back to full attention. Land with an abundance of origin chi. Actually, those in the origin opening realm couldn't sense the existence of origin chi, but he also knew that Nanyuan City wasn't a place with an abundance of origin chi. I heard of this method before. The more major a city is, the more holy it is. One's cultivation speed would become quicker there. This should have something to do with the abundance and sparseness of origin chi. The teachers in Nanyuan wouldn't mention this because it would be meaningless even if they told the students about this method. It wasn't so easy to relocate oneself in this era. In that case, if I could go to a major city or some holy lands in secret realms, I would be able to safely increase my cultivation speed? However, the increase wouldn't be too much. It wouldn't reach the efficiency of the few methods above. An abundance of origin chi would only increase one's cultivation speed slightly. It was different from those few methods listed above that could allow one to succeed in a single leap. But even so, Suyu still felt some yearning. Sadly, for the Holy Lands listed in this book, he couldn't even go to a single one. There was no need to talk about the All Skies battlefield. As for the secret realms and academies, he heard that high-grade schools did possess them. But he didn't know the specifics. As for holy lands in the human realm, there was no need to mention them. Method 10, Origin Chi Liquid. Origin Chi Liquid can be classified as something that appears naturally or is artificially created by humans. In the lands with an abundance of origin chi in the All Skies myriad realms, they can produce some origin chi liquid. When the density of origin chi becomes thicker, origin chi liquid will form. However, it is extremely rare. The artificially produced one is something formed by experts at the soaring realm after they condensed their origin chi. The effect of the artificial liquid is similar to the liquid produced in the lands that have an abundance of origin chi. There was no need to think about natural formed ones, but for the artificial ones, the prerequisite was the soaring realm. Suyu bitterly smiled again. What was the soaring realm? The 1,000-pound and 10,000-stone realm was still a realm where one strengthened their body. Suyu didn't have much understanding of the soaring realm, but he knew that it was a cultivation realm above the 10,000-stone realm. In that realm, humans would be capable of flight and could conquer the air. The soaring realm was a huge transformation. In this vast Nanyuan city, was there anyone in the soaring realm? Maybe some, for example, the Nanyuan city lord. But were these people at a level that Suyu could interact with? In Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy, the strongest person was the academy head who had just entered the 10,000 stone realm. If experts at the 10,000 stone realm could condense this liquid, given the personality of the academy head, Suyu might still be able to get 1 or 2 drops if he went to beg. But the crucial point was that the academy head couldn't condense it. There's not a single reliable method. Suyu mocked. No wonder this book was tossed to a corner. To people like Suyu, the methods listed within were impossible to achieve. The simplest method might be for him to go to a land with an abundance of origin chi or acquire origin chi liquid. However, even the lowest grade of origin chi liquid could only be produced by experts at the soaring realm. The distance of that realm to the current Suyu was incomparably far. 18 years ago, his father was already at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. During these years, because the origin chi in Nanyuan wasn't abundant, in addition to the fact that his father no longer had access to military resources, his father was only at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm now. Even so, his father could be considered a strong character in Nanyuan City. Naturally, his father didn't have such thoughts. Before he returned to the army, he was a supervisor in the traffic supervision headquarters and lived a relaxed life. if it wasn't to take care of Suyu, given Su Long's cultivation base that was at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to occupy an important position in Nanyuan City. These are all useless. Suyu flipped through the books again and swiftly returned several of them back to their original locations. He contemplated and walked toward Lu Yu. He then revealed an apologetic expression. "Lu Yu, can I bother you for a little while?" Hearing this, Lu Yu placed the book in her hands down and looked at Suyu. She laughed softly. "Speak. During these few years, I didn't pay too much attention to cultivation. Do you know of the Origin Qi liquid? You want to purchase Origin Qi liquid?" Lu Yu was immediately enlightened. The books Suyu read were introduced by her, so she naturally had read them before as well. Origin Qi liquid, one of the strategic resources. There are no channels in Nanyuan City that allow you to purchase them. However, there are some channels in the Great Xia Prefecture. You have to register with your real name if you want to purchase it. There are many types of Origin Qi liquid. Experts of different cultivation realms produce different Origin Qi liquids. Naturally, to people in the Origin opening realm, the liquid produced by those in the soaring realm is the most suitable. This is because such Origin Qi liquid is the cheapest among the different types of Origin Qi liquids. The Origin Qi isn't condensed enough, and this is actually beneficial to opening apertures. If the Origin Qi liquid is too saturated, it will actually be easier to injure oneself upon consumption. But the price isn't low. Even experts of the soaring realm require 3 days to condense a single drop. In addition, they have to cultivate as well and need Origin Qi. Unless they truly lack money, very few of them will be willing to spend the time to condense Origin Qi liquid. Lu Yu looked at Suyu. "Suyu, you really shouldn't purchase it. It's too wasteful. In addition, Origin Qi liquid can only increase the density of Origin Qi and won't allow you to succeed in opening apertures with a 100% success rate." "I understand, thanks. How much does a drop of Origin Qi liquid produced by soaring realm experts cost?" Suyu naturally knew it wouldn't be cheap, but he still wanted to ask. After all, when his father departed, he did leave a sum of money for Suyu. More accurately, all the savings of his family was currently in Suyu's hands. Because going to the All-Skies battlefield was too dangerous, Su Long was worried he might not be able to return. 100.000 Onping coins. Suyu's heart was clenching. 100,000 coins for a single drop. His father was at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm and his monthly salary was merely 5,000 Onping coins. Moreover, it already wasn't considered too low. Other than their family expenses and some cultivation resources his father needed, it was already not bad for them to have 2,000 to 3,000 coins remaining every month. During these years, Su Long had saved plenty of money for his son to get married. There was roughly 300,000 in his savings. But, all his net worth was only enough to purchase 3 drops of Origin Qi liquid? No wonder Lu Yu would say it was too expensive. This wasn't wasting money, it was burning money. Staring at Suyu's expression, Lu Yu involuntarily laughed. "I told you it would be expensive and it's truly too much of a waste. Actually, I used a drop before and it could roughly sustain 3 days' worth of dense Origin Qi. The effect was pretty ordinary. I stopped using after that 1 drop. It's too extravagant. If the effect is really very strong, there shouldn't be a problem for the school to take out money to purchase it for usage. But how many people have you seen using it before? 3 days isn't enough time for you to open an aperture. Since that's the case, you will have to continue buying and you will spend 200,000 in 6 days, 300,000 in 9 days. Who can withstand such expenditure?" Suyu bitterly smiled. "I understand, it's really too expensive. If I can definitely open an aperture by using it, that will still be alright. But if I fail to open an aperture, it will truly be wasting money. No wonder all the teachers said that there's no external aid that can help one to improve cultivation speed in the origin opening realm. Yup. Lu Yu smiled. Anyway, you don't need this for the examination. Why do you want to buy Origin Chi liquid? I wish to register for the War Academy so I can have a backup plan. Su Yu explained simply. After that, he smiled and bade her farewell, no longer continuing to chat. This place was the library and not a place for chatting. At this moment, Lu Yu furrowed her brows as she watched Su Yu departing. She felt a little curious. He wanted to register for war academies? Why would Su Yu want to join a war academy out of the blue? She shook her head lightly and no longer thought about it. It was useless even if he went to register. In the future, all of them should be students of the Great Xia Civilization Academy. She could only hope that this fellow wouldn't mess around. Chapter 5, Dream Realm. He didn't find a suitable method to increase cultivation speed in the library, but Su Yu wasn't disappointed. If it was so commonplace, the school would have mentioned it. He had merely hoped just in case, but the truth proved that he had overthought things. Since this was the case, he could only continue to cultivate the origin opening art assiduously. He ate his lunch in school. After that, when he returned home at night and saw the empty house, Su Yu fell silent. His father was not around and the atmosphere at home instantly became much colder. In the past, when he returned home from school, his father would have finished cooking and waited for him to eat together. Now that the house was so empty, Su Yu was a little unused to it. As Su Yu wasn't in the mood to cook, he leaned against the sofa and turned on the television. He then fell into a daze, and the television's sounds filled the background. There weren't many channels to surf on the television. In the Great Xia Prefecture, one could at most search for the Great Xia television station and very few other channels. Because of the All Skies battlefield and other battlefields' influence, the signal coverage was very weak and it was hard to broadcast stuff. So usually, one would only be able to search for channels that were specific to the prefecture they were in. Recently, the Great Xia Prefecture has discovered some traces of the All Races sect. If you discover any suspicious characters, please report them to your local wind arrest hall in a timely manner. Trash. After hearing the news report, Su Yu couldn't help but scold in a low voice. A bunch of trash. When the War of All Skies erupted, although the human race could block enemy races, the human race wasn't considered too powerful among the myriad races. Hence, there would always be some trash that had different intentions during such a time, choosing to surrender and ally themselves with other races. The All Races sect wasn't a sect. Rather, it was a group of human trash that had submitted to different races. These people gathered together and created chaos among humans. Su Yu was influenced by his father from a young age, so he was filled with extreme loathing for trash like these people. He lifted his head and looked at the television. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a squarish face, who was clad in red battle robes, had a demeanor that made him seem imposing without being angry. He appeared on the television screen. This middle-aged man had a cold and stern look on his face. His voice was like ice as he hollered, "Behead! Pooh!" At the next instant, over 100 people knelt on the ground on the television screen. Behind them, a group of armored guards chopped down with their blades and instantly severed their heads. Everyone from the All Races sect will be killed each time we catch one. The middle-aged man was incomparably cold. His vision swept forward and his aura was so great that it seemed like he could walk out from the television screen. He icily spoke, "Daring to come to my Great Xia means death to all of you. From today onward, the Longwu guards will patrol the Great Xia Prefecture and clean the trash of the All Races sect. If you guys are not afraid of death, don't leave the Great Xia Prefecture. I want to see how many dog heads we can behead." On the sofa, Su Yu suddenly felt a little excited. Xia Longwu, the prefecture lord of Great Xia. As for the beheading incident, he wasn't bothered. Everyone was used to it as there would frequently be such scenes appearing on television. The only method humans used to deal with the all-races sect was beheading after capturing them. They would behead people to the extent where no one dared to rebel anymore. This government policy was enforced extremely strictly. Public executions could awe and shock everyone, causing those who had such thoughts to discard them. However, Suyu didn't care about this. What he cared about was Xia Langwu. This great Xia prefecture lord was extremely overbearing and powerful. 20 years ago, this prefecture lord commanded the Devil Suppression Army, the army Suyu's father was in, on the All-Skies battlefield. He was none other than Su Long's top superior. During these years, every time Su Long saw Xia Langwu appearing, he would be incomparably excited and drag Suyu along, pointing to the television as he said, "This is your father's old leader." Back then, he swept unchallenged through the All-Skies battlefield, no one could stand against him. He slaughtered the army from the myriad races so badly that they discarded their armor and fled. As time passed, even Suyu was somewhat influenced. He felt a little worship toward this expert who could slaughter out a path of blood in the All-Skies battlefield. When can I ever become as strong as the great Xia prefecture lord? How good would that be? Suyu felt some yearning. This was a true expert. Currently, none of the prefecture lords were weak. However, Xia Langwu was considered someone who stood at the peak among the prefecture lords. But the main point wasn't this. Suyu had no idea who the strongest prefecture lord was, but he knew that Xia Langwu wasn't considered old. He was merely 60 plus. The other prefecture lords, for example, the powerful Zhou Padian from the Great Zhou Prefecture was a character from the time when Anping was founded. This meant that Zhou Padian was already over 300 years old. 20 years ago, Xia Langwu was merely 40 plus years old, yet he already controlled the Devil Suppression Army. This was the part of which Suyu was most envious. How strong! Merely 40 plus in age. In this era, that was considered extremely young. How much strength did one need to control the Devil Suppression Army? Suyu didn't know this, but he knew that Xia Langwu was extremely impressive. This position wasn't something he had obtained just because his grandfather was the great Xia king. Among the prefecture lords were the sons of the various kings who had founded their respective prefectures, but they weren't so powerful. Xia Langwu. Langwu War Academy. Langwu Guards. Suyu licked his lips and his throat felt a little parched. After all, for young people, who hadn't felt hot-blooded before. Had he never thought of joining a war academy? He naturally had. There were many high-grade war academies in the Great Xia Prefecture. Among them, the Great Xia War Academy had a history of over 300 years. This was the oldest and strongest war academy in the Great Xia Prefecture. However, right now there was another peak-grade war academy in Great Xia. The Langwu War Academy. This was a war academy named after Xia Langwu and founded 15 years ago. In the short span of 15 years, it became one of the highest-graded academies in the Great Xia Prefecture. Moreover, more than half of the graduates from that place joined the strongest army in the Great Xia Prefecture, Langwu Guards. It was said that the Nanyuan city lord had come from the Langwu Guards. From this, one could see how extraordinary that army was. Although his father Su Long was from the Devil Suppression Army, he had wanted to join the Langwu Guards after he retired and continue to follow his old leader. Sadly, the Langwu Guards didn't accept him. He was too old and too weak. Hence, they didn't want him. Chapter 6, Dream Realm 2. This had made Su Long so angry that he wanted to curse. Naturally, he wasn't cursing Xia Langwu but rather at those recruiters. Why wouldn't they take him? Right now, it was said that Nanyuan City also had a small team of Langwu Guards stationed there. No one knew if it was true or false, but at the very least, Suyu hadn't met those people before. Great Xia War Academy, Langwu War Academy. The Great Xia Academy mainly provides generals and soldiers to the front line, and it's very difficult to return again. But as for the Langwu Guards, Suyu's gaze flickered. The Longwu War Academy was mainly the reserve force for the Longwu Guards. The people from the Longwu War Academy would also go to the front lines, and their treatment was the same as the other war academies. However, there was a benefit for the Longwu Guards. Their main mission was to protect the land. In other words, they would stay in the Grand Xia Prefecture most of the time. Naturally, once war erupted, as crack troops, the Longwu Guards would immediately enter the all-skies battlefield. If one said that the Devil Suppression Army was the standing army of the all-skies battlefield, the Longwu Guards would be the field army. They have fewer restrictions and greater autonomy. However, once war erupts, they will be fighting in the most dangerous assault and counterattack operations. If I really want to join a war academy, I should join the Longwu War Academy. Su Yu muttered to himself. It was a pity that it was even more difficult to join the Longwu War Academy. Because the Longwu War Academy was the military reserve force for Longwu Guards, their requirement for strength was slightly higher compared to the Great Xia War Academy. Hence, Su Yu rubbed his cheeks and smiled bitterly. He must be fantasizing. Even ordinary war academies would be tough to enter for him, let alone the Longwu War Academy. Why was he thinking so much? The All-Races sect actually dared to come to the territory of Great Xia. They must be courting death. Since the Longwu Guards have been mobilized, I wonder if we can see them here at Nanyuan. Su Yu wasn't too worried. Those fellows from the All-Races sect had to hide in the shadows and wouldn't dare to reveal themselves out in the open. They could only do some minor tricks secretly. Right now, the Longwu Guards were patrolling Great Xia, so those fellows would hide even deeper than rats. How would they even dare to show their faces? Even if they really did show their faces, Su Yu wasn't afraid. Right now, almost everyone was a cultivator. In small districts, there might not be any experts in the 10,000 stone realm, but plenty of them were in the 1,000-pound realm. In this area, other than old soldiers like his father who returned to serve the army, some didn't respond to the summons, and some were over the age limit. Hence, even if several fellows from the All-Races sect came, they would merely come here to die. Since those old soldiers could leave the battlefield alive, how could they not be ruthless characters with blood on their hands? They wouldn't even blink if they killed someone. With a single shout, 7 to 8 experts at the 1,000-pound realm could appear immediately. After Su Zhu finished watching the television, he cooked a simple meal of noodles and ate them. He then washed up and cultivated the origin opening art a few times before heading to bed early. If he didn't sleep early, he would wake early due to the dreams and have insufficient sleep. Right now, Su Yu had already grasped a piece of information. He would usually have the dreams very early in the morning. Moreover, as he slept the best before midnight, he had to cherish the time. Nightfall. Darkness was everywhere. Inside the dream, a scene that had occurred countless times appeared once again. A flying creature that was incomparably huge was currently hunting Su Yu. F***CK. Su Yu hated flying races the most. They flew extremely fast and he wasn't able to outrun them no matter what. It was generally alright if he encountered land-based creatures. Sometimes, he actually had the chance to flee and there was no need for him to be chewed on by the monsters. However, against flying monsters, he had never succeeded in escaping. Every single time, he would wake up in pure agony from being chewed into pieces. Hence, he hated these flying fellows. This time around was no exception as well. The giant flying creature's speed was extremely quick. In his dream, land-based obstructions had no effect on the flying creature, so the distance between them grew increasingly closer. Su Yu fled with great speed while turning his head back for a look. He wanted to identify whether he recognized this flying creature or not. Man? There were many types of flying races, and Su Yu only knew slightly more than 10 types. But this time around, he was very familiar with what he saw. Although the monster was very illusory, he could faintly see a wart above the giant head. This is a monster from the iron-wing bird race. Damn, after so many years, I finally met something I'm familiar with. At this moment, Suyu was somewhat excited. He knew 18 types of all races' languages, but this didn't represent that he had encountered those races before in his dreams. He would only learn the particular language if he faintly felt that the monsters were somewhat familiar looking and that there were people in the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy who knew the language. However, although he had never met the Iron-Wing bird race before, he knew their language. Their language was one of the 18 ones he knew, and some people in the Nanyuan Academy also knew it. This was because, in the All-Skies battlefield, gods and devils would tame birds of this race and use them as their air force. Suyu hurriedly turned his head and roared, "Why, Ixajuyan? Why are you chasing me?" The giant flying bird didn't reply. It was as though it didn't hear anything, and it continued to fly over. "Lu Yijiu, we are friends." There was still no reply. Suyu silently cursed. He knew he was dead when he saw the giant flying bird stretching its talons out and swooping over. This should really be an iron-wing bird, but it seemed that it had no intelligence. After all, it was merely an illusory shadow in his dream. Gotcha! As expected, intense pain surged from his head as Suyu's head exploded from the grab. After that, the illusory dream realm gradually dissipated. Suyu knew he was going to awaken from the pain. However, at this moment when the giant iron-wing bird crushed Suyu's head, it suddenly screeched shrilly. USA**. Suyu started. At the next instant, Suyu suddenly awakened and his head was drenched in sweat. Moonlight. USA**. No, not moonlight, it's blood. Suyu's eyes were wide open. He had heard it clearly. That iron-wing bird did kill him, but in the end, it was very angry because it seemed that after killing him, it didn't manage to obtain what it wanted. Blood. It killed me because of my blood. Blood. This was spoken in the language of the iron-wing bird race, so Suyu understood. In the past, he had similar experiences but couldn't understand anything because those monsters didn't speak in a language he knew. But this time, he understood. Blood. The other party wanted blood. What does this mean? My blood? But sometimes when I was injured in my dream, my blood also flowed. However, there were no reactions? What's going on exactly? Suyu felt a headache. He ignored the nightmare earlier and his mind spun quickly. It needs blood, but there's no way it can obtain any by killing me in the dream. My blood doesn't seem to be what it needs either. Could it be, it needs the blood of a fellow bird from the same race? Blood of iron-wing birds? If I had the blood of iron-wing birds, what would happen? A dream is still a dream. Even if I truly possess some bottles of their blood, can I really bring the blood into the dream? Suyu rubbed his temples, even his hands were drenched in sweat. He ignored all these. This dream seemed to become somewhat clearer. It had been so many years, and this was the first time he felt that the dream realm could be analyzed. He didn't learn the all races languages for nothing. Even if he only understood a single sentence today, it was already sufficient. No, I have to do some testing no matter what. If I had the blood of the iron-wing birds, what kind of change would there be? Also, this dream is over. I'm afraid I won't encounter another iron-wing bird tomorrow. Will it still be useful if I use their blood? Never mind. Suyu abruptly sat up. He had decided that he would try it out. He had been hunted to death for so many years in the dream realm, and he was already very tired and annoyed about it. Hence, he had to resolve this dream as soon as possible or there might be a psychological barrier in the future. No matter who you were, it was very uncomfortable to be killed every day. I will head to the Xia Trading Company tomorrow morning to take a look. They sell everything there, and they might have the blood of iron-wing birds. After all, iron-wing birds are quite commonly seen in the All-Skies battlefield. Everyone can purchase one if they want it. After deciding, Suyu was no longer in the mood to sleep. He was filled with anticipation for the sky to turn bright. He wanted to buy the blood of the iron-winged bird. Even if there was only a trace of hope to resolve the problem of the dream realm, it was good enough. He truly had enough of such experiences. They were too tormenting. 1. USA was spoken in the iron-winged bird language but stands for moonlight in the human language. MC thought the bird was speaking in the human language, causing the MC to be confused for a moment. Chapter 7: The Reappearance of the Iron-Winged Bird. Xia Trading Company. This was the largest trading company in Great Xia and was also founded by the Xia clan in Great Xia Prefecture. A 5-story shopping center in the Commerce Street was the location of the Nanyuan branch of the Xia Trading Company. The first level sold common medicine, the second level sold weapons, the third level sold cultivation arts, the fourth level sold miscellaneous items from the myriad races, and the fifth level was a trading ground for the general public. Suyu directly headed to the fourth level of the Xia Trading Company the moment he arrived. He had come here once before with Su Long. No matter what, Su Long was a cultivator at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm. However, the origin chi in Nanyuan wasn't sufficient, and there were no external objects that could aid him in cultivation. Hence, he had no way to continue cultivating if he didn't purchase some stuff here. The fourth level was divided into many regions. The Unknown Cultivation Arts region, Blood and Flesh of Demon Races region, Fragmented Treasures region, and Heavenly Ingredients and Earthly Treasure region. Naturally, this place was merely the Nanyuan branch. In truth, the majority of items sold here were at the level of the 1,000-pound realm. There was almost nothing at the level of the 10,000 stone realm. In the Blood and Flesh of Demon Races region, a beautiful female staff had a professional smile on her face as she passionately asked, "Sir, what do you need?" "Blood from iron-winged birds." Iron-winged birds. The female staff pondered and soon replied, "Blood essence or ordinary blood?" For an incomparably large iron-winged bird, there was plenty of blood in its entire body. Other than a few drops that were essence blood, the rest were ordinary blood. There weren't many uses for ordinary blood, but essence blood could be used for a lot of things. Suyu wasn't sure what he needed exactly. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Bring both of them out so I can look at them." "Sure." The female staff didn't ask any more questions. The iron-winged birds couldn't be considered a rare race, as they were air forces that were commonly seen in the all-skies battlefield. If it was another powerful flying race, the Nanyuan branch might not have the stock. Very soon, a male staff took out 2 transparent glass bottles from the glass counter. "This is the ordinary blood, and that is the essence blood. They are both types of blood of an iron-winged bird at the 1,000-pound level." The female staff saw Suyu staring at the bottles, so she smiled and explained, "If Sir wants the blood of an iron-winged bird at the 10,000 stone realm, the Nanyuan branch doesn't have it in stock. You can only purchase that if you head to the Great Xia Prefecture. The 1,000-pound realm one will do." Suyu couldn't use the 10,000 stone realm blood in any case. Even if he could use it, he was reluctant to purchase it. "How much is it?" "It's cheap for ordinary blood, 5,000 coins per bottle. As for essence blood, it's slightly more expensive. After all, an adult iron-winged bird won't be able to release more than 10 drops of essence blood. Hence, it's 50,000 coins for 1 drop of blood." Suyu frowned slightly. "So expensive?" The 1,000-pound realm is considered cannon fodder on the battlefield, and there are casualties everywhere. Just a drop of essence blood is actually so expensive? The female staff's expression didn't change. She continued smiling. "Sir, your words are correct. However, it's very expensive to transport it from the All-Skies battlefield to the Grand Xia Prefecture. We have to extract, maintain, sell it, there are many processes and also taxes. Hence, 50,000 isn't expensive." As she spoke, she continued, "If we were in the All-Skies battlefield, this blood from a 1,000-pound realm iron-winged bird naturally wouldn't be worth a lot. If you were lucky, you could even pick it up casually. However, this place isn't the all-skies battlefield. Suyu fell silent. Indeed, in the all-skies battlefield, the myriad races at the 1,000-pound realm weren't worth much money. The main point was that when a great battle occurred, who would have time to pick such things up? Even if one picked it up, would you be able to send your gains back? Only the Xia Trading Company or other commerce organizations with powerful backings would be able to transport it back. Hence, the price at the consumer's end naturally became expensive. Give me a bottle of ordinary blood, and also a drop of essence blood. Suyu felt a little guilty. Fortunately, his father was no longer here. Otherwise, if his father knew he had just squandered over 50,000 to buy such stuff, he might be beaten to death. Alright, card or cash? I will pay by card. Suyu's expression didn't change, but he was bleeding in his heart. 55,000 coins. The long-time savings of his father only had 1/6 left after a short while. I'm merely guessing. If this is ineffective, I would have lost big. Upon thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly asked, "Oh right, do you guys buy back Ironwing Bird's blood here?" The female staff started a little but soon smiled and answered, "We do. The price for ordinary blood will be 1,000 coins per bottle and 10,000 coins per drop for blood essence." Suyu wanted to curse at someone. This is a scammy black shop. Although the Xia Trading Company was Xia Longwu's Xia clan's business, he still cursed it as a black shop. Buying back at 1/5 of the selling price. What a swindle. Forget it, I won't be calculative with you guys. These people were merely following instructions and couldn't make decisions. It was useless even if he argued with them. After swiping his card, there was an additional box in his hand that contained 2 glass bottles. One of the bottles had a drop of golden-colored blood, which seemed to be churning, and one could faintly see a miniature ironwing bird flying inside. This was blood essence. For the essence blood of races that were similar to demons, they would be somewhat of use to cultivation regardless. If experts at the 1,000-pound realm consumed the ironwing bird's essence blood, it could help to improve the strength of their bodies. After the origin opening realm, humans would officially step into the pathway of cultivation. What the 1,000-pound realm cultivated was precisely the strength of one's body. It was useful to people at the 1,000-pound realm but useless to people at the origin opening realm. For the latter, if they consumed the essence blood of demon races, they would actually be injured instead. If this wasn't the case, there wouldn't be an example of someone whose body exploded after bathing in the blood of gods and devils. If one didn't open the 9 apertures, they would have no way to cycle origin chi, and swallowing essence blood would only burden their body, causing it to become a fatal poison. For heavenly ingredients like the sky origin fruit, they produced pure heavenly origin energy. This type of energy was more gentle, and it was completely different from the tyrannical origin energy. As Suyu pondered, the staff also reminded him, "Sir, if you have yet to reach the 1,000-pound realm, you must not consume the ironwing bird's essence blood, or things will be very dangerous." "I understand, thanks." As he spoke, Suyu casually asked, "Do you guys have sky origin fruits here?" "What?" The staff was a little dazed. She then replied, "Sorry, we don't have that here. In addition, I have never heard of a treasure named the Sky Origin Fruit." Chapter 8, The Reappearance of the Ironwing Bird, 2. Suyu didn't mind. There were too many races and too many heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. He couldn't hope that a sales staff would know everything. It was already pretty good if they knew the stuff they were selling. What about Origin Chi liquid? We don't have that. It's more difficult to store Origin Chi liquid as it dissipates easily. The cost of storing it is too high. The staff hurriedly explained, the Grand Xia Prefecture does possess some, and we did purchase them in the early years as well. However, the cost was too high, and not many people were willing to buy it. Hence, we decided to stop ordering it. Oh, what's the price? In the Great Xiao Prefecture, it should cost about 100,000 for one drop. Right now, I'm not sure if there's any difference. Seeing that Suyu was asking these things, she quickly recommended, Sir, do you want to increase your cultivation speed at the origin opening realm? Actually, we have many pills and treasures here that can aid you. For example, we have the origin opening pills, the fire pig's blood. Suyu rolled his eyes. I'm not an idiot. Although these items would help, the help they provided was extremely small. If one's original cultivation speed was 100, they would help by increasing it to 101. He knew of these methods, but only a fool would do something so wasteful. Spending tens of thousands to purchase these useless things? Just to gain an additional day's worth of cultivation? Do you think I have an unending flow of money? Naturally, some people still bought them, or no one would even bother to make them. Moreover, the number of people buying them was quite a lot. If the demand was that high, the price would also be expensive. Suyu no longer asked. He then took the wooden box and left. He had gotten what he came for. As to whether he could use them or not, he had no idea. If he couldn't use them, he could simply sell them back. Although he would make a loss, he would still be able to get back some money. Below Ayu's house. Shen Hao, who was currently waiting for Suyu to come down, saw Suyu coming back from afar. He then asked with a bewildered look on his face, Ayu, did you go out? I went to buy some stuff earlier. Oh. Let's go to school then. Not going. Shen Hao had a look of grief and indignation on his face. Not going? Earlier when I asked you, didn't you say that you want to go to school? Why are you not going now? I'm going to do self-revision at home. Suyu chortled. You go on ahead and cultivate well, try to reach the 4th level of origin opening as quickly as possible. Shen Hao was also at the 3rd level. Since this fellow couldn't apply for the civilization academies and the scientific research academies, if he failed to enter the war academies as well, he could only go to one of the internal affairs academies. Suyu interrupted him. He then did his best to persuade Shen Hao in every way before finally sending him away. In the living room, Suyu stared at the 2 bottles of blood as he frowned in silence. He bought the blood, but the crucial point was how should he use them? Swallow them? Blood from an expert at the 1,000-pound realm won't cause my body to explode, but I will surely suffer an injury. Should I wait for the dream realm and for the iron-winged bird to kill me? But I only encountered that once over 10 plus years. Could it be that I still have to wait for over a decade? Suyu felt a headache. He bought the blood on impulse, but after purchasing them, he began to hesitate. It was so rare for him to gain a little clue last night, so he had decided to act decisively and told himself that he would at most swallow it to give it a try if nothing else worked. But at this moment, Suyu began to get cold feet. Injuries were very painful. Or should I smear the blood on my body? Suyu took action the moment he thought of it. As long as he didn't swallow it, there shouldn't be a huge problem. He naturally couldn't experiment with blood essence casually. But it wasn't a big problem for ordinary blood. He then opened the bottle that contained ordinary blood and dabbed a little with his finger. After that, he wiped it on the back of his palm and waited for the effect. A few minutes later, Suyu furrowed his brows. It was completely ineffective. The blood was slowly evaporating. No matter what, it cost 5,000 coins per bottle, and this stuff could be drunk slowly in small quantities. It was an essence blood, so if you drank it, there would still be some benefits in strengthening one's body and fitness. It was too much of a pity to waste this. It's useless. How about consuming a bit of it? Suyu then licked the back of his palm and tasted a little of the blood. He waited for some time, but it was still ineffective. Ordinary blood is useless, or maybe the method is wrong? Could it be that my understanding was mistaken from the start? Suyu also felt a headache. These cost him tens of thousands of coins. Was he a little too impulsive? However, that dream realm had tormented him for far too long, so he wanted nothing more than to resolve it as soon as possible. If he could resolve it by spending tens of thousands of coins, he wouldn't care about the expenses. He only had a single drop of essence blood. However, this item was like a jadestone and there was basically no way for him to separate it. Hence, this item could only be swallowed. It was useless to smear it. Do I really have to swallow the essence blood? I'm only at the origin opening realm. Once I swallow it, I will most probably be greatly injured even if I don't die. I already have no hope to reach the 4th level on time, but now if I get injured from drinking this, let alone the 4th level, I may even have issues maintaining my cultivation base at the 3rd level. Suyu was a little indecisive now. During these years, because of the influence of the nightmares, his personality was more mature and steady compared to his peers. He was also more unwavering. For things like taking a risk, if it wasn't for the fact his father was on the battlefield, he wouldn't have wanted to register for war academies. But the nightmare had tortured him for too many years. At this moment, he truly wanted to find out the exact situation of what was going on. It's just a drop, it won't kill anyone anyway. Why don't I give it a try? If I really get injured, at most I won't join a war academy. In any case, there isn't much hope since I'm only at the 3rd level of the origin opening realm. If I'm joining a civilization academy, it makes no difference whether I'm at the 3rd level, 2nd level, or even the 1st level. Suyu then stared at the glass bottle in detail. The golden blood was a little blinding. He hesitated for a moment before taking the blood out. It fell into his hand like a piece of jadestone and was actually somewhat heavy. Suyu clenched the drop of blood in his hand tightly, but it still showed no reaction. Should I wait for one more day and enter the dream? Maybe other monsters would also need the blood of the iron-wing bird? Or maybe, the blood of the iron-wing bird is only useful today? The dream realm would change every day roughly at midnight. If today passed, the iron-wing bird's blood might be useless. In that case, how many donkey years did he have to wait for? He might not encounter the iron-wing bird ever again in his lifetime, or maybe if he did, he might have to wait at least several decades. His breathing was a little disordered now. In that case, let's give it a try. I would at most be injured, and if I'm injured I'll just join a civilization academy. I will go and research the myriad races there, and there will come a day sooner or later where I analyze it completely and come out with the correct answer. As for the war academies, his hope of joining them wasn't that great. Suyu then gritted his teeth as he pondered whether to choose to analyze the dream realm or join a war academy. Eventually, he chose to attempt to analyze the dream. If he managed to unravel the mystery of the dream realm, he might gain some unexpected harvests. He clutched the essence blood in one hand, while he took his communicator with the other and sent out a message. Come to my house, I've something to tell you. If I don't answer when you knock on the door, kick the door open. Suyu sent the message to Chen Hao. If he was injured or fainted, he might be helpless. Hence, when Chen Hao came, he would be able to send him to the hospital. After making these arrangements, Suyu gritted his teeth and swiftly stuffed the drop of essence blood into his mouth. At most, I will be injured. Am I those people who are afraid of pain? Arg! A scream of misery rang out and Suyu almost broke down and cried. It was so painful. Rumble. At the next instant, a roar rang out in his mind as Suyu's vision darkened and turned topsy-turvy. At the next moment, the gigantic iron-winged bird that was large enough to blot out the skies appeared once again. It was the same as last night, but there seemed to be some differences. This scene was something Suyu had never encountered in the past 10+ years. He never had a repeated dream before, but he had one today. The iron-winged bird appeared once more. Chapter 9, Booklet activated. The huge iron-winged bird cried out, sounding even clearer than it did in the dream. At this moment, its appearance could be seen clearly. This time around, the dream was a little different. An extremely humongous golden drop of blood was floating in the air. It was the iron-winged bird's blood essence. The iron-winged bird that was hunting Suyu seemed to have been attracted. At the next instant, its eyes looked toward the golden blood, looking to be in a bit of a daze. Very soon, the iron-winged bird gave up on hunting Suyu, choosing to fly toward the golden blood in the air instead. The iron-winged bird flew increasingly faster and appeared in the blink of an eye before the golden blood. Then, with a cry, it swallowed the blood essence. Boom! At this moment, the iron-winged bird was like a brilliant golden sun, erupting forth with a dazzling glow from its body that illuminated the entire dream realm. Suyu also stared at the iron-winged bird with a look of anticipation. What was going to happen next? The blood essence really did work. Just as he was contemplating this, the iron-winged bird suddenly grew larger. It grew increasingly bigger, looking like it was going to explode. Suyu's countenance changed. As expected, a loud cry rang out and the dream realm started to collapse. After that, the iron-winged bird exploded to become countless golden light spots, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared within the dream realm. Suyu also exploded into pieces due to this explosion. In the last moment of the dream realm, a booklet that blotted out the skies and sun suddenly appeared. The pages of the booklet flipped through rapidly. All of the other pages were blank, but very soon, it stopped at the last page. The iron-winged bird's golden light spots integrated into it and instantly lit up the page. After that, the picture of an iron-winged bird appeared on the page. The dream realm stopped here and Suyu instantly woke up. HSS. It was painful. His head felt so painful as if it was going to explode. His entire body was also in pain, as if he had really been blasted into pieces earlier. Suyu woke up. At this moment, his gaze was flickering. The dream realm had been deciphered. A faintly discernible booklet then appeared in his mind. It was the booklet that had appeared in the dream realm. Dream realm turning into reality. Suyu's countenance became a little grim. It had been so many years. Deciphering the dream was supposed to be something that one should be happy about, but why would the dream turn into reality? To think that the booklet that had absorbed the iron-winged bird's light spots actually appeared in his mind? Was it a phantom image? Or was there really a booklet existing in his mind? Suyu thought about the booklet in his mind, and at the next instant, the pages of the booklet started to flip. Very soon, it arrived at the page lit up by the iron-winged bird. Iron-winged bird, 7th level of 1,000-pound realm. Racial skill, level 1 laceration, need blood essence to activate, iron-wing / need blood essence to activate. Foundation origin art, origin gathering, need blood essence to activate. There were only these short 3 rows of words, and they weren't in the human language but the language of the iron-winged bird race instead. If Suyu hadn't learned the language before, he probably wouldn't be able to understand them. 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. Racial skills, foundation origin art. Suyu frowned. What was this booklet? This so-called need blood essence to activate, judging on the words alone, would require him to continue taking in blood essence. Activate what? Activate skills? The 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm should be referring to the blood essence he had absorbed earlier. It must have belonged to an iron-winged bird at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. This part was easy to understand. However, what did the things at the back represent? Suyu started to think rapidly. Could it be that as long as I have enough blood essence, I'll be able to activate the iron-winged bird skills? Then will I be able to use the skills after activating them? Even if I can use them, what's the level of strength I can unleash? The 3rd level of the origin opening realm or the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm? How long can they be sustained for? Will there be side effects? And where did this booklet come from? Suyu's gaze kept on flickering. These dreams started more than 10 years ago. Could it be that this booklet had been in his mind since then? Who had placed it in his mind? Was there some kind of scheme? There were many strong races amongst the myriad races of all skies. Could it be the scheme of a certain race, wanting to make use of him to create internal chaos amongst the human race? Suyu couldn't help but think in this way. Some races amongst the myriad races of all skies were very treacherous, so it wasn't as if such matters hadn't occurred amongst the human race before. Many human race experts had been assassinated or influenced by the myriad races of all skies. Eventually, some would be enticed and led astray to become a member of the all races sect. But the human race has a population of over 10 billion, and I'm just one of most ordinary humans. Even if they were to entice me, they didn't have to administer a scheme for over 10 years on me, do they? Suyu still didn't understand. Then, he found it a little hard to suppress the tempting feeling in his heart. Should he give it a try? Moreover, this booklet felt very, very thick, and he had only activated one page. Did that mean that he could continue to activate the other pages? Suyu was thinking about this when he suddenly felt a faint fluctuation. At the next moment, he felt a little in a daze. The fluctuation had come from the booklet's page and wasn't a language. It was a fluctuation that was similar to spiritual illustration. It can be activated. As long as it's from a race I've dreamed of before, I can activate a page from the booklet after finding their blood essence. However, I'm only at the origin opening realm now, so I have to consider my body's tolerance when swallowing blood essence. Suyu understood it now. Take for example, he had felt that he was in great pain as if he was going to explode. This was when he had just taken the blood essence of an iron-winged bird from the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. If Suyu were to take in the blood essence of one that was at the 10,000 stone realm, he'd probably be crippled even if he didn't die. I understand it now. Suyu mumbled. He understood a little now. Each of the dreams he had over the years represented a race. The activation of the booklet this time around wasn't because the iron-winged bird's blood essence had such a great effect. But as long as he had the blood essence of the race he had dreamed of, he would be able to activate the booklet. However, in the past, Suyu didn't recognize those races, and he was just at the origin opening realm. How could he possibly go and take in blood essence? If it wasn't because he understood what the iron-winged bird was saying this time around, he wouldn't have taken the risk either. If he wasn't careful, he could die. Foundation Origin Art, Origin Gathering. Suyu didn't think further into this and suddenly thought of the Foundation Origin Art that was mentioned in the third row. The Origin Gathering Art was the iron-winged bird's Foundation Origin Art, and its only use was to absorb a portion of Origin Chi. Origin Gathering Art, need blood essence to activate? Suyu's gaze flickered. What does it mean? Can I use blood essence to activate the Origin Gathering Art and absorb Origin Chi? But it's impossible for one to actively absorb Origin Chi during the origin opening realm. One can only passively wait to temper them. He didn't pay too much attention to the racial skills aspect. Laceration and Iron-Wing Slash were both basic skills of the iron-wing birds. The human race had records on these skills based on the summary of their studies on the iron-wing birds. Hence, the blood essence activation might refer to letting Suyu learn these skills or reach the power of one at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. However, it was different for the Origin Gathering Art. It could also be activated with blood essence. But what was this? The human race was unable to actively absorb Origin Chi if they hadn't reached the 1,000-pound realm. Hence, the effect of the Origin Gathering Art was to let the human race gather Origin Chi, making the Origin Chi density around them higher. This would then allow the duration of their passive tempering of the origin to be longer, and the effects would be better. Origin Gathering Art. Suyu suddenly felt insuppressible agitation. If he could activate the Origin Gathering Art, would that mean that he could initiate the absorption of Origin Chi despite being at the origin opening realm? The crucial reason people tended to be stuck for very long on the 9th level of the origin opening realm was because they couldn't actively absorb origin chi into their bodies. The human body was innately unable to form a connective cycle for its apertures and acupoints. Then what if one could actively absorb origin chi? But there's a need to deliberate on the consequences. What are the consequences of absorbing origin chi? And how much blood essence is required for the activation? If it's just a drop of blood essence, how long can it be sustained for? How are the effects? These things are very expensive, costing 50,000 coins per drop. If the effects can only be sustained for a few minutes with each drop, then there's no need to waste the money on them at all. Countless thoughts flashed in Suyu's mind. Blood essence was required to activate the pages for the other races as well. Where on earth was he going to get his hands on so much blood essence? With so many thoughts clouding up in his mind, Suyu suddenly felt that his brain couldn't work well. Maybe I should test it out a little. Another thing is, where did this thing come from? Should I go ask the teachers? Suyu gave it some thought and then quickly rejected this idea. Even if this item was planted by someone, the teachers wouldn't know about it either. Their realms were too weak and this wasn't something they could come into contact with. For this thing to be undetected for over 10 years, even one at the soaring realm might not know about it, let alone those at the 1,000-pound or 10,000 stone realm. It's useless to just think about it. I should try it out. Suyu was thinking about this when a loud sound came from the door. At the next moment, Chen Hao swung his bag and bellowed, "I've informed the Wind Arrest Hall. If you aren't afraid to die, then you can continue to stay. The building is filled with experts. Hurry up and scram." Suyu was stunned. Chen Hao swung his bag and made a fuss. After his loud bellow, commotions came out from both upstairs and downstairs. Very soon, someone upstairs bellowed, "What happened? Did the B** stars from the All Races sect come? What audacity! Surround them!" Suyu snapped out of it and quickly shouted, "It's nothing. It's nothing. Old Master Zhou, Chen Hao is just playing a joke on me. So sorry. So sorry." Very soon, an old man appeared with a kitchen knife in his hand and pushed away Chen Hao, who was blocking the door. Seeing that Suyu was alright, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I thought that the B** stars from the All Races sect have come. Your father has just left, so you should be more careful. If there are any problems, call us at any time." After saying that, he slapped Chen Hao's head. "*CK, why were you shouting? If nothing is wrong, don't go shouting around. If people from the All Races sect really came and we didn't take things seriously next time, wouldn't it bring harm instead?" The old man was very angry. Of course, his anger wasn't directed at Suyu but Chen Hao. "Young lad from the Chen clan, if you make fake news again, I'll have your father drag you downstairs and hang you up an *ked to give you a whacking." Chen Hao wore a long face and wanted to explain that it wasn't him. It was Suyu. That guy suddenly sent him a message to ask him to break into his house. How could he not think too much into things? He was maligned. Suyu got up, still feeling a bit of pain. But thankfully, it was just some soreness. It could be that most of the powers from the blood essence had been absorbed by the booklet, so he wasn't actually hurt. Ignoring everything else, Suyu hurriedly apologized. After that, old Master Zhou looked consoled and couldn't help but pat Chen Hao on the head. "Look, why is the difference between you and the young lad from the Su clan so big? You're such a fool." Chen Hao felt like crying. Suyu also smiled bitterly inside and quickly asked, "Did you really inform the Wind Arrest Hall?" "I didn't. I was just trying to scare them off." Chen Hao felt upset. He didn't know if something had really happened, so how could he possibly go inform the Wind Arrest Hall? "That's good then." Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Hao then said, feeling upset, "What's so good about it? Why did you send me that kind of message? I thought that something had happened to you. When all the aunties and uncles staying nearby saw that nothing was wrong, they also left in succession. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and pulled Chen Hao into the house. He then closed the door and said, I felt a little giddy earlier and was afraid that I might faint. That's why I sent you a message. Didn't I ask you to knock first? Oh, are you all right? Chen Hao didn't continue to pursue the matter but said worriedly, it couldn't be because you're too hungry, right? Uncle Su has left. Do you not have food to eat? Why not come to my place for meals in the future? My father asked me to call you over previously, but I didn't say anything for fear that you might feel embarrassed. Suyu was caught between laughter and tears. Would I starve myself to death? However, he did feel a little touched. Although this person was a little talkative and a little insensitive, he was quite concerned towards Suyu, his friend. It's fine. It's just that I cultivated the origin opening art for too long last night, so I felt a little uncomfortable when I woke up this morning. But I'm fine now. That's good then. Chen Hao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, Then are you going to school today? Why don't you give the teacher a call and say that you're sick? Tell the teacher that I'm accompanying you to see the doctor. Can you help me to apply for leave as well? The touching feeling Suyu had a moment ago disappeared. This guy was hopeless. He didn't dare to skip class and wanted to ask Suyu to apply for leave on his behalf. Scram! After chiding him jokingly, Suyu thought for a moment and said, I'm not taking leave, so I'm going to school today. I happen to have something to do at the academy. You're going too? Chen Hao felt a little puzzled. Why are you so fickle? When I asked you earlier, you said you wouldn't go, but now you say you are. Are smart people all so fickle-minded? Suyu couldn't be bothered with him. The reason he wanted to go to the academy was to see if there were any channels or ways for him to get his hands on some ironwing bird blood essence or some other blood essences. He wanted cheaper ones. The Great Xia Trading Company was too black-hearted. One drop for 50,000. With the bit of money Suyu had left, it would be far from sufficient. Chapter 10, Fire of Civilization. In the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. Chen Hao went to the preparatory class since he had to go for his lessons. Suyu, on the other hand, headed straight for the resources department. Suyu, you want to redeem Ironwing Bird blood essence? The resources department's administrator asked, feeling a little surprised. 1,000-pound realm blood essence is only useful for those in the 1,000-pound realm. Not only is it not helpful for those in the origin opening realm, but it's also poison. What do you want to redeem this for? Teacher Zhang, can I redeem them? Suyu smiled and said, You know that I've been studying about the myriad races. The Ironwing bird is a race that I study more about, so I want to procure some of their blood essences for research. However, they are too expensive, so I came to the academy to ask. It is possible to do so. You've obtained the qualification certificates for 18 all-races languages. Other than the 3 compulsory languages, there are rewards for the other 15 languages. So, you got a total of 15 merit points for them and 3 merit points for reaching the 3rd level of the origin opening realm, coming up to a total of 18 merit points. The resources department's administrator checked the records and quickly said, But you spent 6 points in the library, so you're left with 12 points. Men, I know. Suyu smiled and asked, How much blood essence can I redeem with the remaining 12 points? You want to redeem this? This is really not useful. It's too much of a waste. The teacher in charge of administration couldn't help but remind Suyu, the 1,000-pound realm ironwing birds are considered very strong for you, but they are merely cannon fodder in the all-skies battlefield. Merit points can be used in all major academies and can even be accumulated to redeem invaluable resources in high-grade academies. You can accumulate 18 points easily when you're in a mid-grade academy, getting 1 point for learning one all-races language. But it won't be that easy to earn points after you're in a high-grade academy. It's not worth it to redeem these. When you get to a high-grade academy, you might need to use merit points to redeem some secret information, advanced cultivation arts, and even some courses. These merit points can be used in the military as well. I know these things too, but I'm left with no choice, alright? Suyu smiled bitterly. He knew about these. But wasn't it because he didn't have money? Well, he did have some, over 200,000 coins, which wouldn't be a problem for him to purchase 5 drops of Ironwing Bird's blood essence with. However, he still needed living expenses. People in the Origin opening realm didn't have much means of earning money, so he still had to keep some money aside to use in the high-grade academy. Merit points were one of the most important trading systems other than Anping coins. Anping coins could be used to purchase many things, but there were also many things that they couldn't buy. High-grade strategic resources, high-grade cultivation arts, and even some legacies required merit points for one to gain access to them. Merit points represented the human race's contribution to mankind. If one didn't have any contribution to the human race, then even if they had a lot of money, they might not be able to buy certain things. The earning and expenditure of merit points were all recorded, including the initial accumulation of merit points from the very beginning. For example, Suyu had obtained 18 merit points. Even if he spent all 18 points, the records would continue to accumulate his points starting from this 18-point mark. After Suyu reached 100 points, he would be able to get greater access. This also prevented many humans who only had money but did not make many contributions to the human race from privately buying merit points and rarer strategic resources. Even if some rich people managed to buy over 10,000 worth of merit points, their initial level was not high enough, so they wouldn't be able to buy certain stuff with those points. Hearing that, the Resources Department's administrator sighed and said, "Then I won't try to persuade you any further. Actually, it's still too early for you to be doing research now. Nanyuan mid-grade academy's conditions are lacking and can't support the research of students. After you go to a high-grade academy, you'll be able to apply for subsidies for certain research. Also, the higher-ups will give out resources to help you in conducting research. The Ironwing bird is commonly seen in the all-skies battlefield, and the value of research on them isn't high either. If it were up to me, I'd say that you should change to another research target." Suyu smiled and said, "What you said is true too. Then does the academy have Lu fish blood essence?" The administrator looked a little sheepish. "We don't. Those things are in the D Mountain realm and aren't often seen in the all-skies battlefield. Moreover, even the weakest of them who go to the all-skies battlefield are at the 10,000 stone realm or even the soaring realm. The Great Xia Civilization Academy definitely has their essence blood, but we can't procure them." That ended the conversation. Suyu could recognize a minority of the races he had dreamed of in the past, out of which, Lu fish was one of them. However, they were at least from the 10,000 stone realm. If he were to take 10,000 stone realm blood essence right now, even if that booklet could absorb most of the energy, his physical body wouldn't be able to bear it. He might end up exploding. As for the blood essences of the other races, he didn't dare to take them recklessly. If the booklet couldn't absorb the blood essences of the races he hadn't dreamed about, his body might not be able to endure it. After much thought, the Ironwing bird's blood essence was still the safest for now. "Teacher, let me redeem some then. How many drops do you want?" "1 merit point can get you 1 drop. It's really not that worth it." The administrator continued to remind him, "Are you thinking that the merit points don't seem to be worth too much? The face value of 1 point is only 10,000 coins, but some things can't be measured with money." "You know what I mean. Thank you for your reminder, teacher." Suyu quickly nodded and said, "I'll just redeem 3 drops first. If it isn't enough, then I'll come back for more." "Sai, I don't know what to say to you." Seeing that Suyu wasn't willing to listen to his advice, the administrator felt a little helpless and made arrangements for someone to go bring the blood essence over. While waiting, He gave it some thought before reminding, "Your father went to the All-Skies battlefield 2 days ago. The Academy knows about this matter as well. With your father not around at home, you should be more careful now. Those guys from the all races sect are very active in the Great Xia Prefecture. You should have heard about this as well." "Amen, but there shouldn't be any relations with me, right?" "How are there no relations?" The administrator reproached. "It doesn't hurt to be careful. Those B***stards from the all races sect don't primarily target the experts or geniuses, at least, not cultivating geniuses. They target the sages. Although you aren't considered to be a sage, you're one of the few potential candidates the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy has for the Great Xia Civilization Academy. There's a limit to the destruction experts can cause, but the destruction that sages can cause is limitless. The reason the human race can hold its place for several centuries in the all-skies battlefield isn't just relying on those unrivaled experts but also the sages in the backline." Chapter 11, Fire of Civilization, 2. Amongst the top-notch researchers in the civilization academies, who haven't been almost assassinated before? These people deciphered the cultivation arts of the myriad races, studying the other races' civilizations in greater depths, increasing the number of human race experts. This allowed the human race to be able to deal with the myriad races better. The administrator continued with some admiration. "They've silently contributed a lot, and their amount of contribution doesn't lose out to any unrivaled experts. However, most of them lack the necessary battle prowess, so while they are working in the backlands, they tend to become the targets of the myriad races. Thus, assassination attempts on them are common. The reason why those guys from the all races sect create destruction within the human race isn't just to assassinate individual experts. Their main targets are the sages. Although you haven't entered a civilization academy and aren't considered to have grasped many languages, you're still young. You might be even more dangerous compared to those few seedlings cultivating in the academies. Those at the 4th or 5th level of the origin opening realm might not even be worth them making a move on. How long does it take for one at the origin opening realm to cultivate to the soaring realm? But the sages might be able to decipher a cultivation art book in 10 or 20 years, uncovering their flaws and finding targeted ways to kill some races. So, they are a lot more dangerous compared to an expert at the soaring realm." Suyu smiled bitterly. Wasn't this too much of an exaggeration? Although he had grasped 18 all races languages, it was too little when compared to the myriad races of all skies. Moreover, most of what he had learned were commonly used words. Don't take things lightly. Be careful and pay more attention. When you encounter danger, ask for help at any time. The Nanyuan city has also strengthened its patrolling, and the Wind Arrest Hall has started to reinforce the security. Even a group of Langu guards based in Nanyuan city have started patrolling here. If you encounter trouble, shout out loudly and call for help. In at most tens of seconds, someone will definitely rush over. Seeing that the administrator was speaking very seriously, Suyu quickly nodded and said, "Teacher, don't worry, I know that. Moreover, Nanyuan city is so small, so those guys might not necessarily come over here. Even if they did, to be honest, I don't think that I am in the queue on their list." That's true too. The administrator smiled. But you mustn't be too careless about this. You must be careful especially when you go over to Teacher Lu's place. Man? Suyu was a little stunned. Teacher Lu. Don't misunderstand. I mean that Teacher Lu is the best teacher in all races languages in the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. Amongst every 10 students from our academy who make it into civilization academies, 8 or 9 of them were taught by him. Teacher Lu is definitely the all races sect's greatest target. If they came to Nanyuan, he'd be the first person they'd want to assassinate, not the academy head or the city lord. Teacher Lu is a spark that lights up civilizations. At the very least, this is what he means to Nanyuan. This is why I'm reminding you to be careful. Suyu's countenance changed. Teacher, is Teacher Lu in danger then? It's fine, you don't have to be too worried. The academy head has personally gone to protect Teacher Lu. Members of the Longwu guards are also protecting him in the dark along with the Winterest Hall's small team of men. I'm just reminding you to be careful on the way when you go and look for Teacher Lu. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. The Teacher Lu who the administrator mentioned was someone who had taught Suyu. Almost all of the 18 all-races languages Suyu had learned were taught by this old teacher. It was just as the administrator had said. Teacher Lu might not be considered much to the Great Xiao Prefecture, but in Nanyuan, especially in the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy, he was truly the person who disseminated civilization. He had been teaching for so many years and produced over 100 students who joined civilization academies. Half of those students had graduated and were making contributions to the Great Xiao Prefecture or even the entire human race. The effects of their contributions might not be great, but the passing down of the human race's legacy depended on the people in this tier. If the all-races sect came to Nanyuan City to assassinate targets, then it was true that the importance of Teacher Lu was higher than the city lord. As the two of them spoke, one of the staff brought the Ironwing bird's blood essences over. 3 drops. After redeeming 3 drops of essence blood, Suyu was left with 9 merit points. His heart ached a little over this. Over the years, he had gone to the library to browse through countless documents and only spent 6 points. Hence, it was too extravagant for him to spend 3 points in one go. After taking the bottle containing the blood essence, Suyu then asked, "Teacher, did Teacher Lu come to the academy during these few days?" "He's working as per normal. He was asked to go to the city lord's residence to stay low for a while, but he wasn't willing to do so. They have no choice but to let him continue working. I'll go pay a visit to Teacher Lu then." Suyu had planned on going home to test things out after he had gotten his stuff, but he had a change of mind. He decided to go pay Teacher Lu a visit first and ask him some questions while Teacher Lu was there. In the teacher's office, Lu Wenyan, who was past his 60s, was writing down records. He spoke without raising his head. "Academy head, you don't have to keep on following me. I'm just in the academy. There's not going to be any danger here." Next to him, the academy head, who was also past his 60s, chuckled and said, "I'm not disturbing you, so why are you trying to chase me away? The sound of your breathing is a disturbance to me." The academy head was caught between laughter and tears. Very soon, he heard Lu Wenyan giving him another blow, saying, "Moreover, you've only just entered the 10,000 stone realm. Given how weak you are, it's actually useless even if you're here." The old academy head was very helpless. Was he very weak? Maybe a little. For someone past his 60s, it was really not considered impressive to have just entered the 10,000 stone realm. However, they weren't on the front lines, and this was the Nanyuan city, the smallest city amongst all 28 cities under the Great Xiao Prefecture's jurisdiction. Since he wasn't the city lord but just the academy head of a mid-grade academy, why did he need to be so strong? The real experts had either gone to the Great Xiao or the All-Skies battlefield. He was actually considered quite good amongst those who remained in Nanyuan City. "Sai, you think I want to stay by your side?" The old academy head said, "Isn't it all because you're too important despite being such an old guy?" In the past 20 years, a total of 320 students have joined the civilization academies from Nanyue City. On average, there were 16 students per year, and half of them were taught by you. How could you not be targeted? It's not to that extent. Lu Wenyan smiled as well. After all, this is just a small Nanyuan city, and only a few people here got into civilization academies each year. It's not worth mentioning to the entire Great Xiao Prefecture. Why would the all-races sect target me because of this? It's hard to say. Anyway, you're more important than me. I'm just a weak person in the 10,000 stone realm, and they probably can't be bothered with me, thinking that I'm not worth killing." The academy head made a joke, but this was the truth as well. People in the 10,000 stone realm weren't considered weak, but they wouldn't be able to bring much impact on the all-skies battlefield. Killing a 10,000 realm individual in his 60s in the backline might require them to suffer some casualties. The members of the all-races sect wouldn't commit to such a deal that would only bring them losses. The two of them were chatting when the academy head's ears twitched a little. He then quickly smiled and said, "Suyu is here. This lad is a lot more promising than his father. Don't belittle Su Long like that. Wasn't it just because he rejected your offer to come to the academy to be the head of the guards? Do you have to carry a feud for so long?" Lu Wenyan also broke into a smile, looking up and saying that Su Long still has hot blood in him. I could tell from many years back. He isn't willing to retreat from the front lines just like that. Previously, he wanted to get into the Longwu Guards but only gave up because there wasn't any hope to do so. The old academy head sniffed and said, "It's clear that he can't get in. He might have some chance if he was at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm before the age of 30, but how old is he now? How could he hope to get into the Longwu Guards? This was unless he was at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm. That's still better than you. If he doesn't die in the all-skies battlefield, he'll probably be in the 10,000 stone realm in another 2 years." Lu Wenyan said this, then smiled and continued, "So you isn't bad either. Although he isn't considered a genius, after he gets into the Great Xia Civilization Academy, he'll also become a part of the mainstay for fighting against the myriad races in the future. This pair of father and son is stronger than the both of us." The old academy head nodded but soon sighed. "If it wasn't because I hurt my body's foundation in the all-skies battlefield, I wouldn't have retreated to the rear and become this lousy academy head. Things are not interesting at all. It's not bad that you managed to survive and come back. There aren't many soldiers on the all-skies battlefield who haven't hurt their foundations. Under those circumstances, if they don't manage to forcibly make a breakthrough to the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm, they aren't even worthy of being cannon fodder." Lu Wenyan also sighed. A large number of soldiers on the all-skies battlefield probably had no hopes of reaching the soaring realm in their lifetime. This was something that no one could do anything about. That dread place was filled with horrifying massacres. If new soldiers didn't make rapid breakthroughs, they'd die in just a few days. Who could have the leisure of thinking about other things? The war academies picked the genius youngsters away and the ordinary people could only struggle to survive. As they spoke, Suyu entered. Lu Wenyan broke into a smile. He was very satisfied with Suyu as a student. The latter was able to bear with hardship and was patient. Although he wasn't considered a top-notch genius, the human race didn't just need geniuses. It also needed good seeds like him who could make steadfast progress. Chapter 12, Methods of Civilization Academies. Teacher, Academy Head. When Suyu entered the teacher's office and saw that both Lu Wenyan and the academy head were around, he quickly greeted them. "Suyu, you've come." Lu Wenyan smiled, being a lot warmer towards Suyu than he was to the academy head. He beamed and asked, "Your father has gone to the all-skies battlefield. Have there been any inconveniences in your life recently?" "No, everything is quite all right." Suyu thanked Lu Wenyan and then quickly said with a hint of worry, "Teacher, I heard that recently there might be members of the all-races sect coming to Nanyuan." "It's fine," Lu Wenyan said nonchalantly and then smiled faintly. "Putting aside the fact that they might not necessarily come, so what if they were to come? If they dare make a move against me, they will have to suffer great casualties, using many lives to exchange for this old man's life. It's hard to say who is the one winning and who is the one suffering the losses here." Lu Wenyan got up and looked out of the window, smiling as he said, "When encountering big matters, one must calm down and not panic. Suyu, in these few years, what I admire the most about you is that you are able to remain calm even in the face of troubling matters. This is your foundation that makes you stronger than others. Don't be disturbed by some small mess." After Lu Wenyan spoke, he then quickly looked toward the academy head and said, "You can go out for now. I have some things to talk to Suyu about." The academy head smiled. This time around, he didn't insist and quickly left the office. After the academy head left, Lu Wenyan stopped smiling. He gestured for Suyu to take a seat. Suyu found it a little strange and didn't ask much. After that, he took a seat opposite Lu Wenyan. Suyu, I heard that you signed up for the test to enroll in the War Academy? MN. You want to go to the War Academy. Am I right to say that? Suyu was stunned slightly and then explained, No, I'm just making additional preparations. Don't lie to me. Your teacher isn't that stupid. It's because your father went to the All-Skies battlefield, so you want to go there too, right? Suyu fell silent. Lu Wenyan smiled faintly and said, Stupid. Even if you were to go to a war academy and cultivate to a level where you can protect your father, how long would that have to take? Suyu fell silent. He had thought about this problem before, but he didn't wish to ponder too much into it. Moreover, he had an additional booklet in his mind, and it was hard to say how things would turn out. Do you know who are the peak-level experts in the human race? The Great Xia King, Great Zhou King, Great Ming King. Lu Wenyan nodded slightly then quickly asked again, Then do you know the experts that appeared after the Anping dynasty was founded? Before Suyu could say anything, Lu Wenyan smiled and said, The most famous and well-known ones are probably the various prefecture lords from the respective prefectures, as well as the chief generals from the various large war battalions. Then do you know that 30% of these people came from civilization academies? Suyu was stunned for a moment. 30% of them came from civilization academies? Didn't the civilization academies nurture? As if knowing what Suyu was thinking, Lu Wenyan laughed softly and said, You think that all people from the civilization academies should be like me, only knowing some all races' languages and being weaker in battle prowess, easily toppling over whenever there's a gust of wind? You're wrong. Lu Wenyan said seriously, I didn't tell you these things in the past because you haven't reached the level to know about them yet. The truth is, there are many experts or even peak-level experts in the civilization academies who are stronger than those in war academies. How can we, who research the all-skies civilizations, be so weak? If that was the case, how would we be able to understand cultivation arts and secret realms that are on a deeper level? Lu Wenyan's gaze was burning. I'm just an insignificant failing student from the Civilization Academy, but do you think that I'm really weak? MN? Suyu opened his mouth but hesitated. Teacher, can you not be so shameless? You're only at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. That's too weak. You want to say that I'm only at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm and that I'm too weak? Suyu blinked, having the feeling that he had been seen through by his teacher. That's right. I'm able to see through a little of what you're thinking. When Suyu heard this, he was instantly shocked. You must be surprised, right? Lu Wenyan smiled and said, You're too weak, that's why you almost have no defense set up when you're in front of me. Take note of this in the future and restrain your thoughts a little. The reason I'm telling you this is because I hope that you won't choose your weaknesses and give up on your strengths, giving up on entering the civilization academies and choosing the war academies. Lu Wenyan said solemnly, I previously thought that you'd naturally get to learn about these things after you got into the Civilization Academy. But I have to tell you about this in advance to prevent you from choosing the wrong path. There are many routes in the world, with different races having different paths. When it all goes down to the root, it's just taking in origin chi, tempering the body, and strengthening oneself. There are two parts to strengthening oneself. One is the physical body aspect and the other part is one's will, or it can be called one's mental spirit. The will cannot be seen and it's very hard to make it strong. Therefore, most people start by strengthening their bodies before they work on their wills. We are different. Lu Wenyan smiled. People like us come into contact with many civilizations of the myriad races, so we have broad visions and powerful wills. Therefore, we take the reverse route and strengthen the will first before the body. When your will becomes strong, the strengthening of the physical body will become a lot simpler. Of course, this is very difficult. Lu Wenyan said in a solemn voice, when the will becomes strong, it can reinforce the physical body, not harming the body when taking in more origin qi. This requires time and even more so, a solid foundation. For some masters from civilization academies, when their will gets so strong that they are dazzling like the sun, they can enter the soaring realm from the 1,000-pound realm within a day or might be even stronger. Different paths lead to the same outcome. The final path for both the civilization academies and war academies is to strengthen oneself and make the entire human race stronger. It's easy to cultivate the physical body but hard to do so for the will. It is harder for the civilization academies to reach this step, so few people mention these things. This is to avoid some people from overestimating themselves and taking the wrong paths. Lu Wenyan looked at the stunned Suyu and said, smiling, "You're very surprised, right?" "Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. You've studied the myriad races of all skies, and although your study of them isn't deep, you should know some things. For example, the dream demon race whose language you've learned. You know that they are vague and intangible, and that it's almost impossible to see their actual bodies." Chapter 13, Methods of Civilization Academies, 2. They can enter your dream realm casually. Actually, it isn't a dream realm. Rather, they use their will to create a world and make your consciousness sink within. This is the basis of why they are strong. Strictly speaking, the cultivation of civilization masters like us is somewhat similar to theirs. Suyu's mouth felt somewhat dry. He then asked softly, "Teacher, do you mean that pursuing the path of civilization can also enable one to become very strong?" "It's not that it can, rather, it will be even faster." Lu Wenyan laughed. "Temper your will first before you temper your body. Some geniuses of the civilization academies could manifest their wills in 3 to 5 years. They then solidified their bodies and entered the soaring realm in a single day. Their cultivation speed is even faster than the body path. As for war academies, how long do the people there have to take to cultivate to the soaring realm? Even for geniuses, they will require many years to grind to that level. Naturally, it's more difficult for us to enter the starting point and we have fewer people. But even so, 30% of the peak-level experts of the human race originated from civilization academies. From this, you can easily see the truth. Suyu was still absorbing this news. He quickly asked, "Can will be cultivated?" "Yes." "Ordinary people cannot do so?" "Yes." There's a barrier to entry, and it is of higher difficulty compared to the barriers on the body path. Will and consciousness are at the same level. In the beginning, you cannot see it or polish it. Actually, the number of all races' languages one can grasp is already a test itself. Lu Wenyan smiled. Many times, it isn't that someone doesn't want to work hard. Rather, they don't have enough energy or a strong enough will to absorb and digest these pieces of knowledge. You can master 18 all races' languages, but why can't others do the same? Did they not put in enough effort? Wrong, these people are actually very hardworking and the effort they put in might not be any lesser than yours. However, they simply cannot master the languages. If they try too hard, their brains might even be damaged. This is because the foundation of their wills isn't strong enough. Hence, they can only choose to temper their bodies first to strengthen themselves before they strengthen their wills. Suyu heaved a long sigh. In other words, this means that my talent doesn't lie in the body path but the will path instead? You can understand it like that. Lu Wenyan smiled. So, this is the reason why the myriad races dread civilization masters. This is also why the all races sect wants to assassinate some civilization masters. When your will isn't strong enough to strengthen your body, your strength will still be relatively weak. During this time, it will be the easiest to kill you. Suyu found this a little hard to accept. This was the first time he heard that the path of civilization masters was actually another path of cultivation. Even if you don't look for me today, I will look for you. You wish to go to the all-skies battlefield to look for your father, and I won't stop you. Instead, I will feel happy for you. This is human nature, this is the human heart. This is also the root of why the human race is undefeated. However, you cannot do so blindly. You have to calm down. Every year, the number of students accepted by civilization academies is fewer than war academies. It seems that there are no conditions to join, but in fact, the conditions are set even higher. In some ways, it's more difficult than the war academies. Is it really just a place where bookworms gather? Lu Wenyan couldn't hide his smile anymore. You are wrong. This is because we don't merely stay in the backlands to research knowledge. We can also head to the front lines to kill enemies. In addition, the weakest among us who can head to the front lines are at the soaring realm. The so-called 1,000-pound realm and 10,000-stone realm are merely cultivation realms that use origin chi in a simple way to refine their bodies. We can do so in a single day. Su Yu's expression stiffened. He then spoke again after some time. In that case, are you in the soaring realm, teacher? No. Lu Wenyan had a calm look on his face. In that case, are you stronger than that? Nope. Lu Wenyan was still as calm as ever. Su Yu started. What did he mean? I've already said it. Only upon will manifestation can we strengthen our bodies. I have not yet achieved the manifestation of my will. Lu Wenyan's earlier words seemed to be a boast. He hadn't reached the will manifestation stage yet. So, his true realm was in the 1,000-pound realm. Su Yu lifted his head and looked at this teacher. He had a dumbstruck look on his face. Teacher, how can you act so composed? You are almost 70, but the esteemed you have yet to achieve will manifestation. But you just told me earlier I only needed 3 to 5 years? One can't simply brag like that. Don't look at me like this. Lu Wenyan calmly spoke. Back then, I was merely one of the weakest students in the civilization academies, and I'm not a genius. After I graduated, I muddled along for many years, so it's very normal that I haven't manifested my will yet. If it was really so easy, there wouldn't only be 30% peak-level experts of the human race that came from the civilization academies. There would be 90%. For the paths of cultivation, none of them are easy ones. But compared to the body path, I feel that the will path is faster and you have more hope to attain something above that. You wish to grow strong in a short amount of time, so you can only choose to walk on this path, the will path. Su Yu sank into contemplation. It was a long time later that he replied. Teacher, in that case, are there any cultivation arts for the will path? Yes. Lu Wenyan laughed as he spoke. Just when he wanted to continue, he suddenly coughed lightly. Nanyuan doesn't have them, but you will know more if you join the Great Xia Civilization Academy. Naturally, the prerequisite was will manifestation. He didn't say it because if he did, so you would most probably start cursing at him. Actually, the process of learning the all races languages, as well as the process of analyzing some cultivation arts and secret realms, are ways to temper your will. This is especially so if you are researching the original thing. This time around, Lu Wenyan was very serious. You know that some of the things we come in contact with actually aren't the original copies. The original copies will contain the strength or even consciousness and will of the myriad races. Once we decipher it, our gains will be huge. Naturally, there is also danger. For example, our consciousness might become chaotic. Every year, the civilization academies will have some people whose consciousness goes haywire after they have deciphered the original copies of things. In the future, when you come in contact with such things, you have to remember to be very careful. The stronger the cultivation art and the more important the document, the mightier the power of the wills within will be. It can easily cause your mind to descend into chaos. So, it's easy to distinguish the importance of all races' documents. The stronger the will in them, the more important they will be. You can visit the Xia Trading Company to look at those unknown cultivation arts. Those that look simple are trash. In reality, these things have long since been filtered away. The remaining ones put up on sale are all safe ones that are completely harmless. They are trash. Suyu bitterly smiled. I know, or they would have long since been snatched away by people. Lu Wenyan smiled when he saw this. So, do you still want to apply for war academies? In the civilization academies, you can also cultivate the body path. But in the war academies, you might not have a chance to cultivate the will path. At the very least, all the important all races documents are in the hands of the civilization academies. As long as you are strong enough and reach the soaring realm, you can go to the all skies battlefield at any time. Even if you head to the all skies battlefield at the 10,000 stone realm, you are merely cannon fodder. Is there any meaning in doing so? Unless you don't have enough self-confidence. If that's the case, it will be the same no matter where you go. Because there's basically no way for you to become stronger. Lu Wenyan's words caused Suyu's previous thoughts, which were originally not firm, to waver even more. Should he still join a war academy? There seemed to be no need to do so. So, civilization academies could also allow him to grow stronger. Civilization academies, the documents of all races, will and consciousness. As he left the place, Suyu clenched the bottle in his hand tightly. He would give it a try when he returned. When his will grew stronger, he would then strengthen his body. Wouldn't that be better? After he activated the origin gathering art, maybe the speed of his body being strengthened would also increase. Civilization academies. At this moment, Suyu made his decision. Maybe he should enter a civilization academy. This was his original goal anyway. After Suyu departed, the academy head entered and shook his head. Old fellow, you are swindling people again. What do you mean by this? Lu Wenyan was unhappy. Manifestation of will, you've cultivated for 50 years, but have you manifested your will yet? Soon. Lu Wenyan calmly spoke, I'm almost at the soaring realm. When I break through and achieve will manifestation, someone like you who has just entered the 10,000 stone realm will be insignificant. You. The academy head didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He should just let things flow naturally. As for Suyu, it was indeed better for him to join a civilization academy. War academies were too dangerous after all. However, this old fellow always used these words every time. During these years, he had swindled an unknown number of students. Every time, there would be students who wavered and listened to him, eventually choosing to join a civilization academy. The Great Xia Civilization Academy should give you an award. If not, they would have fewer students joining them every year. Lu Wenyan didn't disapprove. Although there is no award, they will pay me 200,000 coins as a reward every year. It's more than sufficient. The academy head was speechless. He couldn't help but curse silently. So you are the spy from the Great Xia Civilization Academy. What do you mean? It's clear that I'm an employee of the Great Xia Civilization Academy. How can you call me a spy? Lu Wenyan laughed. The academy head was completely speechless. That was right. These teachers that taught other races languages were sent here by the Great Xia Civilization Academy. The main point was to prevent their student supply from dwindling and stop all students from running to join the war academies. After all, how could burying oneself in research be as exciting as the war academies that focused on cultivation? All young people were hot-blooded, so the civilization academies naturally had to take some measures. Chapter 14, Fourth Level of the Origin Opening Realm. After returning home, there were a total of 3 drops of essence blood in the glass bottle in Suyu's hands. Although to experts, drops of blood essences of 1,000-pound realm level was a fart. But to Suyu, this was considerable wealth. A single drop cost 50,000 coins. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no money, he would be reluctant to spend his merit points. There was no need for the teacher to remind him about the importance of merit points. He himself knew it. Even if one had money, they might not necessarily be able to purchase merit points. Naturally, if the price exceeded 50,000 for a single point, Suyu could consider it. After all, it cost him 50,000 just to buy one drop of essence blood. Speaking of which, I'm even richer than my father. He has only saved 300,000 coins after so many years. Suyu suddenly laughed. 300,000 worth of coins might not be as valuable as his 18 merit points. However, his father had merit points, but he had spent some on his cultivation resources in the past. His father didn't say anything about his remaining merit points, but Suyu roughly knew where they went to. His father probably gifted them away to his comrades when he quit the army back then. This wasn't something Su Long did alone. Many people had done the same thing. There were many retired veterans living in this small district. Before they left, they would give their merit points to their comrades because their comrades still had to continue fighting and would definitely need the merit points more. Supporting and trusting each other. These were the soldiers of the human race. If it wasn't for the fact that recalling old soldiers had an age limit of 50 years old, most probably even more old soldiers would choose to rejoin the military this time around. However, many people were close to 50 when they retired. After they quit, they most probably had no way to join ever again. At this moment, Suyu no longer thought about these things, and the booklet once again appeared in his mind. He quickly flipped to the page about the iron-wing bird. Need blood essence to activate, but what should I activate? A skill or a cultivation art? Suyu pondered but soon decided. Cultivation art. Origin gathering art. 8 to 9 out of 10 skills could instantly increase his strength, allowing him to erupt forth with might. But he had no opponents now, so it would be somewhat wasteful. Naturally, if he had sufficient essence blood, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. After all, he still didn't know the effect. However, if he used the skills haphazardly, he might even kill someone he didn't intend to. How many drops do I need for each attempt? I wonder if a single drop is enough. He mentally mused as he made the decision to activate the cultivation art. The drop of essence blood he swallowed instantly vanished. This time, the experience wasn't as painful as before. It seemed to be absorbed the moment it entered his mouth. BZZ. The golden page in his mind trembled slightly. In the next instant, the page showing the activation of cultivation art changed. Foundation origin art, origin gathering, already activated, will last for 1 hour. 1 hour? Suyu cursed out loud. Right now, he felt his pores expanding and rapidly absorbing the origin chi in the surroundings. The 9 apertures in his body seemed to be temporarily opened. This was the effect of the booklet. Originally, experts at the origin opening realm wouldn't be able to do this. If one didn't open all 9 apertures, they wouldn't be able to sense the origin chi or have a way to actively absorb it. But right now, Suyu felt that with just a single thought, he would be able to absorb the origin chi from the surroundings. Origin chi in Nanyuan was insufficient, but that was only the case for experts at the 10,000 stone realm. To people like Suyu who were in the origin opening realm, the origin chi here was more than enough. Creak. This was the first time his body actively absorbed chi, and it seemed to be extremely hungry. It ignored everything else and kept absorbing origin chi for refinement purposes. At this moment, his 9 apertures glowed faintly with light as a large amount of origin chi was gathered and being used to refine his 9 apertures. Painful. Suyu could feel the pain. It was not so bad for his mouth and nose as he had finished refining and opening them before. However, his other apertures were still in their unopened states. At this moment, the rush of origin chi into those unopened apertures caused him to feel intense pain. As a result, rumbling sounds echoed in his ears and tears flowed from his eyes. The origin chi was refining his apertures and helping him to open them. An hour is too long. Suyu, who earlier felt that 1 hour was too short, instantly betrayed himself at this moment. It was too long. If this state persisted for an hour, would he explode from being too full of origin chi? This was probably the first time that someone at the origin opening realm was actively absorbing origin chi to cultivate. In addition, the origin gathering art was the cultivation art of the ironwing birds, so it hadn't been modified and was actually not too suitable for humans. At this moment, Suyu felt that there were more pores on his back being opened, even his back was frenziedly absorbing origin chi. Damn, is this used for refining wings? Will I grow wings? Suyu felt a little helpless. The ironwing bird was from the bird race, and their wings were actually powerful killing weapons. Because of that, they would naturally need to strengthen their wings. But the main point was that he wasn't a bird. After he activated the origin gathering art, the origin chi flowed through his energy channels and meridians. Although the booklet modified it to be more suitable for the human body, it was still somewhat unsuitable for Suyu. He felt that the amount of origin chi that his back was absorbing was way more compared to what his 9 apertures were absorbing. Rumble. At this moment, a loud sound rang out in Suyu's left ear. Suyu started slightly. After that, he wasn't shocked but was glad instead. This is, the 4th aperture is opening? The first 3 of the 9 apertures were easy to open. However, the 4th and 5th apertures referred to the ears, and they were a little difficult to activate. As for the 6th and 7th, they referred to the eyes, and they were even more troublesome to activate. As for the final 2 apertures, Shinkei and Baihui, the majority of humans wouldn't be able to open them. The main reason why people failed to become cultivators was that they couldn't open the final 2 apertures. My left ear aperture is going to be opened. Suyu was wildly joyful. The rumbling sounds in his left ear were so melodious. He had done a calculation before. If he wanted to reach the 4th level, he would at least need to spend more than half a year cultivating. But who would have thought that after activating the origin gathering art and cultivating it once, he could completely open his 4th aperture? Naturally, this had a connection to the fact that his strength was too weak. The difficult thing about opening apertures was that cultivators at the origin opening realm had no way to take the initiative to absorb origin chi. They could only passively refine their bodies. But once they turned what was passive to active, opening apertures wouldn't be difficult for them. Cultivators at the origin opening realm wouldn't gain greater strength. However, their constitution would be better, and their senses would be sharper. These were the benefits of the origin opening realm. Naturally, just all of these were already sufficient. Only when one reached the 8th level and opened their Shinkei acupoint would they be able to cultivate some simple martial techniques to defend themselves and prepare themselves to become a genuine cultivator. Chapter 15, 4th level of the origin opening realm, 2. Rumble. The rumbling sounds in his ears continued, and his ears would contract and swell periodically. At this moment, origin chi circled around him as his ears moved. It was almost completed. The origin chi in the surroundings unceasingly entered his left ear. Suyu, who hadn't been able to see origin chi before, could now see the flow of mist moving. It was none other than origin chi. This was the first time he could sense the existence of origin chi so clearly. I can't anymore. Suyu's mind trembled from the rumblings. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand the opening of an aperture, but this was his first time actively refining his body, so his body was still too weak. Hence, he found it hard to endure. Boom! At this moment, the sound of a thunderous explosion echoed out in his left ear, and Suyu relaxed. It was finally completed. He then stopped channeling the origin gathering art as he couldn't persist any longer. Half an hour later, Suyu was finally at ease. However, he felt a little regret. The amount of time he had spent cultivating was only half an hour, and he had wasted the remaining time. Since the activation lasted for an hour and he couldn't save up the remaining time, he could only wait for the countdown to end. It was truly too much of a pity. But it's already very good. I actually reached the 4th level. Suyu was happy. He originally didn't harbor any hope, but who would have thought that he really managed to reach the 4th level before the examinations? In the entire Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy, only tens of people had reached the 4th level of the Origin Opening Realm. Over hundreds of people were at the 3rd level, so when he was at the 3rd level, he couldn't be considered anything. Reaching the 4th level was already not bad. According to what everyone would say, the current him could already be considered as someone skilled in both martial and literary aspects. At the level of a genius. Is this the effect of the booklet? Too wonderful, but... Suyu furrowed his brows slightly. He was at the Origin Opening Realm, and this effect seemed to be not bad. But after reaching the 1,000-pound realm, since the Origin Gathering art wasn't a cultivation art for humans, it most probably would be inferior to the effects of the cultivation arts from the human race. Forget it, I cannot be too greedy. In addition, if I have the cultivation arts of the gods and devils... Suyu's eyes glimmered. If he activated the pages of gods and devils one day, what would happen? The cultivation arts of the human race were very powerful, but the cultivation arts of gods and devils were even stronger. The human race had plenty of cultivation arts, while gods and devils didn't have as much. However, the human cultivation arts were mostly low-level ones, with only a few top-level ones. Hence, they could only hope to kill the other races to obtain their cultivation arts. However, the probability was too low. Do gods and devils exist in my dream realm? In the past, the dreams were too ethereal, and he was too young to remember. He wasn't sure whether there were gods and devils or not. If they did exist in his dream realm, didn't that mean that he could cultivate cultivation arts from gods and devils? It's too early to think about this. Right now, it's already very good that I have the Origin Gathering art. It can enable me to swiftly level up. Suyu suppressed this notion, feeling joy in his heart. The 4th level of Origin Opening. There were no evident changes to his body, but it was stronger after being refined by Origin Chi. However, the main difference wasn't this but rather his hearing. His left ear moved slightly and very soon, a series of rustling noises entered his ear. Although the words weren't clear, his hearing was much better than before. In the past, because the sound insulation effect was good, he almost couldn't hear any external noises. Hence, there was really no way to hear anything if the commotion level was small. But now, his hearing had become much stronger. To cultivators, being able to see and hear everything clearly was a basic ability. If one didn't complete the Origin Opening Realm, they wouldn't be able to achieve this. Very good. Although he had used 1 drop of essence blood, that 1 merit point was enough to increase his realm by 1. If that was the case, Suyu would be willing to do the same 10 or even 100 more times. I have 2 drops left, should I try activating the skills? Suyu's gaze flickered. He wanted to test the strength of the skills, the duration, and the consequences they would cause to one's body. If he used the skills without checking everything about them carefully, that would be irresponsible to himself. The Iron Wing birds had 2 racial skills that could be activated. They were namely Laceration and Iron Wing Slash. This laceration was at level 1, and it represented that Iron Wing birds of different levels might be able to use different racial skills. This was very normal. As for Iron Wing Slash, Suyu had no wings, so he didn't need to consider this. But he could give laceration a try. Let's try it then. However, the space at his home was too small, and there were many people in the surroundings. As elderly people were staying above and below him, it wasn't too convenient for him to experiment at home. After thinking about it, Suyu brought the essence blood and swiftly left home. Tens of minutes later, in a cultivation dojo. After paying 100 onping coins, Suyu rented a cultivation room for an hour. There were many such cultivation dojos in the city. After all, there were many 1,000-pound realm experts in the city. Activate. He swallowed the essence blood, and countless scenes instantly appeared in his mind. The scenes detailed how an iron-winged bird used its sharp talons to lacerate its prey. Suyu felt his hands swelling instantly. After that, his origin chi was compressed, and while his hand was swelling painfully, they were also filled with a powerful might. Is this the laceration skill? Suyu was shocked. This was the first time he felt strong, extremely strong. But there was no way for him to measure how strong he was exactly, as he had just reached the 4th level of the origin opening realm. Right now, his arms were incomparably painful from the swelling, so Suyu didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately launched a swift attack at the human-shaped puppet ahead. Boom! One of his hands grabbed the target's throat, being as sharp as eagle talons. Suyu then tightened his grasp, and a booming sound echoed out loud. These human-shaped puppets were constructed for cultivators to test their practical combat skills, so the materials used to make them were very sturdy. At this moment, the puppet's throat was tightly grabbed and cracking sounds could be heard. Suyu then continued to frenziedly attack while alternating with both hands. Every time he attacked, there seemed to be some laceration effect. Gradually, a fine gap appeared on the puppet's throat. This persisted for 5 to 6 minutes. After that, Suyu's gaze flickered and the strength in his arms seemed as though they were dissipating. He was slowly growing weaker. Bang! See? Suyu took a breath of cold air when the strength from earlier disappeared completely. He then held the puppet in one hand, and his nails felt as though they were about to fall apart. It was incomparably painful. Chapter 16, 4th level of the origin opening realm, 3%. And asterisk at. Suyu cursed in a low voice. The strength had vanished so suddenly, and he, who was merely at the origin opening realm, had been punching out with full force at the human-shaped puppet. It would then be strange if he didn't feel pain. He took his communicator and glanced at it as he made a judgment. The duration lasts for 5 minutes and it costs 1 drop of essence blood to activate. It isn't just simple attacks, as the attacks contain some effect of laceration. That should be the effect of the racial skills and not just normal brute strength attacks. He took a glance at the puppet and saw the thin wound on the neck, which was currently closing up. This type of puppet could slowly recover even after it was damaged. This was the reason why the cultivation dojo would use such materials to forge it. There's a laceration effect on the puppet. My father, who is at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm, can do it, and the effect of his attacks should be more serious than this wound. With a single punch that consists of his entire strength, he should be able to open a hole in the puppet. But my continuous attacks only created a thin wound. The strength I unleashed earlier was roughly at the level of someone at the 6th or 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. It should be the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. After all, an expert at the 6th level would find it impossible to cause any damage. In that case, this has a connection with the level of the iron-winged bird I activated. Evidently, the one displayed in the booklet is an iron-winged bird at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. Attack power at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. 1 drop of essence blood. Duration, 5 minutes. Suyu's gaze flickered. This indicated that he now possessed an attacking power of this level. Naturally, attacking power wasn't equal to strength. Someone at the true 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm would have a powerful body, swift speed, agile movements, and a wealth of combat experience. In any case, he wouldn't be able to be comparable to them. Only if one was to talk about simply attacking a dead object, would Suyu be comparable to someone at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. If he really encountered someone at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm, and if the other party was prepared, they would be able to kill Suyu instantly. After all, Suyu didn't have a strong body. Only his hands were filled with strength. Let alone someone at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm, even if it's someone at the 3rd or 4th level, as long as they are prepared and don't get close to me to give me a chance to attack, I'll die for sure if I fight them. I won't be their match at all. I can't even catch up to their speed." Suyu shook his head slightly. Earlier, when he had felt limitless strength, that was merely an illusion. In reality, this ability would only provide him with a little help. He could only use it as a trump card. If he exposed it, it wouldn't have much threat to people at the 3rd level of the 1,000-pound realm or even those below it. The other party could simply run away and come back to kill him when his strength had faded. However, it isn't as if there are no benefits. The benefits are actually very great. Suyu suddenly smiled. Humans couldn't be too greedy. This was already very impressive. He was merely at the origin opening realm. To put it unpleasantly, he was just an ordinary person. Yet, he could actually erupt forth with the attack power of someone at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm for 5 minutes. Wasn't this enough? It's just that the aftereffects are a little too big. At this moment, Suyu could fully feel the aftereffects. Both of his arms were swollen. The pain was so bad that they turned numb. This was why he didn't feel anything earlier. Laceration, this martial skill is too crude. The racial skill of the iron-winged bird naturally won't be suitable for humans. The martial skills that humans researched and developed are stronger than this. However, if I can learn a martial skill from some of the powerful races, that will still be greatly beneficial to me. Suyu's eyes shone with light as he had finished his research on the iron-winged bird. In truth, there was nothing much to research. But what about a different race? If he could get the racial skills of other races. Do the civilization academies have rewards for such research? If one day I manage to show my research of the gods or devil race, replicating their cultivation arts, martial skills, and even innate racial skills, wouldn't that be an incomparably immense contribution? Suyu gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He suddenly smiled. I feel that the civilization academies are basically tailor-fit for me. I think I can completely join them and sell them martial skills. Thinking about it was one thing. Suyu wasn't serious about this in actuality. He was just a puny newbie. If he went to a civilization academy and showed people that he had researched the racial skills and innate talents of the god and devil races, he wouldn't be a genius but a monster. Have you seen gods and devils before? Have you fought them before? Even if you managed to research them, who would believe you? Suyu self-entertained before laughing again. After that, he didn't waste his time in this place. Although he couldn't activate another skill, he could still cultivate assiduously. Only cultivators at the 8th level of the origin opening realm would train in martial skills. Because if one hadn't reached the 8th level, it would be useless to train as they didn't have sufficient strength. However, Suyu had learned quite a few martial skills. And at this moment, he began to train in them. In the past, he felt that the 8th level was still far away. But now, was it really still far away? Making preparations in advance was always better, or he might end up not knowing anything when he reached the 8th level. At that time, if he just had the cultivation base but not the relevant strength, he would be nothing but trash. Chapter 17, Calm and Tranquility. Everything was calm in the days that followed. Suyu didn't tell others about his breakthrough to the 4th level of the origin opening realm. He then continued to painstakingly cultivate the origin opening art, strengthening his foundation at the 4th level of the origin opening realm. There was some degree of side effects to taking the blood essence. Of course, once it had been absorbed by the booklet, Suyu's body would recover in 2 to 3 days and no longer feel the swelling pain. Now, only 1 drop of the iron-winged bird's blood essence remained, but Suyu didn't continue using it. Otherwise, he would advance too quickly. What if he had a breakthrough to the 5th level of the origin opening realm when he practiced the origin gathering art again? That would be too much of a strange phenomenon. At the very least, he should wait half a month, right? Suyu wasn't in a rush either. There were still a little more than 2 months until the examination for the high-grade academy. If he broke through to another level every half-monthly, he might even reach the 9th level of the origin opening realm by the time of the examination. Are you going to the academy today? I'm going. How great that you're not going, yet you can't help me apply for leave as well. Chunhao spoke subconsciously before he was taken aback. Feeling baffled, he asked, "You're going to school?" This fellow hadn't been in school for the past few days. Even if he did, he would leave very quickly. Hence, Chunhao was tremendously envious. But how come Suyu was going to the academy again today? Suyu couldn't be bothered with Chunhao. He replied as he walked, "The examination is 2 months away. I'm going to look for some teachers and see if I can learn a few more all races languages." You're still learning? Chunhao was speechless. What a strange person. However, Chunhao thought of something in the next moment and said gleefully, "Ayu, I think that you are very impressive for having learned the 18 all races languages. However, I found out that there is someone even more impressive than you in our academy. Do you know Lu Yu from class 1? From what I heard, that girl is even stranger than you. She took the examination for her 20th all races languages certificate yesterday. How amazing." Suyu raised his eyebrows. Lu Yu? 20 languages? Naturally, he knew Lu Yu. It was not rare for him to see her in the library. The last time they met, it was Lu Yu who had referred him to methods to speed up the origin opening realm, though it was of no use. He was aware that the number of all races languages Lu Yu had mastered wasn't few, and she was even more serious than him. It was because Suyu would bump into her in the library most of the time. But 20 languages. Even though Suyu claimed that he didn't mind someone else being more impressive than him, he still felt a degree of dismay. In the past, even though there were students at the academy who also grasped a good number of all races languages, the best one out of them still had the same record as him. No one ever heard that Lu Yu had grasped this many languages previously. What was more interesting was that Lu Yu wasn't a student of Lu Wenyan. One must understand that of all the students who studied all races languages at the academy, those who grasped the most were all taught by Lu Wenyan. Hence, from whom did Lu Yu learn? Suyu didn't think too much about it, and the two of them walked to the academy as usual. Though there were cars on the road and public transport wasn't expensive, unless the distance was too far, most students would choose to walk. This was also a form of cultivation. En route, they would see a few traffic wardens from time to time. At the sight of the familiar uniform, some thoughts surfaced in Suyu's mind. It had been 5 days since his father left, and he wondered how his father was doing on the all-skies battlefield. Apart from the traffic wardens in green uniforms, they also saw patrolling teams from Windarrest Hall in black uniforms twice on the way. The Windarrest Hall, their main responsibility was to guard the city. Has the Windarrest Hall been patrolling everywhere these days? MN. Hearing Suyu's question, Chunhao, who was glancing around, replied immediately, "Wasn't there a rumor that all races sect was active in Great Xia Prefecture? That's why the Windarrest Hall increased their patrol efforts these days." Ayu, have you watched the television the past few days? The prefecture lord dispatched the Languo guards to patrol every corner, and they've captured many scoundrels from the all races sect. They've been beheading those B***stars every day and have beheaded a few hundred. Naturally, Suyu had watched it. He frowned. That's strange. What's strange? Chunhao chuckled. It isn't like there have never been beheadings. That's not what I was talking about. Suyu furrowed his brows. Those brutes from all races sect won't lift a finger unless there's something in it for them. Every time they were active, it was to create confusion. However, for their arrival at Great Xia Prefecture this time, have you heard of any unrest? They've only been beheaded. Could it be that the reason they came to Great Xia Prefecture was actually to throw their lives away? He thought that it was a little strange. For the past few days, the television had only reported about the beheading, but the all-races sect didn't seem to have caused any commotions. Could it be that the Lanwu guards were too strong and had detected the signs of activity in advance every time? That was a possibility too. Hence, Suyu shook his head slightly. These things weren't his business. This was good as well. If this was the case, then the all-races sect probably didn't have any intention to assassinate Teacher Liu. After that, the two of them chatted as they walked and arrived shortly at Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. At the same time, outside Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy, at the top level of a building, a middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and no longer stared at Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. Turning around, he looked back at the woman who was currently cooking. His lips opened and closed slightly. There are a total of 3,200 students at Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy and 210 teachers. The students are all at Origin Opening Realm, and the teachers are all at 1,000-pound realm. Only the academy head is at the second level of the 10,000 stone realm. 50 people are in the guard department. Among them, there is one at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm and 6 at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm and above. Among the teachers, 28 of them are at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm and above. So, there's a total of 35 people at the high levels of the 1,000-pound realm. Apart from that, the Winterest Hall has a small team of 30 people protecting them in the dark at the moment. They have one leader at the 10,000 stone realm, and the rest are all at high levels of the 1,000-pound realm. So, a total of 64 people at high levels of the 1,000-pound realm and 2 people at the 10,000 stone realm. The City Lord's residence is 7,000 meters away from Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. With the City Lord Wu Wenhai's cultivation at the second level of the soaring realm, it would take approximately 2 minutes for him to rush over. The middle-aged man explained the situation simply. In the kitchen, the woman cooked, and along with the sound of her cooking, she spoke, "Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy, the best mid-grade academy in Nanyuan City. It is also the reserve force of every high-grade academy. This time, we are not operating on our own but at the same time with 6 cities. All our targets are the local mid-grade academies." Xia Lanwu. He. The woman donned a cold expression on her face. Xia Lanwu thinks highly of himself. Just because he destroyed a few of our ordinary strongholds, he thinks we are unable to withstand a single blow. This time, we will let Xia Lanwu fall headfirst into a tumble. The Great Xia Prefecture is nothing impressive either. The middle-aged man didn't reply to this and then spoke up again. There is also a team of Lanwu guard stationed at Nanyuan. There are a total of 10 people, 9 of them are between the 4th level and 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm. Xia Bing, the team leader, is at the 2nd level of the soaring realm. Regarding the specifics of the station location, we have not scouted it out. We will also need to prevent them from suddenly appearing. Lanwu guards. The woman didn't sneer this time, and her expression was somewhat heavy. Scout out their station location. But their numbers are too small. There is absolutely no way of examining it clearly. Then create confusion and lure them out. The woman continued coldly, "Let the men go out of the city and slaughter a few small villages outside the city. With such slaughters, the Lanwu guards will surely take action." The middle-aged man was hesitant. There have been many deaths lately and the men below have begun to waver. To ask them to throw their lives away again. It's not like they know they have to deal with the Lanwu guards. Send those people from Bloodfire's sect. Those guys are not clear-headed and love slaughtering the most. Send them out for reconnaissance. After saying that, the woman continued, "Make our move once the people from Lanwu guards are lured away. Assemble the manpower. We need to hit our mark with one strike. Withdraw immediately after the massacre of Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. This time, kill them all." The woman's expression was cold-blooded. Kill all the teachers and students of the 6 mid-grade academies. This year, there won't be many who can attend high-grade academies in the 6 cities. Following this, Xiaolangwu can just wait to spit out blood. He thinks we are insignificant. How could he be aware that our objectives are to kill the weak teachers in small roles? The woman's face was indifferent. Protecting Lu Wanyan? Our target isn't Lu Wanyan. Killing a single Lu Wanyan means nothing. By slaughtering Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy and the other 6 mid-grade academies, even if the Great Xia Prefecture was strong, it would still suffer serious damage. It might not be apparent right now, but the effects would show in a few years. The middle-aged man exhaled softly and spoke with worry. You and I are both at the Soaring Realm. We will be sufficient to go against the city lord, Wu Wenhai. However, once the Xia troops hurry over, we won't be their match. The Langu Guards were the most elite troop in Great Xia Prefecture, and even a small team leader of theirs was strong. Even if the opponents were in the same realm as them, 8 or 9 out of 10 of the opponents wouldn't be their match. No matter. The woman sneered. If they were to appear, someone would naturally deal with it. Did someone from above come? Don't ask what you shouldn't. The woman intercepted his words and continued cooking. After living in seclusion for more than 6 years, she should leave after the success this time around. She wondered if there was a chance to be promoted when she returned to the headquarters. In the middle of their conversation, a young girl walked out of her room in a daze. Mother, I smell the food. What are we having for breakfast? Good girl, be patient. You'll be able to eat in a moment. The woman's voice was cheerful and accompanied by a smile, but her gaze was as cold as frost. There wasn't the slightest bit of affection. This so-called daughter was nothing but a tool for their seclusion. The man smiled too when he spoke, but his gaze was no different from the woman's. The little girl didn't seem to detect any oddity. She then grinned as she went into the bathroom. However, the moment she left, the living room and kitchen fell into silence instantly. After a moment, the man asked, "What do we do with her?" "Kill her." The woman didn't hesitate at all. "But we can't kill her now. We'll kill her the moment before we leave and set her blood on fire. This is to prevent experts from tracing the blood back to us. After all, it's our blood that we're leaving behind." That's right, she was their biological daughter. However, the reason why they gave birth to this child all those years ago was to conceal their identities. Now that they were withdrawing, they would naturally not require this burden and concealed danger anymore. In those 6 years, the two of them had hidden extremely well. No one would suspect them. To settle here for 6 years and even give birth to a daughter, no one would have ever thought that this earnest and hard-working couple were experts at Soaring Realm and even part of the All Races sect congregation. Contact the others tonight and prepare to take action. Remember, kill everyone and withdraw in 3 minutes. Yes. The middle-aged man responded inaudibly and twisted his head to look out the window. When he looked at Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy from a distance, a smile appeared on his face. In a few days, they wouldn't be able to see Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy anymore. What a pity, a bunch of little fellows full of youthful spirit. Perhaps, they could even be remarkable individuals in a few years, but there was no chance of it now. Xiaolangwu. Great Xia Prefecture has been peaceful for so many years. I'm afraid you have never imagined this either. Thinking back about the major movement by the sect this time around, the man couldn't help but feel a bit agitated. After so many years, they had considered Great Xia Prefecture as a target. Xiaolangwu still thought that the All Races sect was creating chaos only on a small scale here, but little did he know that the main force of the sect had been transferred here. 1. A nickname for Chen Hao. Chapter 18, Luring the Snake Out of the Cave. Preparatory Class 3. This was the class that Suyu was in. He rarely attended any classes for the past few days, but of course, no one was too bothered. With the impending examination for a high-grade academy, everyone was on a tight timeline. Who would have any mind to be concerned about others not attending class? Besides, Suyu wasn't the only special person. There was a student at 4th level original opening realm who didn't attend classes at the academy for a long time too. At this point, it was more important to adjust one's mentality. Suyu sat in his seat and didn't hurry to look for Lu Wenyan. It was still too early. At this time, Teacher Lu might still be reading books. That old man had a habit of waking up early to read a book. Chen Hao sat next to Suyu, and the two of them were considered deskmates. The teachers didn't have problems with the seating and allowed the class to sit freely. Not long after they were seated, a woman with a well-developed figure stepped into the room with a book. Sweeping her gaze down and across, she didn't care if there were people absent either. The female teacher then opened the book and started. The examination for the high-grade academy is not far away now, so we won't revise the foundation courses. Today, we'll briefly talk about the issue of everyone's choices for their future after graduation. We also won't talk about the 4 academic systems. Everyone should be clear about them. Then, let us talk about how to make a choice if you don't pass the assessment for even the Internal Affairs Academy, or if you get into somewhere you are unwilling to go. The female teacher smiled as she looked at everyone. This is a magical era where the ordinary and extraordinary coexist. Some students don't want to resign themselves to ordinary life and wish to walk the extraordinary path as well. Even if you don't get into war academies, does that mean that there's no hope anymore? No, there is. At the sound of the female teacher's words, even if the students knew about this before, they grew somewhat agitated at that moment. It was one thing to have heard about it, but the news was more trustworthy when it came from a teacher. The first and also the most dangerous in comparison is to join the military. The female teacher looked at everyone with a restrained smile and said solemnly, I think everyone already knows this. Joining the military is the easiest way for an ordinary person to access the extraordinary path. When you kill an enemy on the battlefield, those are all contributions. A lot of the people in the class have relatives who are soldiers, so everyone should understand this point. Part of the crisis, which I think everyone is aware of, is that the number of soldiers dying every year reaches 6 figures. However, we are not here to talk about the crisis today. Rather, it's that even in the military, there are various options. With that, the female teacher looked toward Chen Hao, who was in high spirits, and laughed. Tell me, Chen Hao, what are the main armed forces of Great Xia Prefecture? Chen Hao looked excited and stood up hurriedly as he replied, the first is Lanwu Guards, the strongest army in Great Xia Prefecture. Second is the Great Xia Prefecture Army. They are responsible for guarding Great Xia Prefecture and maintaining the peace within. Third is Wind Arrest Hall, in charge of capturing all races, sect members and maintaining law and order in society. Fourth is the respective city guards, responsible for guard duties in the various cities. Regarding the main 4 military structures mentioned, other than the Wind Arrest Hall, the other 3 units will enter All Skies battlefield to assist the front lines in times of turmoil. They can also be considered reserved forces for the front line. The female teacher smiled and responded, that's not wrong but not a full picture. Lanwu Guards aren't the reserved forces and won't enter All Skies battlefield. Strength isn't the reason for this. It's just that the front lines don't need the Lanwu Guards reinforcement for the time being. Apart from the 4 types of armed forces you mentioned, there are still 2 more. Chen Hao was a little curious, so the female teacher smiled and said, the 5th type is the frontline army. Actually, a portion of them are stationed at Great Xia Prefecture. Of course, they'll be hard to encounter and they are also in charge of receiving recruits. The 6th type is the decommissioned army. Everyone should know about them. Many people used to be from the frontline army or decommissioned veterans from the various structures. This is also a powerful armed force. At this, the female teacher seemed hesitant but still added, in fact, there is still the 7th force. Everyone was confused. There was? There is. The 7th is the guard team from various academies. Don't look down on these guard departments from each academy. Take Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy for example. It's just a mid-grade academy, but everyone knows of the school's guard department. Department head Huang is also an expert at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm. And this is only in Nanyuan. Within Great Xia Prefecture, the guard department's armed forces are formidable. In fact, it is not uncommon to see someone at the 10,000 stone realm or soaring realm. On top of that, the war academies have teachers and students, so their strength is actually extremely strong, even surpassing the strength of the prefecture army. They are just not as strong as Langu guards. With the simple few sentences from the female teacher, it was evident to everyone that they had overlooked this point. So, what I want to tell everyone today is that even if you don't get into an academy, you don't have to worry about having no way forward. There are many ways to get in touch with extraordinary powers, however. Danger and opportunities coexist. If you don't learn as well and don't cultivate as well as others, then you will need to pay a bigger price to stand out among your peers. For example, your life. The teacher added seriously, for students who wish to walk the extraordinary path, you can consider joining the military if you don't get into a war academy. The front line is the most dangerous, but it has the greatest chance. Next is the prefecture army. You will not be able to get into Langu guards for sure, but the prefecture army recruits soldiers every year. In comparison, it is a lot safer than the front lines. Apart from the prefecture army, Windarest Hall also has an academy, the Windarest Academy, but it is not well known. Also, Windarest Academy is rougher in comparison. You may be arranged for graduation after just breaking through the 1,000-pound realm and delegated to a city for internship. Consider it as participating in actual combat ahead of time. The teacher said a lot, but the main point was about joining the military. Nearing the end, the female teacher changed the topic. Actually, if you don't get into a war academy and worry about the pressure of competition in the prefecture army, you can absolutely give the city guards a shot. The examination for city guards is a little simpler, and the structure for nurturing is also fairly well developed. Chapter 19, Luring the Snake Out of the Cave, 2. Although Nanyuan City isn't large, the strength of its city guards isn't weak either. Now, everyone wants to head to the Great Xia Prefecture for their future, but the distance between Nanyuan and Grand Xia is more than 1,000 miles. It's really far away from home. Why don't you all try joining the city guards that are just under your eyelids? Currently the city guard captain, Zhang Qianfu, is also an expert at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm. He regards the reserve forces of the city guards very highly and will personally guide new guards very often, taking extra care of the good seedlings. The city lord also places the city guards in high regard. After hearing this, other than a few people, the majority of the students here understood that this teacher was here to persuade them. Everyone didn't mind. It was fine as long as they got used to it. Since they were close to graduation, all locations wanted to expand their forces. Although Nanyuan City wasn't large, the city lord also wanted to mold the city guards into elites. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Every year, there would indeed be quite a lot of people from Nanyuan City choosing to join the city guards. Even if students of Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy couldn't join a war academy, those at the 3rd level of Origin Opening Realm were considered students with not too bad talents. After some nurturing, reaching the 10,000 stone realm wasn't something hopeless for them. Everyone, think about it carefully. Don't be in a hurry to make your decision. The female teacher ignored the whispers below. After she finished speaking, she allowed everyone to freely discuss as she walked in Suyu's direction. However, she wasn't here for Suyu but Chen Hao instead. Chen Hao, you are at the 3rd level of Origin Opening. Although you have some hope of joining a war academy, the chance is very small. If you failed the examination, why don't you consider joining the City Guard Army? Your father is also working in Nanyuan, and new soldiers of the City Guard Army can return home 3 days per month. This is a very good opportunity. Chen Hao looked like he wanted to cry. Why must you say this? I'm sure I can get into a war academy. I don't want to join the city guards. Why don't you persuade Suyu to join instead? Are you looking down on me? When the female teacher saw his expression, she couldn't help but smile. Why? Are you looking down on the city guards? No, I just wish to try and will think about the city guards if I fail to join a war academy. Chen Hao was incomparably sad. If he really failed to get into a war academy, he would then consider this. The female teacher didn't mind. She then looked at Suyu and smiled. Suyu, you are a seedling of the civilization academies. Teacher Lu has spoken to me. I shouldn't persuade you, but I will still say that if you really don't want to join a civilization academy, you can actually consider this. The city lord is paying more and more attention to the city guards. You are a good seedling, so if you join the city guards, they won't make you do miscellaneous tasks. The city has a secret department, and you will then be able to intern there. This is also considered a rare opportunity. Suyu pondered. Will there be many chances for the city guards to head to the all-skies battlefield? Very little. The teacher thought that Suyu was worried, hence, she hurriedly replied. Suyu nodded and smiled. I understand. Thank you, teacher. I will consider it. Saying that he would consider it meant he was rejecting it. What a joke, I will never join the city guards. If it was in the past, things might be hard to say. If his father was at home and if the Nanyuan city really offered very good conditions, he might stay in Nanyuan. He knew of the secret department, a relatively important organization in Nanyuan. That place was very safe, and the people working there were treated very well as well. But since his father had run off, why would he still stay in Nanyuan? Moreover, could staying in Nanyuan allow him to get the essence blood he needed? When he thought about essence blood, Suyu suddenly recalled a problem. He suddenly spoke, Teacher, do you think war academies have more essence blood or civilization academies? The female teacher started, but she soon replied, naturally, war academies. I mean the number of types. As research organizations, wouldn't the types of essence blood that civilization academies own be more comprehensive compared to the war academies? This, I think so. The teacher didn't dare to confirm as she wasn't too sure. However, she still added, with regards to the types of blood essence, the civilization academies should have more. At the very least, they have more samples compared to war academies. Portions of essence blood obtained from the all-skies battlefield that can't be used will be sent to the civilization academies to become experiment samples. However, the war academies should have more usable essence blood. For example, essence blood that can aid one's cultivation. The amount they have will surely be a staggeringly high one. Suyu nodded. He had thought of these before but couldn't be sure. Now that the teacher was saying this, his confidence grew greater. Quantity was important, but having more types was even more important to him. If there weren't many types of blood essence, how could he continue opening up pages? If he didn't understand the language, he also wouldn't be able to understand the activation instructions. Could it be that he had to ask others what the words meant? It seems like, I better apply for civilization academies. Suyu pondered. Someone then shouted from outside, Suyu, make a trip to the teacher's building. Teacher Lu is looking for you. Understood. Suyu replied. He greeted the teachers and then swiftly ran toward the teacher's building. When he arrived, Suyu wasn't the only one there. Suyu saw a few familiar faces, but he wasn't too close to them. He merely roughly knew their names. There were geniuses at the 4th level of the origin opening realm and also geniuses who had grasped many all races languages. Lu Yu was among them. Moreover, Lu Wenyan wasn't the only teacher here, the academy head was present as well. Other than them, so you could also see a few other teachers who were at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm. Their strength could be considered at peak level in the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. After Suyu arrived, a few more students came after one another. 7 to 8 minutes passed and everyone finally gathered. The academy head smiled. The 25 of you are the hope of our Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy this year. Most of you will be going to either civilization academies or war academies. As for the scientific research academies, like always, only a few people from our school will join them. The academy head was a courageous warrior, while Lu Wenyan was a cultured man. But at this moment, this cultured man suddenly interrupted, "Stop talking so much nonsense and go straight to the main point. We have no time to waste." The academy head felt embarrassed. This old thing, can't he see that the students are around? He's going overboard with the bullying. I really want to break this old thing's legs. The other teachers were snickering secretly. But when the academy head shot a glare at them, all of them instantly fell silent. Chapter 20, Luring the Snake Out of the Cave, 3. Only then did the academy head continue, "Recently, it hasn't been too peaceful in the Great Xia Prefecture. Those fellows from the all races sector showing up everywhere. Although they are useless, our Nanyuan city is after all just a minor city, and we don't have sufficient strength to defend it. So what our academy wants to do is that you bunch of people will head to the Great Xia Prefecture in advance. There, it will be safer. There are already incidents of geniuses in the other minor cities being ambushed. The all races sect are creating chaos everywhere." Suyu didn't speak, but someone in the crowd hurriedly stated, "Going to Great Xia, what about the examination?" "It's the same whether you take the examination in Great Xia Prefecture or here. Moreover, your chance of success will be greater than taking the examination in Nanyuan. The number of people there is far more in comparison, and you guys are considered a special batch with the recommendation of our academy. Hence, you guys can just head over and wait for the exams." "How long do we have to wait?" A female student spoke with some reluctance. "There are still roughly 2 months plus to the exam. Could it be that we have to stay in the Great Xia Prefecture all the time?" "That's not the case. If those B** stars from the all races sect are eliminated, you guys can return at any time." The academy head was a little angry as he spoke. "The main point is that these rats are creating chaos everywhere, and our Nanyuan city is too small. We don't have excess strength to protect you all, so we are afraid of the unexpected. If they decide to target you guys, there will simply be too many chances for them to act. On the way to your destinations, in your homes, or even inside the academy, we might not be able to protect you. Rather than splitting up this group, we might as well gather everyone and send you all away. In fact, after you guys leave, your family members and the other students will be safer. Because, in the eyes of the all races sect members, the others don't have enough value for them to take a risk." "Everyone, do you understand the meaning of my words?" Everyone nodded. No one was a fool. They naturally understood what the academy head was talking about. Those fellows from the all races sect wouldn't do something that gave them no benefits. It was meaningless to kill a few ordinary people. Instead, their own lives might be in danger. However, it was different if they could kill a few geniuses. In their files, geniuses of the human race were all clearly marked. If they succeeded, they would receive plenty of benefits. Naturally, the elites in Nanyuan couldn't be considered true monstrous geniuses. The defenses here were laxer, and they didn't have enough soldiers. Also, there had been many cases where the geniuses of minor cities were killed. Seeing that everyone understood, the academy head continued, "So, everyone can make your preparations. Those who are willing to leave, come back to the academy again in 3 days. The city guards will send a team to escort you all to Great Xia. When you all arrive there, all expenses will be borne by the school, so there's no need to worry too much." Lu Wenyan didn't interject earlier, but at this moment, he calmly added, "If everyone can leave, it's best if you go to the Great Xia Prefecture. Recently, there has been some uneasiness. The all-races sect is showing signs of activity once more and is killing geniuses, intercepting merchant carts and even leaving bloody bodies outside the city. The situation isn't good, although things temporarily haven't spread to Nanyuan. But something is wrong. Lu Wenyan softly spoke, "Everyone here is no longer a child, so you all should have some judgment about this situation. The intention of the drinker isn't on the wine. Or in other words, this is a distraction. The ones who showed their faces and got caught and killed are minor characters of the all-races sect. Many are madmen from the Bloodfire sect. These madmen are all brainwashed idiots and basically don't know what's life and death. They are merely cannon fodder for the all-races sect. The truly big fish haven't shown their faces yet. They create chaos for the sake of attracting the Longwu guards' attention, wanting to control the strength of the Longwu guards and city guards of the various major cities." Suyu then asked, "Teacher, could it be that the Great Xia Prefecture has no idea about this?" "They naturally know." Lu Wenyan laughed. "The Great Xia Prefecture is filled with talents, so how could they not know of this? But even if they knew, could the Longwu guards choose not to move out? The prefecture army has to be stationed somewhere and cannot move around recklessly. As for forces that can move around, the Longwu guards are the strongest, so they have to act. The Winter Rest Hall also has a headache now. There are too many places they need to guard, and this is because no one has any idea what the all-races sect's true target is. People in darkness can act unbridled and attack anywhere casually. So, even though the Great Xia Prefecture can destroy them instantly, it's useless if they can't find this group of people." Lu Wenyan then continued, "So, the most important thing now is for us to reduce the number of locations that might be attacked. We gather all of you to send you all away in a group, and this will allow us to have the strength to destroy those fellows if they attack here, as we won't split our strength trying to protect you all." Everyone was enlightened. So, this was the case. A student spoke with anger, "Those B** stars. After I come out from the War Academy, I'm going to kill every one of them I see." The teachers here smiled and didn't say anything. Everyone had thought of this before. The main point was that those fellows were too difficult to find. Many of them had hidden truly deeply. In that case, everyone can go back and think about it. Those who want to leave can come to the academy 3 days later. The city guards will escort you guys. Understood. Everyone answered. With the current situation, it seemed that they could only leave. If they chose to leave, they could reduce the burden on Nanyuan City. Everyone also understood this point in their hearts. When the others left, Suyu didn't leave. He came here this time around for the sake of finding Lu Wenyan. He wanted to learn a few more all-races languages, including the Lu fish's language. Before this, he had dreamt of a Lu fish, but during these few days, Suyu didn't continue to dream. The language of Lu fishes was considered very niche. Hence, Suyu had never learned it before, and he didn't know if Lu Wenyan knew it. As for going to Great Xia, Suyu didn't have much reaction to it. In any case, he was the only one at home. It was the same no matter where he went. The other teachers, including the academy head, also departed. In the end, only Suyu and Lu Wenyan remained here. After hearing that Suyu wanted to consult him on Lu fish's language, Lu Wenyan laughed. Lu fish are rarely seen on the All-Skies battlefield, and they usually only roam around the D Mountain realm. Hence, their language is extremely niche, and the texts in their written language are even fewer. At the very least, what the human race gathered isn't much. I really haven't grasped this language yet, but someone surely knows this language in the Great Xia Prefecture. Chapter 21, Luring the Snake Out of the Cave, 4. Suyu didn't feel regretful. Seeing that teacher Lu didn't know about it, he was about to leave. But when Lu Wenyan saw that Suyu was leaving, he pondered a little and asked, "Your father has gone to the All-Skies battlefield, so are you alone at home?" "Amen. In that case, be more careful at home." Suyu turned his head. Had the situation already worsened to this degree? There are guards on the street and in the academies. In the homes of most people, there are also experts at the 1,000-pound realm. So, there's no need to worry too much about their safety. But since you are alone, things will be more dangerous for you. Lu Wenyan hesitated but soon continued, actually, I don't really agree. Teacher Lu. The sound of clanging rang outside the door. Lu Wenyan's countenance didn't change as he continued, his father is an old soldier of the Devil Suppression Army. Could it be that even he is unworthy of trust? There are all sorts of possibilities. Su Long has already left the army for a whole 18 years. In that case, you guys best arrange people to protect him or I cannot be at ease. Currently, there's no way to mobilize our forces to protect people individually. Lu Wenyan frowned. I have no way to question you guys since the Longwu guards are carrying out a military order. But, I feel that Suyu has no problems. Naturally, if you are worried, Suyu can spend the next few days with me. If not, if we allow him to go home, that will be us being irresponsible toward him. The person outside hesitated a little, but it seemed like he had made a decision. As for Suyu, he was at a loss. What did this mean? Naturally, he didn't interrupt them. Was that person outside someone from the Longwu guards? But when Suyu came here, he didn't see anyone outside. Fine. An instant later, a voice rang out from outside. After that, there was only silence. Lu Wenyan looked at the silent Suyu as he smiled. The people from the All Races sect have concealed themselves a bit too deeply. We are suspecting that the recent chaos is actually for another purpose. So, we cannot wait passively. We can only seize the initiative to attack. But we cannot be sure if the academy or the city guards have been infiltrated. So, we need an opportunity. Opportunity? Suyu seemed to be on the verge of understanding, yet it still wasn't that clear to him. Correct, an opportunity. Nanyuan is just a minor city. There isn't anything important here, and the value isn't high. If one wants to talk about value, the most valuable thing here will undoubtedly be the Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. Or maybe, the city lord's residence. However, there are city guards stationed in the city lord's residence, and that place is much safer than here. We cannot be sure if the other party has entered Nanyuan, but just to prepare for the unexpected and change passive into active, we decided to use bait to lure the snake out from the cave. You guys can be considered bait, but not bait at the same time. Lu Wenyan sighed. If the All Races sect is in Nanyuan and has a secret plot, once the news of sending you guys away spreads, they will definitely make their choice according to a few options. Firstly, act in advance to kill you guys. Secondly, act while you guys are on the way there. But at that time, the city guards will be present, and to kill city guards, they have to mobilize a large number of people. Also, when you guys are halfway there, the Great Xia Prefecture army will surely go over and receive you all. Thirdly, let you all leave in peace with a portion of city guards to weaken Nanyuan's strength before they act. Fourthly, giving up on Nanyuan. Because after you guys depart, we will be able to become more focused and have excess strength to guard more places. It's very difficult for them to gain a chance to act then. Suyu frowned. He then pondered and asked, so, teacher, do you mean that if their goal is really us, they might choose to act in advance? That's right, they will leap out from their hiding spots. But if their target isn't us, you guys will be able to leave Nanyuan smoothly. The Great Xia Prefecture is indeed safer, and 1 or 2 months later, the Longwu guards will be able to exterminate them. Lu Wenyan then said seriously, so, you guys can be considered a bait to lure the snake out of the cave, but not many people know of this. This is because, we cannot be certain if they have eyes in the surroundings or not. Will things be very dangerous for us? Not for the majority of people, but things are hard to say for you because you are home alone. Lu Wenyan continued, this is why I told you. I don't want you to be unprepared and get killed. In the next 2 days, you can just stick around me. If nothing happens 3 days later, the guards will send you guys away. Suyu contemplated but didn't say anything. Nanyuan City's intention was to prepare for the unexpected. After sending them away in advance, it would be for the best if nothing happened. But if something did happen, they would be able to seize the initiative. As for danger, having a plan was safer than having no plan. If the All Races sect really had them as their target, with the current arrangements here in Nanyuan, they would actually be safer in comparison. Suyu could understand this. He then smiled and said, "Teacher, please rest at ease. I understand. However, is the infiltration by the All Races sect really that impressive?" "Yes." Lu Wenyan sighed. "If not, why would they be called rats in the gutters? They are too good at hiding. It's best that nothing happens to Nanyuan. But if it does, we can only do our best to be fully prepared. During these 2 days, you should stay at my residence. As for the reason, just say that you are learning a new All Races language from me." "Sure." Suyu didn't mind where he went. However, he was somewhat curious. "Teacher, didn't you grasp the power of will? Can't you differentiate normal people from the All Races sect who are concealing themselves?" Lu Wenyan smiled but didn't answer, putting on a mysterious and profound attitude. "Why don't you take a guess? I can still do so for newbies like you and your peers. But for adults, who among them wouldn't have complicated thoughts? Who would reveal their intentions so clearly? This is especially so for those people from the All Races sect. Who among them wouldn't fear death? Those who don't fear death have probably died long ago." Chapter 22, A Different Great Xia Prefecture. For this day, Suyu decided to follow Lu Wenyan. He wasn't in a hurry and this wasn't the first time he followed Lu Wenyan. In the past, when he was learning the All Races languages, he often tagged behind Lu Wenyan. Suyu continued to do his stuff. Cultivating, reading, learning, it was just that he didn't use essence blood and activate the origin gathering art to cultivate. There was someone from the Longu guards protecting him in the dark. Suyu didn't see that person and that person also never appeared. However, Suyu still felt some curiosity and yearning toward the Longu guards. He heard that people from the Longu guards were very strong to the extent that even his father wouldn't be able to compare to the weakest of them. How strong were they exactly? While Suyu was curious, Lu Wenyan also did what he would do every day, drinking tea, reading books, and teaching. "Are you hoping to join the Longu guards?" Seeing Suyu glancing outward multiple times, wanting to find a trace of that expert from the Longu guards, Lu Wenyan couldn't help but smile. Suyu felt a little embarrassed. He then spoke in a low voice, "I'm just curious what the strongest army of Great Xia looks like." "The Longu guards." Lu Wenyan felt somewhat rueful. The Longu guards have existed for many years. The prefecture lord's name actually originated from Longu guards. Longu guards were there first, followed by the prefecture lord and then the Longu War Academy. However, the Longu guards of this generation are said to be the strongest among all generations. There aren't too many people in the Longu guards. After all, they are elites, so their total number is around 5,000 packs. Just this bit? Information on the Longu guards wouldn't be released to the public. Hence, this was the first time Suyu heard that the strongest army in the Great Xia Prefecture only had this bit of people. Were 5,000 people a lot? Too little. Terrifyingly little. One must know that just the city guards of Nanyuan City exceeded thousands in number, and the city guards of Great Xia Prefecture exceeded 50,000 packs. Moreover, the Great Xia Prefecture army was over 100,000 packs. Yet, the Longu guards who were stronger than them actually didn't have over 10,000 members. The Longu guards are elites, so they don't require so many people. The soldiers there emphasize on quality and not quantity. Lu Wenyan laughed. The Longu guards proclaim to the outside world that they have 10,000 packs. In truth, they don't have such numbers. However, the strength of their soldiers is indeed very strong. 10 people made up a squad. 100 people are enough to make an army. And if they have 1,000 packs, they are invincible. Invincible? Su Yu mumbled. Lu Wenyan smiled lightly. That's just something they say, so don't take it too seriously. However, they are indeed really powerful. Basically, their soldiers are all at the 10,000 stone realm. Their squad leaders are either at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm or at the soaring realm. Also, their 100-man leaders are at the high levels of the soaring realm. Su Yu clicked his tongue. Indeed, they were very powerful. 5,000 packs, this meant that they had 50 100-man leaders at the very least. Were they all at the 7th level of the soaring realm and above? One must know that even the Nanyuan city lord wasn't this strong. What about the 1,000-men leaders that were above the 100-men leaders? Wouldn't they be even stronger? To the point where one surpassed the soaring realm? Also, how strong was the vice-general of Lanwu Guards? The chief general of Lanwu Guards was Xia Lanwu. Su Yu was clear on this point. Moreover, since the soldiers were all at the 10,000 stone realm, this was really terrifying. One must know that in the All-Skies battlefield, the Devil Suppression Army couldn't be considered a weak army. Back then, Su Long could become a captain just by being at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm. His status there was similar to a team leader of 10 packs in the Lanwu Guards. One was at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm, while the other was among the weakest 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm. No wonder the Lanwu Guards didn't want to accept his father. Lu Wenyan laughed and continued, a 10-man squad has been stationed here in Nanyuan, and the person who spoke earlier is a squad leader that leads 5 men among them. Is he impressive? Relatively so, he is at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm. Su Yu clicked his tongue again. Just a squad leader of 5 packs is at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm? Although he is a squad leader, the team that's stationed here is considered relatively stronger than the rest. He won't have a problem if he wants to become the team leader of 10 packs in a weaker team. Lu Wenyan laughed again. Don't feel envious. The 1,000-pound realm and 10,000 stone realm are actually just the foundation. The soaring realm is then the true starting point. Even in the All-Skies battlefield, soaring realm experts aren't cannon fodder but elite troops. When you manifest your will and step into the soaring realm, you will naturally understand. Su Yu felt some yearning. I wonder if I can do it in a few years. Lu Wenyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A few years? Brat, you really believe my words? I said 3 to 5 years previously, but I was referring to peak geniuses. Although your talent isn't bad, it isn't at their level. If you are lucky, you might achieve it in 10 years. If you are unlucky, you will be the same as me and get stuck at the barrier forever. But even if it's 10 years, your cultivation speed will still be quicker than normal body cultivation. The two of them continued chatting, and Su Yu started to ask Lu Wenyan some questions about some all races languages. Su Yu pondered and asked, Teacher, is there really no way to increase one's cultivation speed at the origin opening realm? Other than those risky methods, are there no other solutions? If that's the case, why can many students at the 4th level of the origin opening realm step into the 1,000-pound realm very quickly after joining a high-grade academy? From the 4th level of origin opening to the 1st level of the 1,000-pound realm, there's a difference of 6 cultivation realms. From the 4th level of origin opening to the 5th, one will at least need half a year, right? Even if it takes half a year each for the following level ups, one will need at least 3 years before they can step into the 1,000-pound realm. But why did I hear that in war academies, their students would at most spend roughly a year in cultivation, and then they managed to enter the 1,000-pound realm? This question was something Su Yu always wanted to ask. But in the past, the teachers all chortled and told them that they would automatically know this once they joined a high-grade academy. This time around, he wanted to take this opportunity to understand more. After all, his improvement in the near future might be very fast. Lu Wenyan felt that maybe it was because Suyu would enter a civilization academy very soon, so he didn't conceal anything from him. He laughed. You should have seen a term in some books before, secret realms and academies. Amen. The reason is there. Lu Wenyan assumed an air of testing him as he asked, why do the myriad worlds and experts from the myriad races want to open All Sky's battlefield outside their realms? Suppression. Suyu didn't hesitate in his reply. The environment outside is different. The gravity, air, and origin chi density are all different. If the god race enters the devil realm, they might be suppressed and won't be able to unleash 30% of their strength and vice versa. So, these powerful races don't dare to carelessly attack another race. Chapter 23, A Different Great Xia Prefecture, 2. Correct. This is why the All Skies battlefield exists. As Lu Wenyan spoke, his gaze turned somewhat cold. Then, do you know why the human race was implicated? In addition, why are we the targets of attack for several races? Is the human race weak? Do they want to invade and control us? Suyu felt some hesitation because this was what the books told him. However, in the past, his father had said that this wasn't the case. The human race wasn't weak. They were relatively strong. Weak? We are not weak. Lu Wenyan gave the same answer. He calmly spoke, how can the human race be weak? If we were really weak, we would have long since been defeated in the All Skies battlefield. Among the myriad races, even if the human race cannot be ranked among the top 3, we can still rank within the top 10. We are very strong. In that case, Suyu didn't understand. Why would the human race have so many enemies? Because of the human realm. Lu Wenyan laughed. When you join a high-grade academy, someone will tell you about this. Naturally, it isn't a great secret. It's because the human realm is special. You know that there's suppression force in other realms, so it's very hard for a major race to invade another. But, the human realm has no suppression force. MN? No suppression force. Lu Wenyan sighed. This is the crucial point. Hence, the human realm became a piece of fatty meat in the eyes of the other races. In fact, it even became a place for everyone to fight. The human realm doesn't restrict outsider races. Just think about it. All the races want to invade other realms, but if they enter the other realms, their combat strength will be greatly diminished. Hence, when they realize that the human realm won't restrict their strength, won't the human realm become the target for all of the myriad races? The flesh and blood of several billions of people, origin chi of heaven and earth, a vast world, heavenly ingredients, and earthly treasures. If they swallow this world, there are simply too many benefits. Since the other realms are not easy to attack, they naturally have to attack the human race. It isn't that we are weak, rather, it's the human realm that's not too reliable. When Lu Wenyan said this, he felt helpless. The human realm was unreliable. Other realms had a suppression force, but the human realm didn't have one. As there was no defense against the myriad realms, what other solution did they have? Why? This was also the first time Suyu knew of this, so he was immediately stunned. But why? No wonder the situation in the All Skies battlefield became more and more severe. No wonder there were so many enemies of the human race, so many to the extent that it was abnormal. He originally thought it was because the human race was weak, so everyone wanted to target them. However, his father and his teacher told him no. The human race was very strong and could rank within the top 10 at the very least. A powerful race in the top 10, yet they became a target for others. In the past, he didn't understand, but he got it now. This was because the human realm had spread its arms wide to welcome them. Could the other races not be moved? This was like an absolute beauty stripping all her clothes and calling for you. Could you withstand the urge not to go? Why? Lu Wenyan bitterly smiled. There are two myths. First, the human realm's core has been damaged, so the realm suppression force is gone. Secondly, it's said that in the legends, the human race of ancient times has absolute experts among them. They dominated the myriad realms, and everyone bowed down and worshipped to them. The human realm, as the center of the myriad realms, was respected from all directions, so we naturally did not need any defenses. Only weak races need the suppression force to protect themselves. Suyu was shocked. Is this true? It's just a legend. Maybe it's our ancestors bragging emptily. In any case, someone has said this before. Lu Wenyan laughed. These are not important because we can no longer change it. The truth is our reality now. You can slowly understand more about this in the future. Didn't you ask why one's cultivation speed would become so fast if they joined a high-grade academy? This is because the academies have secret realms. The so-called secret realms and academies are actually minor worlds. They are spatial fragments that are cut off from places or worlds with an abundance of origin chi. Suyu was somewhat at a loss. Cutting off spatial fragments? For example, in the secret realms of war academies from the Great Xia Prefecture. Actually, it was obtained back when the Great Xia King slaughtered his way into the Golden Rock realm. He had unleashed a blade slash outside the Golden Rock realm and cut off a small piece of space, snatching it from them. Suyu fell into a daze. Snatching it? Wrong, a slash cutting open a world and splitting a small space, directly bringing the spatial fragment back. Was the Great Xia King still a human? The Golden Rock realm's origin chi is extremely dense. Moreover, there's also heavenly origin chi there. So, as long as we do some advanced preparations, our cultivation speeds will be very fast when we enter the secret realm to cultivate. This is the reason why the high-grade academies can allow one to swiftly enter the 1,000-pound realm. Suyu was somewhat shocked. He couldn't help but ask, in that case, does the human realm not have our own places with an abundance of origin chi or heavenly origin chi? Yes. Lu Wenyan laughed. Naturally we do, but there are simply too many humans in the human realm, and we cannot casually cut off spatial fragments from the space in our own realm. Otherwise, the world might crumble apart. Since the other races want to take advantage of the human race, we naturally have to slaughter our way back and pay a tooth for a tooth. Lu Wenyan's expression was cold as he continued, during these years, it isn't that the human race didn't retaliate. We have exterminated the minor realms of many small races and seized their world heart, directly taking their entire realms to the human realm to create a holy land for the human race. Not retaliating while being beaten isn't our style. It's tough to exterminate the major races, but since the minor races dared to invade us as well, they are simply courting death. It was rare that this cultured man revealed a few hints of killing intent. How do you think some of the information in the civilization academies come about? Do you really think we obtain them as a reward from the All-Skies battlefield? That's thinking too much. We simply directly killed our way into their realms and snatched them. Suyu's countenance changed. It was some time later before he replied, tyrannical. I always thought that our human race was being beaten up and bullied. I didn't expect that instead of simply being beaten up, we are retaliating as well. That's only natural. Lu Wenyan chortled. If we didn't act ruthlessly, we would have long since become a piece of meat that the myriad races devoured. By acting ruthlessly, we can intimidate some races and even recruit the other races. For example, in the Great Xia Prefecture, the Great Xia King has not appeared for many years. Don't tell me you really thought that he was in seclusion? Chapter 24, A Different Great Xia Prefecture, 3. Isn't it so? Suyu was dumbfounded. Wasn't that the case? Wasn't that what was announced to the public? How is that possible? Lu Wenyan stroked his beard and smiled radiantly. How can an invincible expert be in seclusion for such a long time? Very long ago, the great Xia king already left, but we don't know his exact location. It's said that, this is just a rumor, the great Xia king killed his way into the depths of the god realm. But we have no idea about the specifics. So fierce? Suyu felt that he was listening to stories today. These stories were simply too soul-stirring. In that case, why don't they announce it to the public? Announce what? Lu Wenyan disapproved. Everything will be made clear when you stay for a few years in the All-Skies battlefield. If you don't go there, it's useless even if you know. It's better to cultivate a sense of danger. It's pointless to report the good news and not the bad. Humans won't have any sense of danger then. If there's no sense of danger, do you think humans in the backlands will work so hard in cultivation? During these years, experts of the human race kept emerging. There's naturally a connection between this and the sense of danger we collectively feel. Look, how hard-working are you now? These words seemed logical. Suyu contemplated and felt that it was true. If the front lines only reported the good news and not the bad, how would people in the backlands still have the motivation to work hard? However, there were benefits and disadvantages to doing so. As for how to balance them, Suyu wasn't someone who could make the decision. After chatting for a long time with Lu Wenyan, a period of silence followed. Suyu continued cultivating the origin opening art. Although he had no idea whether or not the all-races sect had come to Nanyuan City, he wasn't worried. Since the Great Xia Prefecture had made some arrangements, there was no need to worry about the all-races sect. The announcements these few years made everyone know that the all-races sect was merely a bunch of dancing clowns that were greedy and afraid of death. They were just a bunch of trash. The Great Xia Prefecture wasn't too concerned about the all-races sect because they had the invincible Langwu guards and the even stronger Great Xia King. They also had the powerful prefecture lord, Xia Langwu. Hence, no one felt that the all-races sect could do anything. Didn't they just watch those fellows from the all-races sect being beheaded daily? Suyu wasn't too concerned either. This was because he didn't understand the all-races sect and had never encountered them before. He only knew these fellows were traitors of the human race and people that everyone ought to kill upon encounter. Poochie. A sword penetrated an old man at the 1,000-pound realm. After that, a youth with reddened eyes cursed in a low voice, "Is the Great Xia Prefecture crazy? Don't they know fear or terror?" Clearly, even an expert at the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm was killed by us. Not far away, another old man with white hair coldly spoke, "It has been many years since we last came to the Great Xia Prefecture, and the Great Xia Prefecture has been brainwashed by Xia Langwu. They feel that the all-races sect is merely a so-so, having forgotten the imposing name of our all-races sect." As he spoke, this old man couldn't help but curse in his heart. The resistance in the Great Xia Prefecture was too frightening. When a group of people found out that they were from the all-races sect, not only were these people unafraid, but they even roared out loud and rushed over with high morale. The elderly, the middle-aged, the youths. No one fled or broke down because a few people died. Under the leadership of a few retired veterans, even a small village would often cause them great harm. Hence, the all-races sect's operations in the Great Xia Prefecture all suffered setbacks, causing the old man to feel some worry. Could slaughtering the people of a few mid-grade academies really scare the Great Xia Prefecture? Could this really threaten and intimidate the Great Xia Prefecture? I'm only afraid that the Great Xia Prefecture isn't only unafraid, but they might crazily start hunting us down. Things would be troublesome then. The old man felt very vexed in his heart but didn't dare to say it out loud. In the past, their operations in another prefecture might have been far too smooth sailing. They had killed a few geniuses and caused everyone to feel frightened. After that, no one would even dare to walk in the streets despite being in broad daylight. However, that was another prefecture, and this was the Great Xia Prefecture. Just a single village already possessed such a strong retaliation. What about the entire Great Xia Prefecture? Let's hope everything can proceed smoothly. Chapter 25, Action. At night, Suyu stayed in Lu Wenyan's house. Everything was good, save for the fact that the old mister had woken up several times in the night, which caused Suyu to be startled away. As expected, age showed no mercy to anyone. Lu Wenyan, who had yet to achieve full manifestation, was just an ordinary old man despite being at the 1,000-pound realm. Because he had cultivated the origin gathering art once and had actively absorbed origin chi, Suyu felt that his cultivation speed was relatively fast during these 2 days. It should be due to the origin chi tempering that day, and his 9 apertures had been temporarily opened. After his left ear aperture was opened, Suyu could feel during these few days that his right ear aperture would open soon as well. I should find a time and show that I've reached the 4th level of the origin opening realm. In any case, I've spent half a year in the 3rd level, so it isn't strange that I can break through to the 4th level if my luck is good. As for having good cultivation talent, what excuses wouldn't work? He could just say that in the past, he mainly focused on learning the all races languages and didn't work hard in cultivation. Couldn't this be an excuse? Now that he was working hard and swiftly reached the 4th or even the 5th level, it shouldn't be strange, right? Suyu silently mused that he should head to school with Lu Wenyan on the 2nd day. Because by following Lu Wenyan, Suyu started to understand a lot more things. In the office, the academy head came again and wasn't surprised to see Suyu. He already knew about this matter yesterday. The Skywater city nearby has suffered attacks during these 2 days. There were many casualties among the city guards. Over here in Nanyuan, last night, the academy head hesitated before speaking. A small village located with its back to a mountain was attacked. Several people died, and only a few children survived by hiding in an underground tunnel. The all races sect attacked, and our city guards are already chasing after them. Lu Wenyan's face turned cold. These be asterisk stards. Very soon, Lu Wenyan suppressed his anger and said, "They have indeed come to Nanyuan. It's still the same trick. They want to create chaos to divide our strength here. It seems that they have a huge plan ongoing." After that, Lu Wenyan spoke again. "The Longwu guards still can't find the location of their main force?" "No." The academy head was very helpless as well. "They are hidden very deeply. Right now, Nanyuan City is lacking in manpower, so we cannot spread out our net to search everywhere. If part of the force we spread out is ambushed and killed, things will become troublesome." What did the Great Xia Prefecture say? Lu Wenyan felt a little anxious. The people from the All Races sect had truly come. Since Nanyuan was just a minor city, its defenses were simply too weak. On the other hand, the Great Xia Prefecture had many elites, so even if they only sent a few experts as reinforcement, the All Races sect wouldn't dare to act so impudently. The city lord has already sent the request for reinforcements. However, other cities are doing the same thing as well, and the Great Xia Prefecture still has to focus on guarding the prefecture city to prevent the All Races sect from creating chaos there. So, there are no reinforcements? Lu Wenyan felt a little angry. In that case, we should seek aid from a few university-level academies. The academy head felt somewhat helpless. I've asked them, but recently, war has broken out on the front lines, and the universities have sent many of their teachers and students to reinforce the front lines. Up until now, they have yet to return. Also, they need people to protect their own academies, and they are more important than Nanyuan, so can't they spare a few soaring realm experts? Lu Wenyan grew increasingly angered. They don't lack soaring realm experts, so they should send a few over. The All Races sect wouldn't send too powerful of a force to Nanyuan City. The academy head spoke depressedly. "Don't vent your anger at me, it is useless. I already said that all other cities are requesting reinforcements. Moreover, Nanyuan isn't a crucial point among the 28 cities. Some other cities are more important, so Great Xia will naturally provide them with reinforcements first." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyan also felt helpless. The vast Great Xia Prefecture is actually forced by the all-races sect to send reinforcements everywhere. The Lanwu guards are truly trash. Cough, cough. The academy head coughed. A voice then drifted in from outside. Teacher Lu, the all-races sect nearly acted at the correct time. 10 days ago, 3,000 Lanwu guards rushed to the All-Skies battlefield, so we are indeed short-handed at this moment. It's only because the internal department of your Lanwu guards couldn't keep your movements a secret. I don't even know that 3,000 Lanwu guards have been deployed, but the all-races sect knew. So, it's still your mistake. Lu Wenyan wasn't afraid of the Lanwu guards, so he spoke bluntly. Even if the Lanwu guards have no problem, there's a problem with the Great Xia Prefecture. There are definitely spies from the all-races sect, or how would they know where your main force went to? This is why they chose to come to Great Xia to wreak havoc. The person from the Lanwu guards didn't reply. This was the truth. Not long after the Lanwu guards' main force departed, the people from the all-races sect came. Evidently, the information was leaked. If not, the all-races sect wouldn't have dared to go to Great Xia with the Lanwu guards being stationed there. Now isn't the time to quarrel. The academy head interrupted their conversation. He then spoke, Old Lu, why don't you look for the Great Xia Civilization Academy and borrow a few soaring realm experts? Do I need you to remind me? I've asked them since this morning. However, even if they rush over, they will need a day at the very least. Did they agree to send reinforcement? They did, but, Lu Wenyan continued helplessly, they won't stay here for too long. They said they will be here to receive the students and will leave with them together. They won't help us to defend this place. That can work too. The academy head was overjoyed. It was good that they agreed to send reinforcements. However, Lu Wenyan wasn't so excited. He was filled with dissatisfaction as he spoke. Even if the Lanwu guards left, the fact that chaos has erupted through Great Xia is very embarrassing. I wonder if Great Xia has been too peaceful during these few years, and the military has slackened. Lu Wenyan was merely saying these, so the academy head naturally wouldn't give a reply. The Lanwu guard outside also didn't reply because it was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Countless people proclaimed the Lanwu guards as the strongest force in Grand Xia, but they were all having headaches due to the all-races sect. This really didn't conform to Great Xia's strength. Suyu acted as a spectator throughout and silently listened, not interrupting them. These matters were something the upper echelons in Nanyuan City had to deal with. He wasn't qualified to participate. As for Lu Wenyan's side, Suyu did feel somewhat strange. Although Lu Wenyan's status wasn't low, his martial strength was weak. Discussing such matters with Lu Wenyan shouldn't be too useful, right? Chapter 26, Action 2. As though he could make out Suyu's thoughts, Lu Wenyan observed Suyu closer. Seeing as the latter was sneaking peeks at him, he couldn't help but laugh softly. Why? Are you looking down on your teacher? I'm not. You are. I'm really not. I can see it. Lu Wenyan acted like a child at that moment, bent on arguing for a victory. He chuckled. Just you wait. You'll understand how I, your teacher, was allowed to participate when the time comes. Suyu didn't quite understand the meaning behind his words and Lu Wenyan didn't offer any explanation. The academy head, on the other hand, had a few things he wanted to say but shut his mouth again after having some thought. He hoped that there wouldn't be a need for Lu Wenyan to prove himself. It'd be too much of a pity. In the tall building opposite the academy, the middle-aged man's lips quivered slightly. City guards are out of the city. Other than a portion of them guarding the city gate and city lord's residence, the others have all gone out to kill the fellows from Bloodfire sect. What about the Lanwu guards? The woman asked and the middle-aged man shook his head. There was no trace of Lanwu guards found. Lanwu guards are still within the city. Furthermore, Nanyuan wants to transfer those geniuses away. They are transferring them to Great Xia Prefecture and will leave the day after tomorrow. The man reported the information he collected. After that, the woman frowned slightly. A bait? It is possible. The man had some doubts too. They are evacuating without rhyme or reason, and the order was issued yesterday. It was probably to lure us out. What do you propose we do? Were there any experts who entered Nanyuan City in secret recently? I don't think so. You don't think? There's no way to be sure. We weren't able to monitor them throughout the day. However, there was no news from the informants either. There wasn't any in the city lord's residence and none in Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy. The woman fell into a deep ponder before speaking up again. We can't let them leave. Although the massacre of Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy will still have its merits, it will be halved if they are gone. The people at the top won't be satisfied if the genius students of this year's preparatory class survive. I know, said the man with some hesitation. But now that the people from Longwu guards aren't transferred away, they might be within the academy. It will be troublesome if we act rashly and fail. As he was speaking, the communicator at his side rang. The man then picked it up and took a glance. It was a message notification that looked like an advertisement. However, the man's expression changed slightly. He then spoke quickly, either we cancel the operation, or we have to hurry. It's news from Great Xia Prefecture. Lu Wenyan sought help from the Great Xia Civilization Academy today and they have agreed. Very soon, they will dispatch people to fetch these geniuses out of Nanyuan City. Damn it! The woman cursed, Lu Wenyan, this old thing again. He is only a step away from Will manifestation, but there isn't much hope of him crossing over. To think that the Civilization Academy agreed to aid him, he has more face than I imagined. The man didn't make a sound. He waited for the woman to be done with her tirade before continuing. What do we do now? The city lord, Wu Wenhai, and Longwu Guard's Xia troops are all at the second level of the soaring realm. If more people from the Civilization Academy were to come, then we can only give up. As he said this, the man hesitated but continued nonetheless. Great Xia Prefecture's strength is formidable. This time, it is only because the main force of Longwu guards left that we could create chaos. Once the main force returns, we must evacuate. Previously, the top adopted a wait-and-see stance toward the Great Xia Prefecture, but this time, why? For this operation, without hesitation, the top even exposed a few of their pawns who had been undercover for a long time. Hence, even if the operation succeeded, the damages would be very great as well. The man didn't understand. Even if they killed a few geniuses, such damages were difficult to mitigate. One must know that for the sake of going undercover, some people had already wasted a lot of time and effort. However, the woman's position in the sect was higher than him, so she knew even more than him. He was only in charge of contacting the various parties. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The woman replied coldly. After some thought, she said, actually, it's nothing much either. What we need is chaos in the Great Xia Prefecture and for the main force of Longwu guards to return. The target of Longwu guards' visit to the All-Skies battlefield this time around is the Heavenly God race. At those words, the man's expression drastically changed. The Heavenly God race was also the God race they relied on for help. Could it be that God race is afraid of Longwu guards? The man didn't dare to think about it, but the woman knew what he was thinking. Coldly, she said, although the Longwu guards are strong, the God race don't fear them. However, the God race is invading the Heavenly I race recently, and if the Longwu guards are added to the mix, it will surely spoil the plan. Heavenly I race. The man replied anxiously, the God race is starting a war? No, it's to let the Heavenly I race return to order. After the woman said that, she stopped talking about it and changed the topic. You, me, and another Hall Lord at the 4th level of the Soaring Realm will rush here tonight. He will go up against Xia Beng, I will entangle Wu Wenhai, and you bring the people to destroy Nanyuan Academy. Once Nanyuan Academy is destroyed, we will have completed the mission. We'll then withdraw immediately. We'll make our move at dusk tomorrow. After hearing this, the man wanted to say something but hesitated. He then replied hastily, "Roger." They chose to act at dusk because all the students would no longer be at school and would not be able to gather. It was not worth it to ambush them separately for the kill. At dusk, the skies would turn dark quickly. They would then retreat after the operation, so it would be easier for them to leave. Regarding this point, the man didn't have an opinion. He still had some worries, and after he responded to the command, he still reminded her, "Besides Wu Wenhai and Xia Bing, I'm worried that Lu Wenyan will be stimulated into triggering his will manifestation. If that happens, that will be trouble." "That's right. We have no choice but to be on guard." The woman didn't think that he was overly worried. This was truly a variable. "However, there are 3 of us at Soaring Realm and only 2 of them. Besides, they are both only at the 2nd level of the Soaring Realm. Even if Lu Wenyan manifested his will, there would be no time to temper his body. The strength of his will path would then have reached Soaring Realm, but his body path was still at 1,000-pound realm. You should be able to deal with it too." "That..." The man was about to say something, but the woman's eyes turned cold. "He's already more than 70 years old, and his body is in decline. Even if he manifested his will, it was also nothing. Don't tell me you don't even dare to go against Lu Wenyan?" "That's not it." The man hurriedly added, "I'm worried that if I go against Lu Wenyan, then there will be no one else to counter the others at Longwu Guards. They are all at 10,000 stone realm, and although we have people at 10,000 stone too, once the Longwu Guards formation is complete, people who aren't at Soaring Realm level won't be able to hold them back. What you're saying is just a contingency. Lu Wenyan wasn't able to manifest his will over so many years. Is it certain that he will manifest it this time around?" Though that was what the woman said, she quickly added, "Then, let the Hall Master of the 4th level of the Soaring Realm be entangled with the entire Longwu Guards. Xia Bing is only at the 2nd level of the Soaring Realm, so the Hall Master will be more than enough to handle them. If you can kill Lu Wenyan swiftly, then help him with the Longwu Guards." "All right." The man breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. A 4th-level Soaring Realm expert should be able to handle it. Besides, he was also at the 2nd level of the Soaring Realm, so he didn't have to worry that much. The woman was stronger than him and was one of the Hall Lords in the All Races sect, the Nanyuan Hall Lord. Naturally, she was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Soaring Realm. After all, Nanyuan City was small. It was already beyond expectations that the All Races sect would place 2 people of the Soaring Realm level here. Over here in the Great Xia Prefecture, the City Lord and Longwu Guard's team leader were the only ones at Soaring Realm. The main forces of the Great Xia Prefecture were all on the front lines, leaving behind those that couldn't be considered exceptionally strong to guard the cities. On the other hand, the All Races sect didn't have to be on the front lines and did not need to defend any place. It was more convenient for them to transfer personnel around. Eternal true gods. The woman's lips quivered and the man quickly followed and mouthed the words. God race. An unstoppable longing appeared in his eyes, the God race. Eternal life. If one could make contributions and enter the divine realm for the legendary God transformation pool, they would be able to transform their human race foundation and become part of the God race. That was immortality. Infinite life. A blaze was lit in the man's eyes. This time, the top gave quite a significant number of divine points. With 10 more of such missions, he would be able to exchange them for a chance to enter the divine realm. 50 years. I need to enter the divine realm within 50 more years or I'll die from old age. The man kept the words in his heart. He didn't want to betray the human race, but he wanted eternal life. He couldn't forget his teacher, an expert at the 9th level of the Soaring Realm. That year, because of the decline of his body, his teacher died on the bed from old age. Hence, he was extremely frightened by that. The soaring realm only granted 150 years of life. He was already more than 60 years old. Even though his body had yet to reach the stage of decline, it had already been more than 10 years since he broke through to the second level of the soaring realm. Would there be any hope of him attaining the 9th level in this lifetime? There was no hope. He could only rely on the God race to exchange for eternal life. I'm not wrong. The human race will not be a match for the myriad races. The human realm's lack of suppression force basically won't obstruct the myriad races. Sooner or later, it will fall into the enemy's hands. It's a matter of time. My choice isn't wrong. The man's expression began to grow determined and increasingly pious. Even at the soaring realm, a member of the God race could easily live for 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, no matter what happened, he would be able to move a step further. This was immortality, everlasting time. Chapter 27, Xiaolangu. Anping Calendar, Year 350, April 18th. It was the day before Su Yu and the group was scheduled to leave Nanyuan. They would all gather tomorrow morning and be escorted out of Nanyuan by the city guards and experts from the Great Xia Civilization Academy. In the morning, Su Yu had just woken up and was startled by an extra silhouette by his bed the moment he opened his eyes. Awake? Lu Wenyan asked suddenly. After that, Su Yu suppressed his thoughts while being a little annoyed. This old man was scaring people early in the morning. Teacher, you're awake too. I'm old, I've been awake long ago. Lu Wenyan smiled. Get up and eat something. When you're done, go to the academy with me but don't stay around me today. Su Yu's gaze shifted slightly. What teacher means is. When do you think the All Races sect will choose to make their move if they have a plan? By tonight, the Great Xia Civilization Academy will be here. Hence, once it's night, the All Races sect will lose their chance. Su Yu's heart quaked. That was right. If he was someone from the All Races sect, he would either make his move today or wait until they left, then make their move when there were fewer city guards. That meant it was possible for the people from the All Races sect to make an appearance today. It will be too dangerous to follow me. Lu Wenyan kept his usual smile. Those fellows are worried about the manifestation of my will. If they make a move, they will surely target me first and kill me off in advance. This is to prevent me from achieving will manifestation, which will allow me to enter the soaring realm with a single step. So don't stay with me or the other experts today. Just stay with the teachers at the 1,000-pound realm. Someone will protect you all. Teacher, Su Yu climbed up from his bed in a hurry. Will they truly dare to do something at Nanyuan Academy? Of course, they will. For the people of the All Races sect, some are afraid of death, and others are greedy for life. Some are crazy and others are spellbound. But even those who are craven and cowardly will not hesitate to pull out their swords to achieve their objective. Lu Wenyan sighed softly. These people are really weird. You said that they are afraid of death, yet sometimes, they are more fearless than us. If you place them in the all-skies battlefield to face off against the gods and devils, they will piss in their pants in terror. Yet, if you ask them to dispose of their kind, they will be valiant and unafraid of death instead. Maybe they feel that we are all from the human race and there is nothing to be afraid of. They feel that the myriad races are the truly terrifying ones. They won't feel an ounce of hesitation when they slaughter the human race. Su Yu frowned at what he had just heard. It was true. Those people from the All Races sect were strange in his eyes too. These people could die from terror if you sent them to the all-skies battlefield. When it came to courage, they had next to none. Yet, if you asked them to wreak havoc within the human race, they were even more courageous than the person before them, crazier than the next. Even if they were beheaded every day, it wouldn't scare them off. Could this be regarded as being civil in public but a tyrant at home? Suyu thought about it for a moment before speaking up with a term. Lu Wenyan laughed. No, it's not. We don't treat them as part of the human race, so we can't regard them like that. But the meaning behind your words is true. They do have such a character. Meek on the outside but cold-blooded on the inside. To be honest, there are many people like that. There have been innumerable incidents of such in history. And these people don't only exist in the human race but are present in every race. When they betray their race, to prove that their choice is right, the butcher knife in their hands will land on their former compatriots even faster and fiercer. Lu Wenyan wasn't one to wonder at strange sights. For the human race. In fact, there existed some groups like this in the myriad races. Lu Wenyan looked at Suyu with a smile on his face. The human race accepted such races too. When they lost faith in their races and had no more hope, they decided to rely on the human race. At that time, these races were also brutal when laying hands on their former compatriots. Suyu couldn't comprehend it, but he read a lot and knew that such people did exist. After that, he didn't ask anymore and got up from the bed to wash up. At the dining table, Suyu asked after eating for a while. Teacher, then will they make their move today? Since there are so many students at the academy, why not declare it a holiday today? We can't do that. Having a vacation will inadvertently alert the enemy, which might cause those fellows to not appear. But Suyu was a little worried. In case they did come around for the kill, with that many students, wouldn't they be implicated? We have already made preparations. There will be someone to protect you all. Lu Wenyan sighed. Don't think of us as cold-blooded because we are using you all as baits. Indecisiveness will only lead to disaster. Suyu, remember this. If you are on the battlefield one day and become a commander, at that time, what you need to do is choose. On one end, it's 1,000 soldiers, on another is 10,000 people. You can either choose to save the 10,000 people, or you can choose to sacrifice these 1,000 soldiers to exterminate a large race's 10,000 men army. At the moment. How will you choose? Suyu had some hesitations and answered only after a moment, I don't know. You do, actually, but you can't bear to say it. You're wise and should know how to choose. On the All-Skies battlefield, exterminating a 10,000-strong all-races army is very important and can even affect the local war situation. Lu Wenyan continued softly, this is the choice. This is the choice that the human race's experts and sages should make. Sacrifice 1,000 people to exterminate 10,000 people so you can have fewer deaths in the future. This is because the enemy's army may produce an even larger massacre. Isn't it very cruel? Suyu nodded in silence. He had never thought of this question. When Lu Wenyan asked him earlier, he thought that it was too realistic, too cruel, and too ruthless. Suyu, this is war. Chapter 28, Xiaolanwu 2. Lu Wenyan lifted his head and looked at Suyu. Remember, this is war. It involves the survival of tens of billions of people in the human race, so we must choose. You may say that the 1,000 soldiers are innocent? Yes, they are innocent. They're our comrades at war, our compatriots, but this is what war is like. Just like today, we know that the All Races sect will very likely attack Nanyuan Academy, but we still have to make a choice. There was chaos outside the city the past 2 days, with numerous villages being attacked. Many people died, hundreds of them. We are weary from coping with it. The manpower of the city guards is scattered and it won't do if this carries out. Only by concentrating them and eliminating them will Nanyuan stabilize completely. So, this time, we also have to make a choice. Do we let the students take some risk or continue waiting for them to slaughter even more people? In my eyes, it's only natural that the students are more important, but the people outside the city are lives too. Suyu, you students are all potential warriors, so we decided to let you all take more risks. This will also be the path for you all in the future. Suyu nodded slightly and murmured, "Teacher, I understand. It's just that I was a little worried earlier. It is just as you said, we're all warriors. Even though we are weak, from the day we entered the academy, we were already warriors. You and the academy head made the right choice. It's good that you can understand. If you can't, then there's no need to understand it either," Lu Wenyan said softly. "If there's a day when you advance to a higher level, and if you feel that by sacrificing a single Nanyuan city, you can eliminate 10 or 100 times the enemy, your teacher hopes that you will choose to do so. Even if you may carry the burden of infamy, don't hesitate." Suyu didn't make a sound and continued eating. It was only when he was done that he lifted his head and looked at Lu Wenyan. He then said, "Teacher, after all that is said and done, it is still because we are not strong enough. If we were formidable and could crush the enemies, wouldn't all this choice no longer exist?" Lu Wenyan suddenly smiled with gratification. "Well said. It is precisely that, but we are still not strong enough. We will be, I think we definitely will be. Because the human race is getting better, and we have an increasing number of experts." Lu Wenyan nodded slightly too. That was indeed so. The two didn't speak much more. After their meal, they headed toward the academy. AU. Chen Hao hadn't seen Suyu for 2 days. Though he knew that Suyu was tagging along with Lu Wenyan for his studies, he still spoke happily at this moment. "I thought you had been kidnapped by Teacher Lu. He finally let you come back. During these 2 days, I can feel that I'm close to the 4th level of origin opening." MN. Suyu nodded slightly. At this moment, outside the classroom, a few teachers passed by seemingly unintentionally, but in reality, Suyu knew that they were patrolling. Once the battle began, these teachers would evacuate the students immediately. "How's tag along with me today? You're not allowed to run around." "What for?" Chen Hao was confused but quickly nodded. "Alright, then what if I have to use the toilet?" Suyu couldn't be bothered with him. After some thought, he spoke again, "Go to the training building later and retrieve 2 blades. We'll practice actual combat today." You, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" Chen Hao was baffled. "It's not like you can win against me, you got beaten up every time. I think I can beat you up now." Suyu rolled his eyes at him. "Anyway, stop spouting nonsense, just do as you're told." "Alright, I'll listen to you." Chen Hao grinned with his teeth bared. He was too lazy to use his brain, so he always followed Suyu, the one with the ideas. Suyu still had a drop of blood essence in his hands. After contemplating, he got up quickly and headed to the resources department with Chen Hao. "Teacher, I want to exchange 2 drops of Ironwing Bird's blood essence." "Suyu, you are exchanging for this again?" Even the teacher in the resources department felt the heartache on behalf of Suyu. Did the previous research fail? MN. Then. "Teacher, I feel like I have a lead already. I'll exchange for 2 more drops." Then. "Alright, then." The administrator teacher was exasperated. These babies have no appreciation of the gravity of things. What a waste. Wait till you get to a high-grade academy in the future, you will regret it. They let Suyu exchange 2 more drops of blood essence. At this moment, there were 3 drops of blood essence in Suyu's hands but only 7 merit points remained. After wandering around the academy for a while, Suyu had a blade in his hands while Chen Hao held another. Chen Hao felt that Suyu was acting strange today. He had retrieved the blade, but they didn't cultivate or practice martial skills. He didn't even know what kind of madness this fellow was up to. It was already noon now. Suyu held onto the 3 drops of blood essence in his hands and pondered the question. 3 drops of blood essence could continuously erupt for about 15 minutes. However, his arms swelled after 5 minutes of use previously. If he sustained it for 15 minutes, then he might cripple his hands. 15 minutes. It shouldn't take that long. Even if the people from the all races sect attack, they won't dare to engage in a fierce battle for that long here. They can forget about leaving if they take too long. But no one can find out about my usage of blood essence eruption. Otherwise, it'll be trouble. Unless it is absolutely essential, I won't use the blood essence. Also, even if I use it, the combat strength of a 1,000-pound realm won't change anything either. The academy wasn't lacking teachers at the 1,000-pound realm. The crucial point was still dependent on the experts at the 10,000 stone realm and the soaring realm. Suyu checked his surroundings, and his eyes flickered slightly. There were an increased number of strangers in the academy. Although they weren't in armor, Suyu still guessed that those were the people from City Guards and Wind Arrest Hall. It seemed like Nanyuan had done the preparations on their end. The opponent would either attack Nanyuan Academy or the City Lord's residence. Chapter 29, Xiaolangwu, 3. While Suyu was still thinking, Chenhao's communicator rang. Chenhao then answered in a hurry and responded with a few sentences before hanging up. He looked at Suyu. That was my father. He told me to be careful today and not leave the academy. The people from the all races sector here, and there have been several deaths outside the city. After Chenhao spoke, he scolded, "These be asterisk stards, don't let me meet them or I'll kill each of them with a blade." You? Suyu shot a glance at him but didn't say anything. Chenhao, on the other hand, flushed and added resentfully, "Even if I can't do it now, can't I do it in the future? At the War Academy, I can complete the origin opening in a year and attain the 9th level of the 1,000-pound realm within 3 years, then the 10,000 stone realm within 5, and the soaring realm within 10. That's only attainable by geniuses, you. Are you sure? Scram. Chenhao wore a dispirited expression. It seemed like it'd be a little difficult. Getting into the soaring realm within 10 years, this feat was something only a genius could achieve. But surely 20 years should be fine, right? The period before a human turned 40 was their peak cultivation time. If they didn't get into the soaring realm by 40 years old, then there was practically no hope of doing so in the future. It wasn't like it was completely hopeless as well, but with the weakening of the body, the chances were slim. Otherwise, there wouldn't be too many people stuck in the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm for a lifetime. Su Long was almost 50. He had some hope of going from the 1,000-pound realm to the 10,000 stone realm, but to advance to the soaring realm was probably impossible. Suyu smiled and looked outside the academy. Had it started? The other party had caused quite a commotion outside the city to lure the city guards and even Langwu guards into leaving. The top management of Nanyuan was aware of this, but they didn't have a choice. Otherwise, it was unclear how many people would die outside the city. As expected, they are a bunch of B***stards without a baseline. Suyu cursed under his breath and couldn't help but think. What was the situation over at the Great Xia Prefecture? Could it be that they aren't able to dispatch even a few soaring realm personnel for support? All races sect seems somewhat unrestrained. With such a huge sign of activity, the remaining 2,000 main force of Langwu guards don't seem like they will come over either. Are they stuck? Then, isn't the strength of the all races sect too powerful? At the same time, the Great Xia Prefecture. Xia Langwu wore full armor as he sat imposingly and upright atop the throne. Soon, a Langwu guard entered in haste and spoke with a loud and clear voice, "Report. Prefecture Lord, Nanyuan, Skywater, Kaishan, Dragon Gate. There are abnormal activities in all 12 cities. The all races sect have made their appearance. All the academies have sent their requests for help. Will we be providing them with our assistance?" Xia Longwu's expression didn't change. Calmly, he said, "Send people over for reinforcement. 50 men to a team. Hurry over to the 12 cities. As for the other 16 cities, also send people over to guard against the unexpected. Yes, sir. The Longu guard withdrew swiftly. At that time, an old man dressed as a scholar spoke softly, "Prefecture Lord, they are luring an enemy away from his territory. I'm afraid the target of the enemy is still the Great Xia Prefecture." "I know. The Longu guards have already dispatched thousands of people. If the prefecture army leaves in big batches as well, then the Great Xia Prefecture is now." Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Xia Longu replied calmly, "No matter. They will feel regretful if they don't kill, and they will repeat it again. If the Longu guards don't leave, then these fellows won't dare to show their faces." After he said that, Xia Longu got up. "I'm afraid that their target is me. Before taking away the Longu guards by my side, even the experts in each academy have been called away because of various incidents, and now 90% of the experts in the Great Xia Prefecture aren't here. Prefecture Lord, why don't we ask for help from the Great Ming Prefecture?" "Ridiculous, shameful." Xiao Longu snorted. "My Great Xia Prefecture is higher ranked than the Great Ming Prefecture, so how can I ask them for help? Besides, there's no need. They are just a bunch of dishonorable people. I'd like to see which B***stards from the god race have infiltrated this time. How would those fellows have such nerve if it was without the support from the god race?" The old man frowned. "The god race has infiltrated? That is certain. Otherwise, with just the all-sex race, would they still dare to behave atrociously in the Great Xia Prefecture? That's good too. Our reserve of God's blood has depleted. It's good that they deliver themselves timely to our doorstep. I was still thinking if I should make a trip to the All-Skies battlefield the past few days. But it seems that there's no longer a need to make the trip." Xia Longu remained calm. "You'll protect the prefecture city later. I'll kill a few B***stards outside the city and then return thereafter." "Prefecture Lord, do not speak anymore." Xia Longu's gaze turned sharp. "Just a few B***stards from the god race and they think they can do something to me? I was worried that the Longu blade hasn't seen blood in a long time. Now, there's finally an opportunity." With that, Xia Longu stepped out of the hall and spoke with a sonorous voice, "Once the god race is dead, the Longu guards will lead the prefecture army on expedition. Wipe out all the people from the all-races sect within the Great Xia Prefecture. Capture them alive and drag them to the Great Xia Prefecture city to be publicly beheaded. I want to see 10,000 heads fall tomorrow." "Yes, sir." A burst of low shouts was heard. To correspond with the all-races sect's movements and lure out the god race, Xia Longu allowed the unrest to happen over the past few days. This was because he was afraid of scaring away the god race. Now, it was time to reel in the net. All the experts from the Great Xia Prefecture who should be away have been transferred. They've got to show up now, right? There are less than 1,000 Longu guards left in the prefecture city and they will not be able to form the 1,000-men battle formation. These scums should be satisfied now, right? If you want to kill me, then I will satisfy you. I'd like to see if you'd be able to do so." The sound of laughter sounded as Xia Longu rose high into the air. He then transformed into a golden ray, disappearing from the city lord's residence. He was out of the city in the blink of an eye. Xia Longu. As the golden ray disappeared, a cold snort sounded from outside the prefecture city. "What guts!" They had initially thought that this fellow wouldn't dare to come out or would continue waiting for the other experts from the Great Xia Prefecture to return. Moreover, they had thought that they would have to increase their efforts to force him to appear. Who would have known that he would come out so unexpectedly? "Let's go, besiege Xia Longu." When the low voice sounded, someone answered coldly in the next moment, "Besiege? The academy heads from the various high-grade academies have left. Xia Longu's strength is merely a so-so, but we still need to besiege him? Today, I'll chop off his head." "Stupid. Remember, besiege him. Do this at all costs." We cannot be careless. The person in charge said coldly. Xiaolangwu might already be half a step away from that realm. I won't stop anyone from courting death. That's impossible. He only cultivated for a few years, how could he? That's why he has to die. We don't need another invincible expert from the human race on the All-Skies battlefield. Yes. Several people swiftly reached an agreement to besiege Xiaolangwu. That guy might already reach half a step into that realm, and they wouldn't allow him to grow any stronger. A few light rays of different colors disappeared in an instant, chasing after the golden ray which disappeared near the Great Xia Prefecture city. Chapter 30, Battle starts. Nanyuan City. The public didn't know about the happenings in the distant Great Xia Prefecture city. Outside the academy, atop a tall building, the woman hadn't appeared. At this moment, the middle-aged man was standing beside an old man with gray hair, looking at Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy from afar. Hall Lord Chen, I didn't expect you to be the one to come around this time. The middle-aged man smiled, trying to curry favor. MN. The old man didn't say much. He only looked into the distance and frowned slightly, speaking only after a moment. Scarless, do you think there's a trap? A trap? The man paused for a moment before replying slowly. I'm not sure, but it is accurate that there are only 2 people at the Soaring Realm in Nanyuan at the moment. Over at the city guard's side, the 1,000-man leader hasn't broken through to the Soaring Realm. I can be sure of this information. Is that so? The old man didn't say anything, but his brows were still tightly knitted. The mission this time around made him a little uneasy. Firstly, there was too much movement. Secondly, Nanyuan had already made preparations. Based on previous experience, the mission would be cancelled under such circumstances. But it wasn't the case this time around. What the top said was, continue. This was the answer given from the top. They were very sure and confident that no reinforcements were coming to the Great Xia Prefecture. There was also a third point. To be honest, they were unfamiliar with the Great Xia Prefecture. The main place where the all-races sect was active wasn't the Great Xia Prefecture. Although they still had some strength over here, their understanding of the Great Xia Prefecture wasn't deep enough. Hence, to launch an operation so hastily bore some risks. Based on the characters of the group of people above, the fact that they had mobilized Soaring Realm experts, and quite a few of them at that, they must have done a lot of preparations in advance. Scarless, you've stayed in Nanyuan for many years. Does Nanyuan have experts at the 10,000 Stone Realm who can fight people above their levels in battle? I don't think so. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. In any case, I've never heard of it. If there was one, then they would have gone to the All-Skies battlefield or the Great Xia Prefecture. No one will stay back in Nanyuan. There's such a person at the 1,000-pound realm though. Su Lon, from the Devil Suppression Army, was able to surpass his rank and fought at the 10,000 Stone Realm. But that's just the 10,000 Stone Realm. Su Lon? A veteran from the Devil Suppression Army. He has gone to the All-Skies battlefield. Oh, the Devil Suppression Army. Xiaolangwu led the army back in the day. In recent years, they have made a name for themselves in the All-Skies battlefield by killing a first-tier army despite being a second-tier. They have quite a few experts. The old man was more knowledgeable about the front lines. He pondered before speaking again. Are there many retired members of the frontline army within the city? Not a lot, and they are old now. Not many are in the prime of their lives, not more than 300. They are scattered across the various parts of Nanyuan. These people, we have no choice but to guard against them too, the old man said solemnly. These are veterans who once fought in All-Skies battlefield. For these fellows to retire alive, their blades have all tasted blood. Tell the people below to be careful and more alert. Understood. The old man looked to the sky and said nothing more. After a while, a hint of light from a blaze came from outside the city. Within the city, a group of 100 city guards rushed out. The middle-aged man was pleased. Another 100-men team is gone. The city guards are left with less than 500 people. The old man was still frowning. Be careful. Nanyuan people knew perfectly well that this was to lure them away from their territory, yet they still allowed a large number of city guards to head outside of the city to eliminate the people of the all-races sect. Was this confidence, or were they truly forced to the point of not having an alternative? Less than half of city guards' manpower remains. Over 300 of them are currently protecting the city lord's residence, and the others seem to be gathered around Nanyuan Academy. The people on the streets are all from Winterrest Hall. The old man looked around and sized up the situation. There were about 200 city guards and fewer than 100 people from Winterrest Hall. With the combination of teachers and the academy's guard department, there were 260 people. Also, no one from Longwu Guards has left. In total, there were fewer than 600 people at the 1,000-pound realm and above. As for the students, they could be ignored, as they didn't have someone at the 1,000-pound realm among them. 2 experts were at the soaring realm. Adding on the Longwu Guards, there were less than 15 people at the 10,000 stone realm, and the rest were all at the 1,000-pound realm. Actually, there was only 1 expert at the soaring realm in the school. The city lord, Wu Wenhai, was still in the city lord's residence and would require time to rush over. However, the old man still counted him in. After all, it wasn't that far away. Has the whole crew arrived? They have. The man added hurriedly, the hall lord has gone to receive them. They are all elites, no fewer than 30 people at the 10,000 stone realm, and the others are all at the high levels of the 1,000-pound realm. There's a total of 300 people. Those who are not at the high levels of the 1,000-pound realm are creating chaos outside the city. 300 elites at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm or above and 30 at the 10,000 stone realm. Hence, the old man estimated. Today, the operation began in 6 cities, and the manpower in other cities was more than in this place. That was to say, they had mobilized more than 2,000 cultivators at the 7th level of the 1,000-pound realm and above, and 200 at the 10,000 stone realm. Moreover, there were probably more than 20 people at the soaring realm. With such power, it was enough to form a 10,000-man army. The whole nest has started moving. Without exception, the entire strength of the Heavenly God sect has been brought out. The old man felt a little unease and shuddered slightly. There were many sects under the All Races sect, and the Heavenly God sect was one of the strongest. After all, they relied on help from one of the God races. Even so, since they had to use this many experts at once, on top of stopping the reinforcements from the Great Xia Prefecture, it would take the entirety of the Heavenly God sect's power. To reveal all of their cards at once, wasn't the Heavenly God sect afraid of being done for completely? Those who were starting the massacre in the surrounding areas were all cannon fodder sections. If they died, they died. However, the operation this time was truly the elite congregation. The 2 parties were very different. The merit point for this mission is a lot for just the extermination of these students. It doesn't seem worth it to go to war over this. What is the top thinking exactly? The old man frowned and felt that the gains did not make up for the losses. It was a pity that he couldn't contact those at the top either. Forget it. We can only hope that everything will go on without a hitch. After that, we'll retreat swiftly and conceal our whereabouts. More time was needed for more than 300 of the sect members to gather. In a minor city like Nanyuan, gathering more than 300 people would require some assembling. This wasn't the Great Xia Prefecture where no one would bother even if they brought in a few hundred of their people straight away. Chapter 31, Battle Starts, 2. We'll take action in half an hour. Pass down the instructions to end the battle in 3 minutes, and everyone must retreat after 5 minutes. After leaving the city, everyone will spread out and escape. Do you understand? Yes. The man immediately replied and soon disappeared to inform the various parties. After the man left, the old man looked toward Nanyuan Mid-Grade Academy once again, mumbling, Great Xia Prefecture. Are they really unable to deploy even a few Soaring Realm personnel? AU. Chunhao was squatting at the canteen's entrance with Suyu, looking around while saying softly, Why are we waiting here? A teacher called out earlier for all the students to gather to have an academy meeting after school. Aren't we going? We aren't going. Suyu held onto the blade in his hand and said in a soft voice, It's safer in smaller numbers. When there are more people, it'll be a little dangerous. Ha? Chen Hao was puzzled. Hence, Suyu said softly, Stop with the crap. There might be trouble today. Members from the all races sector coming. Hence, we'll just stay here. There are fewer people here. No, you're saying that the all races sex members are coming? Then we have to hurry up and meet up with the teachers. We're just in the origin opening realm and not in the 1,000-pound realm. Chen Hao panicked. Well, he wasn't really that scared. There had been drills conducted and explanations given by the academy on how they should react in situations such as encountering members of the all races sect or going to the all skies battlefield. During times like these, they should gather and meet up with the teachers. The teachers would protect them. There are too few teachers and most of them have to fight, with a minority left behind to protect the students. There will at most be 3 to 5 teachers left behind in each class to protect the students. Given that there are many students in the class, in the event of any dangers, the teachers won't be able to protect everyone. Suyu said softly, they will have less pressure if they have 2 fewer people to protect. But, what if we encounter? Let's go back. Chunhao started to become a little anxious. Suyu smiled and said, Don't worry. We're just 2 students wandering by ourselves and are in the origin opening realm. The experts won't bother to give us a second look. We'd die even if we were to encounter those in the 1,000-pound realm. That's why we should try our best to hide well. If we were to really encounter enemies. Suyu looked up toward Chen Hao. Do you trust me? I do. If we were to encounter one, you could just start scolding them with all you've got, getting them to try to kill you first. We won't be standing together but stationed on different sides, one on the left and the other on the right. If he were to kill you, he'd definitely not be on guard against an insignificant student like me. Chen Hao was stunned. You're so vicious. Even if we are about to die, you want to die later than me. That's too vicious. I'll go kill him. Chen Hao became crestfallen. What kind of joke is that? You're just at the 3rd level of the origin opening realm and can't even break through their defenses, let alone kill them. You must be crazy. If you trust me, we'll do this. We mustn't go over to where the academy head and the others are. We'll just be creating trouble for them. We mustn't go to the classes either or once again, we will just be creating trouble for them. We're too weak. In such situations, we're just targets. Then the other students are targets as well. Should we call them over and hide together? Stupid. How are we supposed to hide with so many people? They'll really die if they wander out by themselves. We still have a chance. Suyu wasn't too scared either. His father had told him a lot of stories of killing the myriad races, and the Academy's eventual goal was to also teach them to kill members of the myriad races. There was nothing to be scared about. He just felt a little unsettled since this was his first time encountering enemies. He was afraid that his legs might turn limp from the fright. If Chen Hao were to really start scolding the enemy and they were to go after him, what was he going to do if his legs turned limp? Moreover, what would happen if they were to encounter 2 enemies? What about 3? It'll be all right. The experts will definitely go after the other experts. Those who look for the scattered students in the academy must be the weak ones since the students are too weak. Since there aren't any students in the 1,000-pound realm, there isn't a need for them to group up to search. There's no reason to send 3 or 5 people out to do something that one person can do by themselves. The academy isn't small. If they were to really group up, they'd have to send several thousand people. I don't believe that they can have several thousand people infiltrating in. Then Nanyuan would be too foolish. Moreover, if there were really so many people, staying with the teachers would also be a dead end. There shouldn't be a situation like this. Suyu assessed the situation in his heart while dragging Chen Hao into the canteen. He then looked for a corner and said in a soft voice, "You'll hide here, squatting and looking like you're shivering in fear. If it's just one enemy, you just make a little commotion by yourself. If there are 2, then run. Run with all your might." There was a small door here, and Chen Hao could run out through that. He quickly nodded. "Then what about you?" Suyu pointed to a corner at the side. "I'll hide over there. Don't look in my direction, or you'll be sending me to my death. Do you understand?" "I understand." Chen Hao immediately nodded and then said with a crestfallen face, "Hey you, why not, let's just go look for my father." "That's nonsense. If we were to go out by ourselves right now, we'd be courting death." Suyu scolded softly, "I have no idea what the exact arrangements are, but your father and the others probably have missions too. Don't go thinking about useless things. Just pray that my legs won't go limp later. Otherwise, you'll be a goner." You're going to kill?" Chen Hao said with a bitter face, "You won't be able to do it. Why don't I hide and be the one to give them a sneak attack?" "You?" Suyu couldn't be bothered with him. He took a deep breath and said, "You'll have difficulty to even break through their defenses. Just watch and see. Moreover, according to the rules, if we can kill a member of the All Races sect, Hao Zi, you'll have hoped to get into a war academy." The moment Suyu said this, Chen Hao's gaze instantly gleamed. He had forgotten the bit of fear he had felt earlier. That was right. The academy had a rule that if they were to kill a member of the All Races sect and could prove their identity, it'd get them additional points. Of course, this rule hadn't been imposed for many years as all the students were in the Origin Opening Realm. How were they supposed to kill a member of the All Races sect? Chapter 32, Battle Starts, 3. It'd be hard to kill them even with poison. Of course, there were geniuses who had done that before, but would geniuses care for the additional points? Could it be that you're doing this for me?" Chen Hao felt very touched. To think that Ayu is going to risk his life so that I can get into a war academy. He felt really touched, so touched that he was almost on the verge of tears. Suyu rolled his eyes. "What is this guy thinking about? I just feel that it's really safer for 2 people to hide here. In times like this, one would be a greater target when in a crowd. Of course, if he were to really kill an enemy, they could talk about that later. So you might not really dare to say that he was the one to kill the person. How was he, someone in the Origin Opening Realm, able to kill an expert? But if the opportunity is suitable and I really kill one, we can create the scene and let Hao Zi get the additional points to get into a war academy." It was almost impossible for someone in the Origin Opening Realm to kill a person in the 1,000-pound realm. But almost meant that there was a chance. It wasn't as if people in the 1,000-pound realm couldn't be killed. If they were careless and got chopped in the neck, they would still die. As for why the 1,000-pound realm member of the All Races sect would be so foolish, go ask the dead. How would Suyu know? Then it's best to not use the laceration skill but to chop him to his death with the blade. Suyu grabbed the blade in his hand. When the time came, his hands would be filled with power and he would hack the enemy to death with a single blade attack. As long as they didn't run, the chances of him succeeding would be very high. Would a person at the 1,000-pound realm flee when encountering a sneak attack from someone at the Origin Opening Realm? There was a high chance that they wouldn't. As he was thinking of this, an explosive bellow instantly rang out from outside. All students, gather together. Those who don't gather better find somewhere to hide. We're under enemy attack. The B** starts from the all races sect have come. Don't panic and listen to the teacher's instructions. Form the spherical lock formation and protect yourself. Close all the doors. All teachers, come out to face the enemies. Guards, gather. City guards, Winterest Hall, charge forth. Kill. A round of enraged bellows rang out and the entire Nanyuan Academy moved. At this moment, Suyu wasn't scared at all. He was feeling a little nervous and had some hot blood surging within him, but he didn't feel scared at all. He trusted that the teachers could win, and he almost couldn't hold back the urge to go out and take a look at how the teachers kill the enemies. When his father was at home, he'd often share with Suyu some stories of his glorious past. An army of 10,000 or even 100,000 men had charged forth to kill the enemies, leaving corpses everywhere, making rivers of blood flow. They killed so much that the myriad realms were shivering. In the All-Skies battlefield, the human race was invincible wherever their blades were pointed at. I really want to go and take a look. Suyu was a little impulsive, but Shenhao was even more impulsive than he was. He held onto his blade tightly, having the urge to dash out. However, he quickly suppressed this thought for fear that he'd cause Suyu's death. Kill. As weapons clashed, the sounds instantly rang out through the academy. Other than kill, there were almost no other sounds. In battles, there wasn't a need for anything else but to listen to orders. Outside the Nanyuan Academy's teaching building, several hundred people from both sides started a massacre the moment they came into contact. There wasn't any exchange of words at all. The Longwu Guard's 10-man small group instantly surrounded the old man who was at the 4th level of the soaring realm under the lead of the team leader, Xiaobing. Xiaobing, who was at the 2nd level of the soaring realm, was clad in gold armor and held a long blade in his hands. He showed no hesitation and let out a stifled bellow. Form formation. Kill. The 10 men rapidly surrounded the old man and 10 long blades slashed through the air. The battle started. The city lord, Wu Wenhai, who was supposed to be guarding the city, rose into the air from the rooftop of the city lord's residence at the next instant. He was similarly wielding a long blade and killed his way toward the woman in the blink of an eye. Wu Wenhai, you're the one who came to court death. The woman let out a fierce roar. Wu Wenhai was really here. Fortunately, they had predicted this earlier. When the middle-aged man, who was named Scarless, saw that the two soaring realm individuals were fighting against each other and even the people from the Longwu Guards were being held back, he immediately felt a burst of joy and dashed for Lu Wenyan, who was far away. He didn't give a damn about the others. Your opponent is me. And me. 2 men instantly came attacking. One of them wielded a saber and the other one a sword. Zhang Yun, Zheng Hua. The middle-aged man called out the duo's name and let out a cold snort. He recognized them. They were respectively the city guard's 1,000-man leader and the Winterest Hall's hall lord, and they were both at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm. However, how could they rival someone at the soaring realm? Kill. The two of them didn't say a word. There was no need to communicate with B** starts from the All Races sect. They should kill him first before any talk. Bang! The crisp sounds of weapons clashing rang out. At the next instant, Scarless soared into the air, passing by the two of them and heading straight for Lu Wenyan. There were quite a number of teachers at the 1,000-pound realms there as well. Their target today wasn't the city lord, those soaring realm individuals, nor these 2 high-ranking officers in Nanyuan. Their target was the academy's geniuses, people like Lu Yu who were like the fire of civilization. They were the valuable ones. A few teachers in the 1,000-pound realm stood in front of Lu Wenyan, raising their blades and wanting to attack. The 2 experts at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm also reacted very quickly, giving chase in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yun rushed forth and slashed his saber at Scarless, who was in the air. Over our dead bodies. An explosive howl rang out and the two of them surrounded Scarless once again. Courting death. The two men at the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm gave it all they had. Scarless was only in the 2nd level of the soaring realm, not that high in level within the soaring realm. Therefore, he was instantly entangled and started fighting the two men. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to become a target in the air. Teacher Lu, you should go first. The few teachers in the 1,000-pound realm who were protecting Lu Wenyan quickly pulled the old man to get him to leave. However, Lu Wenyan didn't budge and looked around. There were killings everywhere. Hence, he couldn't help but scold, they really think highly of Nan Yuan. Those B** stars from the Great Xia Prefecture definitely know that many soaring realm experts are coming here, but they have gone to support the other cities instead of us. Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't have the time to ask him questions now. Lu Wenyan continued scolding, do they have such great trust that I'll be able to succeed? Will be a goner if I can't. They are joking around with other people's lives. Don't let me find out who was the one who gave the order, or I'll kill him. Some people from the Great Xia Prefecture believed that he'd be able to manifest his will today. The crucial thing was, what happened if his will manifestation wasn't successful? Lu Wenyan continued nagging, mumbling, and scolding, not appearing like a graceful scholar at all. I'm the trashiest one of all, so how can I definitely pull this off? Aren't they placing too much trust in me? I'm just a failure. It's not as if you guys don't know this. Otherwise, why would I be fired? Lu Wenyan continued mumbling away, feeling a little sad. If I wasn't so useless, how could I not have been able to manifest my will successfully despite my age? I want to do it too, but it's really very difficult. You guys are too vicious, using the lives in the academy to force me. I knew it. You guys are inhumane. If I succeed in the will manifestation, the first thing I'll do is to look for you guys to take revenge. Lu Wenyan continued mumbling away, but now a golden light was shining above his head. His body was trembling and his feet slowly left the ground. At this moment, the countenances of everyone in the vicinity changed slightly. The academy head, who was caught up in a fight with someone in the far distance, broke into a smile when he saw this. As expected, this old man needs a bit of a push to succeed. From today onward, there's one more individual in the soaring realm. Those in the 10,000 stone realm, stop chasing after the others. Hurry up and come. Scarless let out an explosive bellow. He saw this scene as well and looked astonished as he cried out angrily, hurry up and come to kill these two B** stards. The moment he finished his words, multiple people in the 10,000 stone realm cut through the air, rushing over. Scarless instantly broke free from the two men holding him back and charged toward Lu Wenyan to kill him. He mustn't let this old man succeed in manifesting his will. Otherwise, even if they managed to kill some students today, their mission's success would still be greatly discounted. Chapter 33, First Battle, 1. Outside, the slaughter continued. In the canteen. Suyu and Shenhao could only hear the sounds of blades and swords clashing, painful cries, and students' screams of shock. However, they didn't dare to peek. Were they having the upper hand or at a disadvantage? Even Suyu, who firmly believed that the teachers could win, didn't know what the situation outside was like. A.U. In his corner, Shenhao held tightly onto his blade, his countenance turning a little pale and also a little flushed. He wanted to ask Suyu if they should go out. However, Suyu ignored him. His left ear kept on twitching slightly as he was listening to the sounds outside. Having reached the 4th level of the Origin Opening Realm, his battle prowess hadn't risen much. However, his hearing had become a lot sharper. Shush! Suyu put his index finger in front of his lips, gesturing for Shenhao to be quiet. A short moment later, the sound of heavy footsteps came from outside without any attempts of concealing it. Hurry up and come out. The academy has made arrangements for you guys to leave. Go gather at the south gate. A slightly anxious voice rang out. A short moment later, a man in his 30s entered the canteen with a blade and called out, "Are there any students here? Hurry up! We won't be able to hold them off for much longer. The members of the all races sect who have come are too strong. Hurry up and leave the academy." The anxious voice rang out together with the footsteps. Chen Hao moved slightly, looking at Suyu with a bit of anxiety. "A teacher has come to look for us. Should we go?" Suyu also squinted his eyes as he looked toward the entrance. He saw the person but wasn't familiar with him. However, there were over 200 teachers in the academy, and he wouldn't know all of them. Did a teacher come to look for them? Is there anyone here? The front lines can't hold them off for much longer. We must leave right away. Hurry up! The person looked very anxious. The canteen was very big, at least about several thousand square meters. It'd take at least a minute or more to search through the place, and it'd take too much time. In the corner, Chen Hao had trouble holding back when he heard the teacher's tone sounding so anxious and that those in the front lines couldn't hold on for much longer. This time around, he didn't wait for Suyu's reply and quickly probed his head out, asking, "Teacher, how's the situation outside?" The man looked over, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. Students were still students. They were too inexperienced. Even though the academies kept teaching them some rules of survival, it was still not enough. Prior to this, he had lured out 2 students that had been hiding in the combat room with these words. In just 10 seconds, he had managed to lure the 2 students out despite the many rooms on the entire floor. That was great because it would take him at least 2 minutes to search through all the places. These children hadn't experienced setbacks nor had been on the battlefields before. Hence, they would easily give their trust when given just a few words of deceit. The situation outside is very bad. Hurry up and come with me. If we don't leave, it'll be too late. As the man said this, he hurried in Chen Hao's direction. This is the 3rd one. The man couldn't conceal the joy on his face. Amongst the 300 elites, 200 had gone to fend off those teachers, city guards, school guards, and those from the Wind Arrest Hall. Even though the all races sects people had inferior numbers, they still had the upper hand in the situation. It was because most of their opponents were in the early or mid-levels of the 1,000-pound realm. The rest of their members either went to attack the classrooms or search for scattered students in the academy. If they were to attack the classrooms, the teachers would be fighting with their lives on the line to protect the students. On the other hand, although there weren't many scattered students and they were also hard to find, these students didn't have anyone to protect them. Therefore, it'd be easier to kill them. There were several thousand students around. Even if all of them appeared, each of the all races sects members would only be able to kill less than 10 of them. And he had gotten 3. In the next few minutes, he might be able to get a better harvest. Hurry up and come over, leave the academy. The man's speed was very fast. He didn't stop even as he spoke, dashing rapidly toward Chen Hao. In their eyes, killing students would only take a single slash, but it was hard to locate the scattered students. Hence, finding one successfully would be a meritorious service. Chen Hao stood up and wanted to go out while subconsciously glancing in Suyu's direction. And at this moment, Suyu was also looking at this teacher. When the man was talking in the beginning, Suyu also thought that he was a teacher who came to look for students. However, Suyu quickly noticed that something was amiss. It wasn't because he had a lot of experience, but because he had been chased and killed in his dreams too many times. The man's anxious tone sounded a lot like the cries of the ferocious beasts that had been chasing after him to kill him. It seemed to be shouting, "Hurry up and let me kill you. I can't wait anymore." Although this wasn't what his words meant, the pressing feeling and the urge of wanting to kill you were the same. It was the same tone. Suyu couldn't help but take a few more looks. At the next moment, sweats broke out on Suyu's forehead. He was a fake. Although the teachers might not wear uniforms, they would all put on their staff tags no matter what they wore. However, this guy didn't have one on him. Did he drop it? Were the battles too intense and he dropped it during a fight? No. Suyu saw the long blade being raised slightly. It was the starting stance of a blade attack. This man was going to attack. Damn it! How Z is a fool. Suyu scolded in his heart and didn't have time to think too much. He also didn't have time to regret his carelessness as he lacked experience. After all, both he and Chen Hao were just students from a mid-grade academy and hadn't experienced such situations before. They had thought that the enemies would come after them in an open and above-board manner, looking fierce and scary. But who would have thought that the enemies would attempt to lure out weaklings like them? Teacher! With a soft cry, Suyu quickly jumped, his heart palpitating. The man's hand paused and a feeling of joy rose in his heart. There's another one. That makes it 4. The hand with which Suyu was holding the blade was drenched in sweat. He felt nervous, scared, and unsettled. However, he still hung on. He had been killed too many times in his dream, and even though he was scared, it was only because this was his first experience in real life. He got accustomed to things faster than other people. Teacher, are we really on the losing end outside? We have over 10 more students here. Can I call them over to join us? Chapter 34, First Battle, 2. Suyu hurriedly spoke and then even turned his head to cast a glance at the depths of the canteen. If not, they won't be able to leave anymore. There are still 10 plus more students? The man's joy shot through the roof. He was going to strike it rich. Today, he could kill over 10 students. Maybe even experts at the 10,000 stone realm wouldn't have greater credit compared to him. He had profited immensely. The man wanted to laugh wildly in joy, over 10 people at the origin opening realm. They were simply freebies. He could kill each with a single slash of his blade, and they wouldn't be able to escape. He originally wanted to end things fast, but at this moment, the man swiftly changed his mind. He hurriedly spoke, quickly, let's call them and gather together. We are going to leave immediately. Suyu's heart was still pounding rapidly. He didn't say anything much and simply turned his back to the man. At this moment, as long as the man attacked, Suyu would be finished. When Suyu turned, he directly consumed a drop of essence blood. His back faced the man, and he began to walk toward the depths of the canteen. He then spoke with some unease in his tone, Teacher, can we bring more people to leave with us? I know several students hiding in other places. I wonder if we can save more. There are more? The man was wildly joyful. There are actually still more. At this moment, the man hurriedly followed Suyu. As for Chen Hao, he couldn't be bothered to care about him since he was alone. He could take Chen Hao's life any time he wanted. He didn't discover that at this moment, Chen Hao's expression instantly paled and his sweat seeped out, drenching his face. After being acquainted with Suyu for so many years, how could he not understand this buddy of his? Where were there over 10 students and where were there many others? All these were fake. This man must be someone from the All Races sect. He had almost harmed Suyu. I'm too stupid and foolish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chen Hao's legs had grown soft, and he felt that his entire body was devoid of strength. But at this moment, he still remembered what Suyu had said earlier. All of a sudden, he quickly called out, Teacher, I'm scared and cannot walk for long, can you support me? He was truly scared and there really was a problem with his legs. Both of them were trembling. The man turned his head and felt some impatience. If it wasn't for the sake of smoothly finding the other prey, he would have killed Chen Hao with a single slash. However, he was worried that by killing Chen Hao now, those that were hiding would be scared and start scattering. At that time, even if he chased them, he wouldn't be able to catch all of them. I'll bring you along. Although the man was impatient, he still turned and stretched out his hand to grab Chen Hao, preparing to support him as they walked. Hao Zi, you are really trash, you only know how to make trouble for teacher. Suyu spoke as he clutched his blade tightly. His hand was covered in sweat, causing the blade's hilt to be somewhat slippery. And while he was speaking, Suyu moved closer to the man. As the man stretched his hand toward Chen Hao, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Suyu's eyes. The time is now. Hao Zi, walk by yourself and don't trouble teacher. Bzz. The blade slashed through the air. At this moment, the man subconsciously turned his head while a thought appeared in his mind. Was he discovered? It was fine even if he was discovered, this brat was merely at the origin opening realm. Only, origin opening? No, it's not. The man instinctively wanted to evade, but he felt that his limbs were not listening to his command. There was basically no sensation above his neck anymore, and an instant later, he felt an incomparably intense pain. That slash isn't accurate. Beheading someone isn't done like this. A random thought flashed in the man's mind. It was too painful. When it came to beheading, the slash had to be swift, accurate, and ruthless. This fellow wasn't accurate enough, so his head wasn't beheaded at the first instant. It was so painful. Bang! A head fell to the ground. The guy's body was still standing and he was in the posture of turning his head. But his head had disappeared. His blade was still in his hand, and his other hand maintained the posture of reaching out toward Chen Hao. However, those 10+ students he was supposed to get as a freebie were all gone. Silence descended in the atmosphere. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! A corpse then fell to the ground. Who? The sound of panting akin to bellow puffing rang out. Suyu's mouth was completely parched and his mind was blank. Much of the blood splashed on Chen Hao's face, and his mind was also blank. Killed. You killed that fellow in a single slash. You. Chen Hao's hands and legs weren't listening to his command. They immediately turned soft as he fell onto the ground. He then did his best and rapidly crawled toward Suyu, ignoring the embarrassment. Earlier, he had been truly so frightened to the point where he was about to pee his pants. You, me, he's dead. Dead. Suyu looked at the corpse before him and the pool of blood on the ground. His throat was hoarse and incomparably dry. Calm, I must be calm. This is an enemy, AB** starred from the All Races sect. It isn't that I have never seen them being beheaded before. Go, change to another location, and hide, if not, they might send others here. At this moment, Suyu couldn't care less about handling the corpse. They had to go. Earlier when he slashed out, that action caused his body to feel incomparably sore and painful. This wasn't physical pain but a psychological one instead. Yes, we have to go, quickly go. After Chen Hao spoke, just when he wanted to continue crawling, he suddenly gritted his teeth and closed his eyes as his hand gingerly searched the man's corpse. He closed his eyes because he didn't dare to think about it or see it. A thought sprang up in his mind. I can join a war academy now. He continued searching randomly and felt sticky substances on his hand. He didn't dare to think what that might be. In the next instant, his hand grabbed a small cloth bag. Without thinking about it or looking at it, he hurriedly stuffed it into his pocket. He then turned his head and tugged on Suyu's calf, using Suyu as a support to climb to his feet before beginning to run. Suyu also grew a little less nervous and afraid due to his friend's actions. He couldn't help but scold in a low voice, "You are even thinking about such things at this moment? Don't you want your life? But, we can join the war academies. You killed him, you are too impressive." Suyu couldn't be bothered to chat anymore. He dragged Chen Hao along as they swiftly left the canteen. He didn't dare to go too far as he was worried they might encounter another enemy. He then decided to hide in a dark and gloomy corner of a wall outside the canteen. Chapter 35, First Battle, 3. Ba-thump, ba-thump, ba-thump. Suyu's heart was still palpitating intensely, but he slowly eased out of it, letting out an exhale. This is all that is to it. I've even gotten used to being killed, so what other things can't I get used to? Suyu let out a laugh in self-mockery. Haven't I gotten used to being killed so many times in my dreams? Since I can die, why should I be scared of hacking my enemies? Rumble. The killings outside were still ongoing. Although it seemed that a very long time had passed, it had probably been only less than a minute from the point the man entered the door, to him being killed, and to them eventually leaving. How's he? MN. Did you pee in your pants? And no. Don't spout gibberish. I didn't. Shenhao's face was flushed. He didn't. However, he still took a quick look at his pants and then heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had lost his senses earlier and had no idea if he had peed in his pants. You're really amazing. Stop with the crap talk. Suyu raised his head and looked around. He heard the sounds of the teachers shouting and saw that there seemed to be people searching in the distance. Our side is at a disadvantage. If that wasn't the case, the teachers would never have allowed these members of the All Races sect to search for students in the academy. There were definitely students scattered around, and some of them had probably died. Suyu looked at the blade in his hand. He then quickly wiped away the blood on it with some plants next to him. After that, he regained his composure and gritted his teeth, saying, "How's he, are you afraid of death?" I am. I am not. Go. Go and see if there are people around. If there's someone by themselves, go up to them and say that a few students are hiding and waiting for help. Go ask them for help. Ha! Suyu gritted his teeth and said, the teachers can't handle all of the enemies. If other students are found, they'll be doomed. Go lure one or two of the bad guys over and I'll kill them. We can save a few students this way. AU. Shenhao let out a soft gasp but quickly recalled the guy who had been killed by Suyu with one slash earlier. It seemed that it wasn't too scary either. Alright, I'll go. Are you really able to continue to kill them? I can. That's good then. Let's kill another one. The one from earlier belongs to you. The next one, can you lend me the next one? I want to go to a war academy. Sure. Shenhao seemed to have forgotten his fear and broke into a grin. He was going to get into a war academy. His legs didn't feel weak anymore. At the next moment, Shenhao bent low and walked over to the wall, probing his head out of the corner and looking around. He soon noticed many members of the All Races sect who were searching for students in the academy. The closest one was less than 100 meters away from him. Shenhao still felt a little scared. However, he held in his fear and asked while trembling, "Teacher, are you a teacher?" The ears of the person not far away twitched slightly. He then instantly looked over in Shenhao's direction. Are you a teacher? We are scared. Teacher, can you take us with you? Teacher? The All Races sect members' gaze flickered slightly. These students thought that they were their teachers? That was true. Both parties were humans, and there weren't any special differences between them, so how could a group of students be able to discern between them? Those who were experienced would naturally be able to tell the differences with one glance. However, what did these students, who hadn't been through any setbacks, know? Teacher, there are a few more of us with me. Can you take us with you? Just now someone wanted to come after us to kill us. There are a few more? The person who wasn't far away was tempted. He saw Shenhao's horrified face, and this wasn't an act. He could tell that Chen Hao was really scared. At the next moment, the man dashed over rapidly. As for ambushes, he didn't think about that. If the academy's teachers had the time and energy to lay ambushes, they would have gone to the front lines to fight the enemies. There were fights ongoing everywhere in the academy at the moment. Hence, the teachers found it hard to even protect the students that were gathered together, let alone find time and manpower to go prepare ambushes for them. Chen Hao scrambled and darted behind a wall. The man's ears twitched. Even though he wasn't scared of ambushes, he subconsciously became a little more careful. After completing the origin opening realm, his ears and eyes had become sharper. Unless the opponent was someone a lot stronger than him, he'd be able to hear some sounds. There's another student inside. He heard a weak panting. It was a slightly nervous panting, and the breathing sound was very heavy. It didn't sound like what someone at the 1,000-pound realm should have. He mentioned there are a few students. Are there more people hiding in other places? The man thought about this and then glanced into the far distance where the others from his sect were searching. He became even more careful. This was his merit and he didn't want to be discovered by the others. At the next moment, the man moved behind the wall. As expected, there was another student here. His countenance was similarly pale. Teacher has come? Zhou Tao and the others are still waiting for us. Teacher, what's going on? Did the B***stars from the All Races sect attack us? Suyu quickly said a few words, looking joyful. Then, as if he was scared, he tossed the blade in his hand away and ran toward the man. Teacher, I'll bring you to go look for them. He had even tossed away the blade. The man instantly let his guard down. Students might be able to threaten him with a blade, but when barehanded, it'd be hard for them to kill those at the 1,000-pound realm no matter how they attacked. They had really taken him as their teacher. What foolish kids! Where are they? There was a hint of joy in the man's tone. Like the person before, he felt that merit had come knocking on his door, unable to conceal the bit of happiness he was feeling. Teacher, just come with me. Suyu reached out his hand toward the man, as though wanting to grab his arm to lead him somewhere. The man frowned slightly, wanting to dodge. He then held the urge to hack Suyu to death. But eventually, he chose not to dodge and allowed Suyu to lead him for a little while. PSSSHT. Just when he was pondering, that hand seemed to instantly turn into a sharp claw, which then cut through his flesh and pierced his heart. Meanwhile, Suyu's other hand grabbed his hand that was wielding a weapon, and with a kacha sound, the man's arm broke. The man wanted to roar, but at the next instant, his throat was clawed through. PSSSSH. Large mouthfuls of blood gushed out of the man's mouth as he fell to the ground. He looked up at Suyu while still seeming to be in a daze. 1,000-pound realm. And it's someone at a high level in the 1,000-pound realm at that. How's that possible? This was Nanyuan, so how could there be a student in the 1,000-pound realm? That was impossible. After that, Suyu rapidly searched the man's body. He then pulled Chen Hao, who no longer knew what fear was, and rapidly fled. This stupid fool Chen Hao really thought that they would be able to kill anyone. Why was he not running but acting so excited? In the instant they were escaping, Suyu suddenly saw a stretch of golden light. He then lifted his head and looked over. At this moment, Suyu was a little stunned. A familiar figure rose in midair, his body covered in golden light. Teacher Lu. Chen Hao saw it too and was also stunned. Lu Wenyan was emitting dazzling golden light in midair, and the surrounding origin chi was gushing over, gathering around him. Lu Wenyan's voice wasn't loud, but it spread very far. It isn't my wish to enter the soaring realm, instead I wish for the myriad races to be at peace. How cool! How fake! At this moment, these two thoughts flashed in Suyu's mind. It was indeed very cool but also very fake. Teacher Lu clearly had a strong wish to achieve will manifestation and enter the soaring realm. However, he just said that it wasn't his wish to step into the soaring realm? What a liar! Chapter 36, completely wiped out. Lu Wenyan rose into the air. Only those in the soaring realm could move around freely while floating in the air. Clearly, at this moment, Lu Wenyan had manifested his will successfully and had officially stepped into the soaring realm. His physical body hadn't changed, but the origin chi that gathered in the surroundings was for him to strengthen his physical body. Several tens of meters away, Scarless was also moving in the air. However, his countenance looked a little grim. He didn't manage to stop Lu Wenyan in time. Thank goodness he has just manifested his will. His physical body hasn't entered the soaring realm yet. Scarless secretly felt thankful that this wasn't the worst possible news. After all, Lu Wenyan was already old and his body had deteriorated. Hence, even though his will had entered the soaring realm, his physical body was still in the 1,000-pound realm. He, on the other hand, was already in the second level of the soaring realm, and there was no need for him to be afraid of Lu Wenyan. The all-races sect still had the advantage. They had more people in the 10,000 stone realm. Moreover, the Langu guards who were in the 10,000 stone realm were all being held up by Hall Lord Chen. Right now, the other party only had more people in the 1,000-pound realm and could only depend on forming formations to somehow protect themselves. Kill! Scarless erupted with power, and a short blade appeared out of nowhere, emitting a glow. It then instantly shot out toward Lu Wenyan.